could you like just be on the same side as like this like Glober who's just like destroying the arguments and yelling over people? I wouldn't do that.
Well, thank you for that. But I do find different gradations of flat earthers. And it's almost easy to group them. So.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're grouping Taylor to even be anywhere vaguely close to Demock, then like your grouping is severely flawed.
I was trying to highlight the differences, actually. What I was highlighting was the differences, whereas Taylor is pragmatic, quite scientific, and determined. I find Demock to be at the other end of the spectrum, which is sometimes an inevitable conclusion of any flat Earth belief.
Yeah, but the first thing you said was just like, oh, how could you, Taylor, be in the same group as Demock? Assuming they're even in the same group to begin with.
All right,
like, there's like a singular opinion.
How about let's leave Taylor out of this? How about you? Do you group yourself with Demock?
I do not.
No, I would group myself more closely with like Christianity than I would with like a view on the world. Like I do take interest in these conversations, but it's not like, oh, if you're a flat earther, we're like much more similar. I find myself to be much more similar to Bible believing Christians than people in these, in these communities just as a whole, like overall. So I wouldn't say that. There's a lot of flat earthers I disagree with on certain points. I mean, it's not like a tribalistic type of thing.
Wait, but you could still be grouped by denying certain aspects of reality. Like Taylor, you deny observational experiments exist.
No, I don't.
But yeah, you do. Someone presented you with
I don't deny observational experiments exist. I just say they don't establish cause and effect, which they even acknowledge that they don't. I mean, that's not like observational studies aren't going to establish cause and effect. That's the only thing I've said about them.
They absolutely can, for starters. Well, but someone literally showed you a paper about why the Earth couldn't be flat no matter what you do because of angles of observation to the sun, and you said that doesn't prove the Earth is not flat. You know that it absolutely did.
Are you talking about the study with the Eratosthenes guy?
That's the dude. I remember the dude's name, but he had a whole paper that he sent you that he did himself.
Yeah, I already went through that with him and what he'd need to add to it to really clearly demonstrate his point.
No, but it did clearly demonstrate the point. You're just saying.
But it didn't. There wasn't even any figure captions
to where
to see what was
That's
happening.
What I mean. That's the reality.
Maybe you're projecting too often.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, he acknowledged that there's things that he needed to do to make it like a paper where somebody could follow along.
But it's still perfectly presented why the Earth could not be flat.
No, it was not perfectly presented.
The reality denial. There you go.
You couldn't even tell what was going on in the figures. He had no descriptions whatsoever. So
he explained it to you.
Well, unless I can actually replicate his methods to see what he's even saying, then that's not a feasible paper. You're not presenting your materials and methods.
You can recreate it, and he even offered
help you do that. Okay, maybe pay attention next time to our conversation.
No, it's fine. I'm good. That's a reality now that I'm talking you and Demock share. That's it, right there.
It wasn't anything in reality.
No, we get it. Stop repeating yourself, bro. We get it.
I mean, there's flat earthers who present the same thing with long distance observations. Do you want me to just say, okay, yeah, that's fine. Therefore, there's the conversation's over, or do you want people to like scope it out and see what other things could be at play?
I just showed how you and Demock both participate in reality denial.
Or perhaps that's actually you.
That's not reality. That was a simulation he did, and I whatever. I could go on about that, but it's just stupid at this point.
You're saying the conclusion that.
Okay, thank you. So, Astro Rex, if I may ask you a quick question, if that's okay. Another question.
Oddly, I just got back.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So let's say if there's 100% evidence for the globe or flat Earth, would you believe seeing it visually from far enough away would count as evidence?
Of course.
Okay, perfect. So I guess the majority of the population, we don't have access to 100% of the information. Do you think that's fair enough to say, since we don't have access to get far enough away, since there are no private missions too far enough away. We only have like high altitude.
I do not agree with that in the least. I think we have access to information far beyond our mortal coil here on Earth and above. Yeah, we have access to all of not just NASA, but every far-ranging, high-altitude satellite and further missions that have looked back on the Earth and taken snapshots. We have records of all of these things.
Would it be fair to say that's secondhand information?
No, it's firsthand because they took it and they're showing us. Secondhand is your eyes, but then, I mean, what? If somebody looks at the post after yours, it's third hand? No, it's pretty much firsthand.
Okay, so let's say if we're looking, I think you agreed with me on my first question. So let's say there's 100% of the evidence. People don't get to see that one portion of evidence. So let's just say it's 1%. I guess you could say maybe there's 99% evidence that people have access to, the general population.
No, I most certainly think there's 100%. When you say there's something we don't have access to, I don't know what that means.
Okay, so the first question I asked you was getting far enough away, personally, to see to confirm yourself.
We've taken a picture as far away from Earth as Saturn.
Oh, I understand. We have lots of nations, right? We have Japan, Himawari, right? We've got missions to the moon.
That was specifically the Pioneer program, and that was for the USA.
Well, I'm just saying, yourself visually confirming yourself. Would that be considered, let's say, 1% of the evidence?
No, that's still 100%. All the evidence has been brought forward. There's nothing being held back.
Okay. Thank you. And I've met globe defenders that believe the U.S. staged the moon landings. Do you think it was possible it was staged, or are you 100% certain that it was they all occurred during Nixon? And that'll be
100%. Yeah, I can answer that now. 100% impossible. It was staged.
Okay, thank you.
What's the name of the guy that was just talking?
That was actually my introduction to flat Earth. I was on YouTube being an Apollo hoax person. I pretty much just like ruffled feathers in the chat. That's about it. I was having a conversation with somebody, and I forget where it led to, but I said, "Oh yeah." He said something really outlandish, and I said, "Oh yeah, I suppose you think the Earth is flat too." And the answer came back as yes. It's like I knew he was honest, and it blew my asshole right into the next room.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's only about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Astro. I was just gonna say thank you. I've only met interacted with maybe 5 people who are globe defenders or believers that don't believe in the moon landing anymore. I think there's one of the more popular ones is Bart Sibrel. He's the one that did that movie in his follow-up. He's a globe believer. He just doesn't think that they won. And then there's just a few others.
Are they mutually exclusive?
Go ahead, Brenda.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Are they mutually exclusive, T?
Oh, no. Yeah, hi, Brenda. Welcome back.
But could
you can have
somebody believe...
Could land on the moon, yeah.
Could somebody believe the Earth is flat and that we went to the moon?
Well, I think I've met one person that thinks it was possible that was a flat earther.
Yeah, there is one. I forget his name, though.
But he thought the moon and the cat flew over the moon.
But guess what? Yeah, that was... Here's the thing. With a lot of flat earthers, that was his shtick. You know, they needed... It's like, I'm a flat earther, but I believe in satellites. How they work? I don't know. You know, but he had to stand out somewhat. Most of these flat earthers came and went. Like this guy who thought the moon landings were real but was a flat earther. both you and I can't remember his name, so that's how significant he was.
Do we have
Well,
any moon rocks?
If the moon is inside if the moon is inside of the firmament, then it should be possible to travel there, right?
Well, supposedly the air is in lockstep with the Earth, right? So if the air of
asked a
Earth
question.
yeah, hold on.
I
So if
didn't
the
hear
air
his
of Earth has,
question.
yeah, do we got moon rocks?
We don't got to go to the moon to get them, though, right?
Yeah, you do.
Well, my question was, what would prevent somebody on a flat Earth from traveling to the moon?
You haven't done it yet. We're waiting for you to show us that you've traveled to the moon and brought us back a moon rock. While you're there, write your name.
No, what would prevent somebody on a flat Earth?
You not writing your name on the moon, or them not going there and proving they went by marking it so we could all see with our eyes from our front porch. Look,
Yeah,
little
but
kids,
the question
USA in dirt. So technologically advanced our country, we can write in dirt now, boys. Yes, 2025.
Yeah,
writing
but
in dirt.
what would prevent somebody from traveling there? What
That
would
would
prevent
prove we
anybody?
went there. Because happy faces don't pop up on moons on their own unless a fucking real human does that. So it wouldn't prove what it is to me. It wouldn't prove where it was, but it would exactly prove that somebody got to it.
Hey, T-Mock, maybe another flat earther would like to answer.
Answer what? Where's the moon rocks?
My question.
Yeah.
What stops you from going to the moon on the flat Earth?
What would stop
moon
any
rock.
flat earther with our technology to go to where you think the moon is?
You need moon rocks to get to the moon.
No, you
Because
don't.
moon rocks are the thing that goes there,
Ignore him.
not your hope. So if you got any moon rocks, then maybe you could get back to
It
the
doesn't
moon.
make any sense, Dem.
Yeah, I know. Neither
Flat
does you saying
earthers
you went to the
want to
moon
go
without
to the
knowing their
moon because
lives.
it's tied. We
I
want to
need a
go to
moon
the
rock in my
moon
pocket
to prove
Get
it
that?
doesn't exist.
Just you demonstrating you went to the moon. Do we got ISS footage of everybody going from
Well,
Earth to the
maybe
moon live and back?
some other flat earthers would like to participate, Dem.
Well, maybe some Glovers got some live footage from the moon to the Earth and to the Earth to the moon and back.
I know. I was just wondering, D-Mock, maybe another flat earther would rather not have you represent them.
I guess there's no point for the ISS to even fucking exist when you guys don't even use it for nothing. Just saying it's there. Oh, our fucking outhouse is really awesome. Our piss station does nothing.
Any other flat earthers want to answer?
So what I hear so far is that there no flat earthers think that you can get to the moon, and that's
What's the
weird
moon?
because
You
it's
didn't go there
inside.
yet to take us to prove we're safe. We're not going to go any fucking where with you or anybody else in no black holes, into any abysses, or any fucking made up fucking space rides when you haven't done it yet. So you get there, send us the fucking film, and then when you come back and we can film you come back live, we'll all watch because the moon ain't moving no time soon.
All right. Yeah, and it's only 32 miles away.
We're gonna
Come
zoom
on,
in
guys.
and watch you go and hit it and come back.
That's not very far at all.
Boy, don't make no excuses.
We should be
The
able
moon,
to get there.
guess what? The moon is closer to me than Portugal.
Stop making excuses for something you haven't been
I'm
to,
not been to
weirdo.
Portugal.
Take the tape measure with you too. That way you can prove where it's really at, how far.
Hey, Mark, what do you think the moon is?
Your imagination.
So you imagine seeing the moon every night?
No, you do. I said your imagination.
How do you know what I imagine?
Because you're the one that keeps saying what the moon is and asking about what it is when you don't have any moon rocks. So clearly you are imagining everything about a moon.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. What's the moon mean?
Okay, if you don't know what the moon is, then I guess you can't.
Is it a ball of gas?
I
guess you can't answer the question then.
Is there an alien?
Yeah, you can't really participate. You can't really participate if you don't know what a moon is. Yeah, if you don't know what it is, you can't really participate.
I thought you guys went there, so we can't participate now.
You don't know what it
you guys
is.
don't want to prove what you got. Secret fucking moon technology dirt.
No, you don't know what it is.
Can I ask a favor? Can I ask a favor? Hey, D-Mock, put your teeth in, man.
That's my line.
We can't deal with
already.
you lisping your way through it, through
They're
a
already
conversation.
in your forehead.
Put your teeth in.
They're in your forehead. Dig them out. Now what we're going to do is
God,
look for
are you
moon
fucking
rock.
ignorant?
No, head butter toother.
Yeah, you are. You're ignorant. No one likes you, D-Mock. No one likes you.
You got false teeth in your forehead.
Hey,
no one likes
say that.
Bubblegum.
Don't say that to people.
Go chew some bubble gum with your false teeth in your forehead.
Hey,
Let's listen to
D-Mock?
Moon Rocks.
No, let's stop
D-Mock?
all the insults. How about that?
Hey, Taylor.
Hey, D-Mock, can you do your New Englander accent? I
Let's
haven't
not
heard that.
address D-Mock, guys. Brendan
Yeah.
wants to ask Taylor a question. You
But no,
heard
I
her
was just-
obviously ask.
I just no, but I probably won't get to ask it anyway. But I'm curious: is Taylor still a globe earther?
Taylor who?
What? That's her name, right?
There's no globe earther Taylor here. There never was.
She's a globe earther, right?
I want to hear I want to hear D-Mock's New England accent here.
Brenda, is your tongue pressed to your...
anything, mate?
Keep going. That's good. I love it.
Brenda probably doesn't got any moon rocks. Doesn't know what to do with them. She's gonna put them somewhere funny, eh?
What was that?
Don't give Brenda moon rocks because
That
Brenda
was Australia.
Brenda will put moon rocks where you don't want her to.
Brenda, do you think there's
What
more
accent is
evidence for
that?
flat Earth or Christianity?
I'm sorry, what?
If you don't mind, just curious, do you think there's more evidence for flat Earth or Christianity?
There's more evidence for Christianity.
What about the globe or?
There's actually more evidence for Santa than the flat Earth.
There's more. No, I was getting ready to say there's more evidence for Santa Claus than the globe because we have pictures of him everywhere. Right? That's your evidence, right?
Put your teeth in,
predict
damn.
on December 25th he'll be at a mall again
December-
somewhere.
December
Stop! I'm predicting
25th.
stuff.
Is there any evidence for Dem's false teeth? Is there any evidence for Dem's dentures?
Demons.
I'm predicting
Brenda,
Santa Claus will be
Brenda,
at a
stop
mall.
repeating yourself.
I didn't repeat
So
myself.
I made a prediction, and we're going to all see on the December 25th if that
See?
prediction comes true.
Prediction.
Santa Claus
See?
is real, and the
Santa
globe
Claus?
is not. Yes, Santa Claus.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, go tell the kids across the
Satan.
street Santa Claus ain't real.
You
Go
can
out
just
in your
switch the
neighborhood,
letters
tell
around
all
and it
the
spells
kids.
Satan.
Yep.
Just go spell Santa Claus ain't real at the
It
local
spells Satan
store and tell all
Claus.
the kids.
Santa Claus is
Tell all the
evil.
parents and kids Santa Claus ain't real and the globe is.
Say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious without lisping,
Hey, why
D-Mock.
does
I
Santa
dare you.
Claus got 100% provable fucking ability and a physicality where you can go sit on his lap, but a globe doesn't, and you can't touch one?
We need a word with a lot of T's and D's in it
Hey,
to get
D-Mock,
him,
I don't-
because he can't say those.
I don't sit on men's lap. Do you? I don't sit on a man's lap. Do you? You sound like you
Don't
do.
sit on an earth curve. Something
All right,
Should they
I just
remove
wanna
the word
drive
flat from the
D-Mock up the
dictionary?
road.
Let's sit on an earth curve and take a picture. Take a selfie of you on the earth curve. What would that look like?
Shit on an earth curve? What?
You sitting on an earth curve. Stop talking with
Yeah,
dog
it's
food
called
in your
sitting on
mouth.
the ground. It's called sitting on the ground,
Stop
moron.
talking with animals in your mouth.
Yeah, my teeth are
Weirdo.
fine, dude. You're the one who has no
You got
teeth,
gerbils
okay?
running around in your mouth.
You got
While you're
gerbils
talking.
running around in your anus.
Yeah, cool
Okay,
story. Don't
let's-
take my joke.
Let's move on, please.
All right,
Yeah,
enough of this,
let's
guys.
move on.
Enough of this. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's have Taylor ask, are you still a Glober, Taylor?
Brenda, let me ask you, were you born a Glober?
They can't answer.
Nobody is.
Oh, well,
You
I'm not
weren't?
going to ask what you were born next out of respect for the room.
Brenda was born knowing it was the globe. Brenda knew it was the globe.
Nobody is born a Glober.
Yeah,
Nobody
you
thinks
were.
that.
Because that's what they programmed you as. And you've been
When
that
you
ever
were
since
born?
programmed.
Programmed?
Yeah, you don't know what original thought
Programmed?
is.
Not
programmed.
Yes, programmed. Programmed in
D-Mock.
school. Kindergarten.
The only people
I'm not programmed.
the only
I graduated
the
high
only
school.
Yes, you are,
The
you
o-
biased program motherfuckers with no
the
balls.
only people who think that education is
repeat yourself.
programming and indoctrination are the people who never got an
You're
education.
programmed. to
And you
believe
never
the
got an
false
education,
physical
T-Mock.
is a Newtonian.
Therefore, you
You're a
think that
Newtonian
education
priest.
is indoctrination.
No, you're a Newtonian Einstein priest without any balls doing any of that shit. No vacuum.
D-Mock.
Why do you
D-Mock,
keep saying my name?
Hey, D-Mock, do you know how to change a battery on your car?
He doesn't know how to change a battery in his flashlight.
Go in a vacuum and let's see you
I mean,
do it.
I'm just trying to ask the most simple
I'm
thing.
trying to see if you
I
can
work
take
in the
a chair and a
automotive
vacuum with
business,
you and
and
surround yourself with
a lot of
air
people
and
don't know what
vacuum.
kind of car they drive, let alone
What
Show
kind
me
of
know how to
air
install a light
meters
bulb.
do you have for sale?
Show me a bucket of battery.
Put some air
Show me a
around your
bucket of
forehead
battery.
only. Can I put some
D-Mock.
air around your forehead without a container? Just
Show me a
around your
bucket of
forehead.
container.
D-Mock, if we could
In a
program people.
vacuum. Can I
D-Mock,
drop
God,
you in
what
a
an
vacuum
idiot.
My
chamber and
skull.
only put air around your forehead with no material,
What
only
a
gravity?
moron.
D-Mock, I'd like to actually ask a question. If
Or is
education
there
can
gravity
program
anywhere?
people, D-Mock, please stop
Can
interrupting
we
me.
use gravity to
D-Mock,
hold
please
gas?
stop interrupting me, D-Mock. I want to ask you a
This is
Can
question.
we find the center of
D-Mock,
gravity
D-Mock,
for a balloon?
D-Mock, please stop interrupting. I
A
want to ask you a
balloon, where's
question.
the center of
D-Mock,
gravity?
D-Mock, I want to ask a question. If we could program people with education, how was anyone ever a flat earther programmed?
It's a good question.
Because they didn't do a good enough job, I suppose. The creator anticipated.
You must
right?
you
From the
must
Christian
be
worldview.
you must be special. You must be special because you.
No,
We're not
from our
doing a
worldview.
circus. We're not doing a circus here.
I would say
D-Mock is
sound.
muted. Who wants to go next? We're not doing a circus. It's not going to happen.
I was hoping Taylor would answer my question if she's still a flat
SG.
globe earther.
How about you ask me if I can change a carburetor, alternator, battery, water pump?
Well, I
can only do it in a 1982 Honda Accord hatchback.
I don't want to interrupt Brenda's question, but Eden, just really quickly, you think that you're just too good for the programming, right?
Well, that's why from the Christian worldview, the creator anticipated that Satan would lie about pretty much everything, so he gave us a record that we could refer to. From my research,
Are there no
atheist?
Are there no atheist flat earthers?
I think there's a few that I've met. I think there's probably there's a. I don't know if you would consider an atheist someone that hates God. But
how's it possible? How's it possible to be an atheist and not and be a flat earther? How's that even possible?
Well, you use your imagination. There's how many billion people out there, right? You can't expect everybody to you have to leave room for even 1% for rare ideas. Right? There's going to be flat earthers who probably believe in aliens. Right? You got the infinite plane flat earthers, the flat earth society.
Right. So it doesn't take being a born again Christian to believe in flat Earth.
No.
So what does it take?
Let me ask you, Brenner, what was that term you used? Born again? I don't talk to other Christians and ask them if they were born again. I think that's a derogatory term you're using, Brenda.
No, it isn't.
Brenda, don't take the bait.
I don't know him.
He's trolling.
Wait, Taylor, I actually do want to hear an answer to the question. Were you ever a glober, or are you still a glober, as it's called? Wow, very lively room today.
Excuse AFK.
Do we want to answer Brenda's other question about what prevents you from getting to the moon on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I had an idea, but perhaps it's quite hazardous. Maybe just too complex. But I know the Americans are, a superpower for a reason. So
well, we've got the ISS. We've got the ISS up there. Shouldn't they run into the? Shouldn't they run next to the moon or close to it pretty soon?
Yeah, Eden, let's start simple. What do you think the moon is?
Right now, potentially a similar to a Type 2 superconductor. I'm still researching, but the Bible says it's a light, a lesser light.
Okay, you think it's a light? Do you think it's spherical or flat? Or
it's spherically displaced.
I'm open to it being spherical.
Okay. And if it were spherical, why would you think it's spherical? And if it was flat, why would you think it's flat?
Okay, there are arguments for it being flat. Why I think it would be spherical is from photographs it seems to align with
I mean, like, what would
spherical
cause
objects.
it? What would cause it to be spherical, and what would cause it to be flat? Are you just gonna say God
From the
created
Christian
it
worldview, it
spherical
would
or
be the
flat?
creator's design that way. I guess like a light bulb. We have light bulbs that we use; they're spherical, but
So
our foundation is flat.
if God could create the moon to be spherical, do you agree that it's possible that God could create the globe to be spherical?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And what would it
So,
What would it
why
seem
I
like?
would argue it for a disk really quickly is, I mean, I've seen type 2 superconductors appear as a disk, and in the 1940s, supposedly, there was a sighting in Portugal where several thousand of people, including photographers, they didn't capture it for some reason, but supposedly they say that the sun appeared to be as a disk. It came towards them, did some sort of weird movement in the sky, and then they claimed it appeared to be as a disk. So there might be some
You
sort
mean
of
Fatima?
circumstantial evidence for that.
Yeah, that was the miracle of Fatima. But
Yeah.
but how does the sun appear anything other than a disk from humans on Earth? No one would differentiate it as, oh, it suddenly appeared as a disk, because without surveillance over the course of a month or a year, we would not notice the sun's rotation differential, not with the naked eye. So nobody would say something like, "Oh, it appeared as a disk for a moment," because it
Well, have
always
you heard
appears
those?
as a
I think
disk.
great point. I think
Oh
that
my
was
gosh,
the
my
claim.
temperature sensor just worked. I'm so thankful. I found it was 2 degrees colder at about 10 feet higher up. And the humidity is also a little bit lower, so it's good.
And what would it appear to be? Like, if we expect the moon to be like spherical, what would we expect to see? Like, what would be the observations made if we moved under a spherical object compared to a flat object?
I mean, we only go ahead.
Go ahead.
That's for you.
Well, just as a preamble, it's like we only noticed the moon's libration over the course of a month and a half, and over the course of a year, we see 59% of the moon's surface, as opposed to 50%, which we should see if it was, you know, um, you know, uh, definitely tidally locked.
That's a great argumentation for that. Yeah.
And its phases pretty much align with the heliocentric system. So,
Eden,
aside from that, make what you want.
Eden, to put it more simply, just to go back to what would you expect to see if the moon wasn't like spherical, is flat. We agree that like basketball hoops make a circle, and as you move under basketball hoops, it changes shape, right?
Yeah, I'll take your word on it. It's been a while. I haven't done that this year, but yeah, it makes sense.
And we agree that like the court, like a basketball court, is a flat surface. So we agree that if you move along a flat surface and look at something else that isn't 3D, that it's flat, it would start to deform. The shape wouldn't stay constant as you move across that flat surface.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So we agree that we can make determinations by looking at the shape and how they change relative to us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if we expected the globe, the thing we're standing on, to be flat or to be spherical, there would be different observations there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you give me one of those different observations I would see if we moved across between a flat surface or a surface that was spherical? What would one of those observations be?
Maybe let's say the distance between point A and point B, one on a spherical object and one on a flat plane, and then see if the distances are in alignment. Because potentially on a sphere, right, it would be a greater distance on the Great Circle route.
Well, when I meant observations, I mean like we can look at something, and as we change where we're looking at it from, we start to notice different things. So, like if you were to look up and you have a ceiling, right, and you're standing in your flat room, as you start to move around the room, you'll see the point at the center of that ceiling as long as you're facing, right, no matter where you are, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm visualizing that, yeah.
Yeah, like if you have a light in the center of your room, as long as you're facing a light, no matter where you stand in the flat surface of your room, you'll be able to see the light, right?
Okay. Yep.
And that's because as you move across a flat surface, there's nothing obstructing your observations of things above you, because they're just above you.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this, right? So why don't we see the sun when it's on the other side of the flat Earth?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just agreeing that
Okay.
we can make determinations about the shape of the thing we're standing on based on
Oh, I see.
observations.
Oh, wait. You okay? Yeah, potentially.
Well,
I mean,
you
Not
agree
to
since
with the
say
body.
basketball?
hold on, not to say your point wasn't a good one. Why can't we see the sun on the other side of the earth on a flat one?
We just have to agree, though, that these observations can make determinations about the thing you're standing on, right? You agree with that, even? Then you can answer his question.
Yeah, I believe it's logical that
Okay.
one can probably draw a strong conclusion.
Okay.
Maybe with high confidence.
Yeah. And like when
But
you mean
I
high
don't think it would be
confidence,
complete confidence, personally. That's just
okay,
my opinion.
when you say not complete confidence or when you say high confidence, it's almost the exact same amount of confidence as your car will be in your drive when you park it there, right? Like it's almost certain.
Well, no, I was thinking more about in the details. I would want to look at the details. What sort of formulas are being used? What sort of assumptions, notions are being presumed, etc.
We can go over it. So I'm 99% certain when there's the thing above you and you're moving across a flat plane, there's no reason you won't be able to above you because there's nothing obstructing your view. That's how sight works. So I have as much confidence in that as I do when I park my car in my drive. I expect it to be there when I get back. I have equal levels of confidence in those two. Now, of course, there could be someone that took my car, but that's almost so unlikely that I would never consider that the fact, right? I would think I would say it's more likely someone took my car than I would not be able to see something above me if I'm on a flat plane. Can we agree with that?
I suppose, yeah. Like if you're referring to stars.
No, I'm just referring to things above me on a flat plane, that they will always be in my line of vision.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, and we agreed that the level of confidence I could have in that statement would be on par or even stronger than me expecting my car to be in my driveway when I park it there for a day, right?
I suppose, but yeah, I mean, this is seemingly like. Do you want to get to where we're going? Because
I
it
just want to
seems
see
like
if
there's a
you
lot of questions
agree.
here.
I know, because I want to see where you stand on confidence levels, the determinations we can make from right. I can make a determination from an observation. I left my car there. I have cameras. I didn't see anyone take my car. I can expect it to be there when I walk out of my driveway after seeing it in my video cameras, right?
Yes, but let's focus on the Earth. So when we're talking about making measurements, observations, I'm specifically referring to what sort of assumptions are being,
Yeah, I
indulged,
agree.
so to speak.
So yeah,
So
I want to
that would
see.
be more technical rather than just a car statement, confidence level.
I know, but I want to see how confident you are in observations. Like if you think that we can't be confident on the observations we make, then there's like this is why you
No,
can't
I could.
synopsis. Yeah.
No,
So
what I'm saying is I would have greater confidence once I look at exactly what are the factors in these formulas.
okay, so I was saying the confidence level for seeing something above your head on a flat plane should be 100%, right? Nearly 100%.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think.
So we agree that unless there's something obstructing your view on a flat plane, which it wouldn't be if it's overhead, you should always be able to see it.
If it remains there, right? Unless it's traveling
Yeah.
off into the distance, like the sun.
No, if it's traveling off in the distance, there's no reason you would be able to see it. What would be obstructing your view of it?
Okay, let's say in the flat Earth biblical model with a firmament. I don't know the height right now, but let's say the stars are in that firmament. The sun is much below. So I suppose it would be similar to a lamp post that would eventually converge down to the horizon.
You didn't answer my question. What would stop you from seeing a thing if you're on a flat plane that's above your head and you walk? What would stop you from seeing it?
I guess conditions of the atmosphere.
If there's nothing there, what would stop you from seeing it?
potentially the limits of angular resolution, supposedly. Let's say this is a flat circular plane with, let's say, a diameter of, I don't know, 7,000 miles. That's quite a distance. I don't think our eyes and our angular resolution of our eyes can resolve that sort of distance.
Eden, do you think the sun or the stars are closer to us?
The sun.
Okay, so we agree that we can see the stars even though they're further.
Yes.
And there's still an atmosphere there, right? At night there's still an atmosphere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can still see
And there's
stars at the
clouds,
horizon, and we can still see stars at the horizon, even though that there's even more atmosphere there, technically speaking, and there would still be an angle. There would be a different angle of observation, right?
Yeah. I
So
think
we
as
agree
low as
that.
what, 0.2 degrees or 2 degrees?
So we agree that neither the atmosphere or the angle it's being observed at would prevent us from seeing these things, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And when things are brighter and larger, they're easier. That's literally what brighter and larger is, right? We agree with that?
I guess it could be smaller and brighter.
Yeah, but if we
Could
agree
you
that
agree with
something
that?
is brighter and larger, it's easier to see, just as a blank statement, right?
Just yes, and just as something smaller and much brighter could also be a fair, true statement.
Okay, and do you think that which larger, the sun or the stars at night?
I don't know, but it seems logically from the biblical model that Dr. Michael Heiser presented.
But what about observation?
Yeah, I think the sun appears to be larger.
Does it appear to be brighter as well?
I suppose, yeah. It's
Like, you would
bright.
think the reason we can't see the stars during the day is because there's a brighter thing there. It's like flashing a spotlight in your eyes and asking to like look at a lightning bug spotlight next to the spotlight, right? The reason we can't see the lightning bug is because there's something very bright right.
Okay, yes. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the idea of the sun being some sort of, if it's not a type 2 superconductor or some sort of other sort of object. There's some people that say that the sun interacts with the xenon in the sky, making it appear blue. I'm still looking into this. So, I mean, there's other explanations of the sun that I'm still exploring.
Since you agree that we should draw confident conclusions about the shape of the thing we're standing on based on observations made above our head, and since we agree that it can neither be it can't be refraction angles. Yeah, that's what we agree that stars, suns, a basketball hoop, a light in your room are all above your head, right?
Oh, yeah, but I wouldn't be 100% certain of the observations above me to determine what I'm standing on. That would be like you asking me to draw you, but look at the opposite direction.
Well, you agreed to that
I mean,
already.
I can look at the shadows, but it'll be vague.
Eden, you already agreed to that because you said you could be confident that you're standing on a flat plane if you can make an observation of a thing above you. That's why it works
So
that's why it works on a basketball court and a room. Yeah, but it's just about as confident as a car being in your driveway if you park it there, right? It's about the same level of confidence.
No, I don't know that kind of analogy. I would just give it maybe like a value. Like if it was 0 to 100.
I won't ask it as an analogy.
I don't know, maybe 50.
What do you think you should have? I won't ask it as an analogy.
I don't know. I haven't really quantitated.
Yeah,
I'd have to sit down and think about it.
I would ask it as an analogy then. What do you think you should have more confidence? The thing above your head always being able to be seen if you're on a flat plane, or your car being in your driveway there? Like, what should you have more confidence? Because they're both observations, right?
I guess the sky. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you should be more confident in the fact that you're standing on a flat plane if you can constantly see things above your heads, because there's less reason to doubt that than your car being there, because these are a possibility, it rolling away is a possibility. You should have more confidence in that observation, right? Because there's less confounding factors.
Okay, you've asked me about 21 questions. I'd like to ask you one question.
Well, we're almost done.
Hold on. No. Hold on. On a scale because I want to see where this is going. On a scale of 0 to 100, how much confidence would you have with this line of reasoning?
Eden, if you don't want to answer any more questions, I completely understand. But I
Yeah,
also
I want to
understand why you
pause
don't.
right now and ask
Okay.
you a question, because I've given you a lot of time here, and
Okay.
and we can continue on with
I
this,
agree.
just so I know where you value this. On a scale of 1 to 10 or 0 to 100, how much confidence would this observation and that line of reasoning that you're presenting can make for you? Sorry, if you don't mind me asking. Thank you.
I won't tell you until you finish my questions.
Okay, well,
It'll be
I'm not
proof.
going to engage with you any longer if you don't want to indulge me that one question after giving you more than, I don't know, 5 minutes. I mean, I don't mind asking questions, but
Answer questions.
I'm going to have
Yeah,
a drink, have some
I'll give you
tea.
the answer if you answer mine. If you
Yeah,
finish
go for
answering
it.
mine.
Go. You can run us through you can, how about this? You try and steal my position while I have some tea, and then I'll agree with you or I'll disagree.
No,
Maybe
I just want
someone
to
can
ask a few
jump
more
in.
questions. That's all I wanted.
Okay, let's go for it.
Yeah. So you'll answer the questions then, right?
Yes, and I hope you'll do me the same when you're done, like you said you would.
Yeah. So are you confident in the observations that you make above your head that stars are there?
Yes.
Are you confident that you can't always see the sun?
Yes.
Okay, then are you confident that the fact that you're able to see something on a flat plane, if it's moving away from you, or if it's observations due to, or changes in observations due to distance or location, or you said atmospheric conditions, cannot be the case for where we live, right? You're confident that can't be the case. Because of, you can still see the
My
stars.
apologies. Can you please repeat that one more time? I think you said everything clearly. It's just on my volume's
So
really
on a
low.
flat plane, you said some things that could stop you from seeing something above your head could be atmospheric conditions or the angle of observation. But you also have to be confident that that can't be the case for the sun, because you still see the sun when it's near the horizon until sunset, and you can still see the stars even though they're further away and at an equal angle.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying. But I think potentially in the biblical model, to me, it just makes sense. I can understand if it doesn't make sense to you.
That's not what I'm asking you. I was
No,
asking if you're
I'm just saying, I
confident.
think with the sun, it makes logical sense that it would be able to traverse off into the distance where I can't see it. But the stars, I can still see. I get what you're saying, that the sun would be potentially closer. But let's say if the sun is now 6,000 miles away, right?
I didn't say that.
And
You
the
said
stars are, let's say, only 500 miles away. Then the stars would be closer than the sun.
Yeah, but you said the stars are further away than the sun. You said that yourself.
But yeah, but I'm saying, let's say if the sun is, let's say the diameter of the Earth is 7,000 miles. So let's say now the sun is moved on the circuit, just indulge me on a flat plane with a circuit of the sun, and it's now 2,000 miles away. Now that's further than the stars potentially.
But you don't believe that because you said you think the stars are further away than the sun.
Yeah, but in a biblical flat Earth, let's say at the firmament, let's just say the firmament is 1,000 miles up at the North Pole. So the stars around there are maybe 1,000 plus miles, but the sun is now 2,000, 3,000 miles away. That means the sun is further than the stars are.
Yeah, but you didn't say that. You said the stars are further than the sun.
Well, let's say the sun is at your zenith. You're at the subsolar point, directly under the sun. That point, yes, the sun is closer. But now, as it continues on its circuit, I think maybe close to 500 miles an hour, maybe to 1,000 miles an hour. They say the Earth is rotating at the equator 1,000 miles an hour. I think potentially, if they're reversing everything, it's the sun traversing away in the distance. Then the stars above would be potentially closer. That's what I'm just trying to find out.
You could still see some stars.
I'm sorry, where the stars now embedded in the dome?
Wait, hold on.
Potentially, I think that the planets. I'm not 100% certain. I'm still looking, but
Eden, you still agree that the stars would be further away than the sun because as the sun sets, you agree that there are stars that are where the that. So those stars that you can still see are still further away from the sun. Unless you want to make the
the
argument
horizon.
unless you want to make the argument that the sun moves out of the firmament to get further away than the stars that you see at the horizon. So even then, it still doesn't work for you.
I see what you're saying. That's something I'll have to look into. Yeah, but that's a great point. Thank you.
He just spanked
So
you.
Hold on, really quick.
So bad. Thanks, Tuakna. I'm now a flat earther. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm no longer a flat earther. I'm now a globe earther. Thank you, Tuakna. May God bless your soul.
Okay.
No,
so
no. Thanks. I got your question. Now, can you please answer my question?
Oh, I'm not done yet. So there's a very few left.
How many
You're
more? Can you
confident.
please tell
It's
me?
like
This is like
at
more
max,
than 21 questions.
It's like max 5.
Okay.
So you're confident that the things stopping the sun from getting to your eyes, from you seeing the sun, can't be what you thought they were, angles and atmosphere, right? You're confident that can't be the.
No, I'm still somewhat confident that that would be the case.
So you just disagree with yourself?
Wait, no. I'm saying I get what you're saying about, let's say, if the sun is traveling into the horizon, right? But now there's a star there, right? I'll have to see an example where we can see the star where the sun is as it's traversing. But I get your point. But
that doesn't answer my question. You either have to disagree with yourself, or you're confident that the sun isn't disappearing for the reasons you.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah. I'll have to reformulate my opinion. Thank you for your line of questioning. What's the next question?
What are you going to reformulate your opinion on?
On what you propose. What's your next question?
Wait, what? Okay. No, if you don't want to engage with that.
Okay, now can you answer my question with this line of reasoning?
Sure.
How confident are you? Would you rate this 100%?
Oh, 0. I think you're delusional. I was just curious if you'd engage.
No, I think you're pretty delusional, but you're living in a false reality, and it's okay. Like, but I'm not gonna insult you with it, because insulting someone with a delusion, I don't think that's the proper way to go.
Wait, I wasn't
in fact,
insulting
when you point a finger at me, actually, I could be right, and you could be. When you point a finger, you have 3 pointing right back. So maybe you're 3 times more delusional, right? Because you're just believing nonsense, and you're doing what the state wants you to do. Go out and do the cult-like behavior, and try to intimidate, try to maybe
deep breath.
assert some sort of way to maybe get other people who are more sensitive to not even look into it.
Eden,
I mean, I
You're doing good, Eden. You had some intellectual
I don't
honesty
waste your
there.
time
Calm down.
or anyone else's time.
Eden.
Now,
to be
okay, hold
clear,
on. Are you going to be a liar? Are you going to answer the question? Yes or no? I asked you a question.
Bro.
I think you did answer, right? Maybe 0?
I said 0. I think,
okay, thank you. Now, listen, I'm
answer.
done talking with you. I think, in fact, you're more delusional, and from a biblical point of view, it says you might even be under satanic mind control. I want you to consider that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What am I considering? That I'm a demon?
No, I don't think you're a demon at all. I think people
You're being mind controlled by Satan, he said.
That's what I consider. What does that mean?
Dude, this conversation, I'm pretty confident this conversation is pretty much going nowhere. So
I entertain these questions. Thank you.
Akna, let the demons out, brother. Keep talking.
I've been called a demon many times. I've considered changing my name to Tuakna the Demon.
Wait, couldn't we get some Marty doing some impressions again? That would be awesome. That was great.
No Tinks literally thinks I'm a demon, like in actuality. Kind of funny.
Tuakna, are you now, or have you ever been addicted to any illicit drugs or drink alcohol to excess?
No, I can't drink alcohol. Well, first off, legally I can't. I'm too young. But I can't drink it.
He's not even an adult.
I'm 19.
Wait, you said legally you can't drink alcohol?
I'm 19, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
So you've never had it because you're 19?
No, I said, well, I mean, I should say yes because it's being recorded. But, like, I legally, well, like, I'm too young, but also even in concept, I have things that makes it, like, very risky for me to have it, so just don't.
It's his meds, folks. I'm not on any meds. I've never had one beer, not one.
Yeah. How's the Diet Coke, Mr. President?
The Diet Coke. I am a Diet Coke. They have me. It's cannibalism when I drink Diet Coke because I am 99.9% Diet Coke.
Literally sounds like something Trump would actually say.
Golfing?
Mr. President, have you been golfing?
Eden, should we pray for Tuakna tonight? I'm going to pray for this guy, and hopefully he can release the whatever's inside him.
Wait, why do you pray out loud? You know God can hear your silent prayers, right? There's no need that you need to pray out loud.
Bro, I don't pray out loud. I meditate out loud with other people, bro. Tuakna, you are a child crushing up and snorting your prescribed methamphetamines. Get the fuck off the internet.
It's kind of weird to talk to a child like that, gotta be honest.
Have you ever smoked cannabis, Tuakna?
Kind of weird you're asking a child questions like that, gotta be honest. Do you often ask kids those kinds of questions?
We're the first and last pair of vagina lips to touch your face, your mother's, Tuakna.
Again, another weird question to be asking a kid.
Yes or no, please?
Eden, did I hurt your feelings, Eden?
No.
Oh, so
I just
why do you think it was
remember.
an insult? Because you said I insulted you.
Well, I mean, you can attempt to insult me. I don't take an offense. I expect this sort of behavior from your side. I mean,
well, I didn't attempt to insult you. That's why I said I don't think it was an insult, and you don't
it's
feel
okay.
insulted.
That's the thing about it, right? You don't even know what you're doing. You're so young.
Guys, why does there have to be sides? There's no sides, okay?
And you're just doing what you've been programmed to do. I don't take it personal. I know what I'm dealing with. This is not a battle of the flesh. This is a battle of the spirit. But you did mention you're not an atheist, right? So now you believe in God. Do you still believe in a creator, or are you still searching?
No. When I said I'm not an atheist, I'm an atheist. I don't know what it means. There's no coherent definition of God.
Tuakna, what's your God? Because you don't have
no coherent definition.
You have something as a God.
He's saying there's no coherent definition of God, so he doesn't have one.
Yeah, so Eden, again, I'm not an atheist because it's not that I lack a belief in. I just say there's no coherent definition. I don't know what it means to believe in a thing I don't understand. Like, how do you believe in a thing you don't understand?
You keep cutting out.
Are you trying to understand, or have you given up?
No, I'm telling you, I don't understand. I don't know what the try is there.
Just like a child doesn't understand maybe trigonometry right away. Are you trying to understand?
Am I trying to understand a definition of God?
Are you trying to understand anything about this creator that you might be considering?
Is there a definition for it that you can give? Do you have a definition that you could give me?
Not at the moment. I want to see if have you given up?
If someone gives me a definition, I'll try to.
He's asking, what does trying to understand mean?
Yeah, like if you give a definition, I inherently, by just knowing the words you're saying, have to try to make them make sense. That's what hearing someone speak is.
At your age, why don't you use your imagination right now and come up with one?
There's a lot of definitions of gods that work, but it's just never ones that like people that are religious think that work, right? So like I have no issue with the pantheist definition of God, which is God is nature, God is the universe, right? But when
every Christian has like its own definition.
Exactly, that's the issue. So when people will you like Eden, you feel the exact same way with me, like as me. If I told you Zeus is, well, that doesn't make coherent sense to you, right? It just doesn't match what you see in the world. It doesn't make sense internally. It doesn't make sense externally. That's the exact same way I feel about the Christian God.
There's justification, not just a vague statement like I'm giving up because I can't formulate one now or in the past. What about the future and right now, the present? Are you willing to? What about right now? Why don't you create one that you can consider? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'm God. That's the definition that works for me. Me, who I am God.
So you made in your opinion, do you think you made the universe?
There's no part of God that, by my definition,
is the universe.
That's like You don't understand. If you want to define, if you're asking me to make a definition, there's lots of definitions of the word God that can work perfectly fine. You just don't agree with them, which is
no.
totally
I'm just
okay.
asking more about your. Okay, let's hold on. Are you just making this up right now, or are you just?
No,
I think you just made this up, right?
You asked me to use my imagination, and I use my imagination. It's literally what you have to do.
Okay, let's go. Maybe do you want to engage in this a little bit, or do you want to not?
He's engaging with you right now. What are you talking
I know.
about?
I just want to make sure because I don't want to push him away. So thank
But
you.
see, he told you your
why
question is
don't-
nonsense to
can-
begin
why
with
don't
because he
we-
doesn't believe in the concept of
Why don't
God.
you try to come up with the? No, is that the most? Is that the most authentic? One that you think matches, or you just is this
Matches
just
what?
something that you're trying to
Eden,
do because like how serious are you trying to be with this creator idea?
Hey, you want him to use his imagination. How serious were you?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think I'm being just as serious as I think you guys are being.
Okay,
That's
no,
the whole point.
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. But
I really do think so.
let's try this again, maybe.
Okay.
You live in you live on the globe, right? In your mind, right? So
no,
in reality too.
Yeah.
Do you think a creator created the globe?
I don't know what you mean by creator in that sense. I don't think that these things were created. When I think of creator, I think of a thing I know to be. Or like, so by saying, do you think a creator? I don't.
Wait.
What does it mean? What does it? Hold on, Eden. What does it mean to create the Earth or the universe? What does that mean?
Okay, never mind. You said you said something a moment ago. Right? Can you expand on that?
So like buildings, I know to be created because I see them be created, and there's no natural. There's no natural. Right? Like it just doesn't work out that way. Buildings, by definitions, are things that are built.
But you never seen a world built.
Okay, so do you
so therefore, why would you think there would be?
So
exactly,
explain what the Earth, if you don't mind me asking. Did the creator that you're trying to learn more about, perhaps?
I don't know what that means.
Okay.
You just saying the creator means nothing to me. Like it's literally if I told you I believe that beavers made buildings because I've seen beavers make dams.
Okay,
yes,
I'm not
I
going to put words
understand.
in your mouth.
Hold on. I understand hypothetically what it would mean for someone to create it because I imagine like creating a Lego world, but that doesn't make sense when you bring it up to the scale of the universe. Just like it doesn't make sense for beavers to go up to the scale of a building.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna, instead of me putting anything in your mind, I want you to explain maybe the ultimate creator. Can you come up with maybe another idea of a creator other than the one you mentioned a moment ago?
I can think of a lot of creators.
What do you think is
Da Vinci? Da Vinci was a creator. He created
people,
brilliant
that people
art.
would also agree with you?
I'm a creator. I do art. I build things. Those are creators.
See, Eden, the problem is when you're saying creator, you, in your mind, that is the God of Abraham. That is your definition.
No,
okay?
No, I'm leaving it
because
open
you're
to
saying
him.
creator. You're saying creator with a big C, and everybody can tell.
Yes, I believe in an ultimate creator that created this realm, this flat Earth. Yeah,
I do too. I believe in God. No, it's not flat. I believe that God is the answer to why and not how. It's a pretty simple thing.
Yeah. So let's go back to Akne though. So you don't think there's any other gods?
Talking to me about this though, huh? Yeah. Can't talk to another Christian.
Akne and I were engaged. I mean, I want to see where Akne wants to go. Like, and I'm glad you believe in a creator. I mean, it makes a lot of logical sense to think there's a creator. So that's amazing. I totally get I'm with you there. But Akne, so you don't think other than yourself, what about any other creators?
There are a lot of creators. A lot of people create things. They are creators.
Okay, is a creator synonymous with God, in your opinion?
No, because God doesn't have a definition for me. To ask if an incoherent word is synonymous with a coherent word makes no sense. It's like asking. It's like if I asked you, is computer synonymous with blah blah?
Okay, so let's say you're creating a dictionary. Someone's asking you about God. What would your response say? I don't have a coherent understanding of what God is. I guess that's your take.
I would say I don't have a coherent understanding of what you think.
What about
what you think
what
it
about
is.
no,
Yeah.
stop projecting. I'm asking you, like,
What?
someone's
How's that
asking you about a
projecting?
definition. What are you gonna say to them?
I would say there's a lot of definitions of God that can be used, and I just don't use any. I don't refer to God in my daily life. Like one would, other than these conversations, when would I use God personally? When would I do that?
Some people throughout the day.
Like
Just
if
for
I
your
were to be
thing.
really generous to this conversation, because I think the only times I would use a turn of phrase if I were to say
Okay,
thank
you
God.
keep cutting. I don't know if you want to check your Wi-Fi or something.
It's my headphones. They're shitty headphones.
It's okay.
Oh.
Some people have turned to God when they're in a precarious
Yeah, actually, I
situation
can switch
where
them
they
out.
feel like their
Give
life
me a
is
sec.
on the line. So
Some
some people
people go to
turn
their
to
family
God in
and
that
friends.
case,
Some
even
people go
maybe
to their
atheists.
family and friends.
There's an old phrase that says there are no atheists in foxholes. Foxhole related to warfare, being on the front line. But okay, so
That's most certainly not true because there are people who fought before they knew what God was.
Yeah,
So
great
that's
point.
just
Yeah. So do you think you can ever? I mean, hold on. Are you still trying to create a coherent definition of a God in your own opinion? Or
no,
have
because
you?
I don't use the term God, so I don't need to create a coherent definition for a word that I don't. Again, it's like if I asked you, can you create a coherent definition for yes or no? You don't use that term, so you don't have to create a coherent definition for it.
Okay,
Dude,
the only
what he's
reason I
saying
ask
it,
is this.
what he's saying is he's just not into you.
Yeah, it seems no. Yeah. I'm just wondering because there's
He
a lot
does
of
not
people.
have to. He does not have to define God. It means nothing. It means nothing to me. I've heard of lots of gods, and dude, it's kind of a buyer's market right now. You're the one doing the selling, so get with it.
Okay, what about you, Astro? So you don't believe in God, if you don't mind me asking?
Never have.
Okay.
And there was no need to add it to reality.
Can I ask Astro a question? Astro, do you believe in getting proper sleep?
Yeah.
Never.
You sound a bit sleepy. You should maybe get some rest.
No, that's up to you, but I'm still awake.
Okay. Well, I mean, some people say that atheists and agnostics are like the flat Earth of society, like 10%.
Well, I don't care what some people say. Tell me what you can show me.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, Eden, are we done with our conversation?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for
Okay.
your time, man.
There's no defeat for the
And all
atheists.
the best. All the best with your schooling. Still, hope you make the top of the class. You seem pretty capable of remembering and
No, you
reiterating.
spent your time trying to talk him into defining what you wanted to talk him into. Come on, dude.
No, I was just asking questions. He asked me a lot of questions, so. But I think who else was there? There was another guy here earlier who wanted to talk about God, but looks like he left. Oh no, he's still here.
I would
Join
say
your
some
side.
people would define God as like a sentient first cause, whereas the agnostic atheist might define the mechanisms of the universe as is, without any sentience or awareness of itself.
Yes, well, even with a god, you'd need to define the mechanisms by which it operates.
Well, no, they just got it the gaps it, which they always do anyway. So technically,
I mean,
they
if
don't.
God,
But
if
it'd be
God
obvious.
dipped his hand into our universe to manipulate it, it would be dripping with physics. Show me some of that.
Ooh, true.
Oblate.
Yeah,
Oblate, if you don't mind me asking, do you believe in a creator?
that the current physics available are the instructions that God gave to the universe. So if the theologian says, let there be light, that is like energy becoming material. So the mechanism is the
Holy
instruction.
Texas sharpshooter. That's crazy. I've never heard. That's an insane. That's like, I think the only time I've heard something that crazy is when like Nate or who's the NASA dude?
Very deep. How about letting some other people get in instead of you answering every question, bro? about that.
First, it's an open forum. I know you don't like me, see Montreal, but it's an open forum.
It's not. I have nothing personal against you. You are a little bratty
I'm not
teenager.
surprised
That is obvious, but just I would do that for everybody. You don't have to answer every question, okay, Akna? Let somebody else get in. Thanks, man.
Yeah, like I'm not surprised that he's heard it before. It's a common response, and he calls it Texas sharpshooter. Not exactly why he needs to straw man it that way. It's not necessarily what I believe, but that's how I have had it explained to me. And like the existence of God is very interesting for a small being on a small planet. You know, that's like, what is the relationship of a cancer to the human? Like, the scales are incomprehensible, and like the abilities I have would be insignificant to the powers or capabilities of that God. And my capabilities to recognize like how things are operated, how they're instructed is like, I wouldn't even know how to make a large hadron collider or anything that says, "Oh, there's God. Finally detected him."
Wait, so how do you know that? How do you know that modern day physics explanation and the explanation of what God did is incomprehensible? How do you have both of those things at once? Anyone want to answer that question?
Why don't you let somebody else talk, bro? Like,
I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
If Oblate, if you think it's incomprehensible,
What do you mean by what I said? I heard you say something, and I've interpreted it this way, and I can say whether that matches my intent versus your interpretation.
Thank you, Oblate. Oblate, if you don't mind me asking, are you atheist, agnostic, or do you have a faith at the moment?
I've had a faith for about 25 years, but who that faith is towards has been a bit vague. I thought it was a particular god, but when I read stories in certain holy books, the interaction between the people and the god is more interactive, and I'm not having that personal interaction. So I feel if a real god is really interested in relationship, there would be a bit more direct conversation, either in private or public.
That is true. I feel like God,
Thank
if
you,
God's like
Oblate.
all powerful, he would have time in the day to
appreciate
talk to
that.
everybody.
I mean, in the Old Testament and somewhere in the New Testament, he was ubiquitous along the landscape. Suddenly, cameras are everywhere. He's a little page shy. Like he's only bold in the pages of a book.
Well, in the Old Testament, he was invisible, and he still is in today's realm. I mean, today's time.
Why doesn't he talk to people
The
anymore?
reason why he's invisible
In the
is
Old
probably
Testament, he was quite visible. He was enormous. In fact, he was either a pillar of fire or a pillar of smoke,
or burning bush.
And then he walked in the courtyard with Adam and Eve. Walked footfalls. You know, the man had feet.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was referring to the time of Jeremiah, if I'm not mistaken. That's when he entered him. Kind of like you've maybe heard of demonic possession. I guess this is the opposite, where God entered and used Jeremiah to speak to the king. So the reason why some people think he's invisible, probably for obvious reasons, like how would you want him to appear? What nationality? Do you want him to be African or?
No, all I'm saying, he's invisible now.
American?
Back in the olden days, he was everywhere and nowhere. You know, it's like you couldn't throw a rock without hitting him.
Yeah, why doesn't he talk to anybody anymore?
Some claim that he does, and I'm not sure how they back that up because
Yeah, but it's usually in their head, right? Like it's not like they hear someone else talking to God.
Yeah, and that's where I feel like the public demonstrations of God's interaction, like if Jesus rose from the dead and there were public appearances, it makes sense that the revolution of Christianity was based on something that was completely unheard of versus here's a nice guy who said, like, treat each other well, and hey, Pharisees, you religious guys, stop acting like whitewashed tombs, you contradiction your own religion.
Yes.
And does it occur to you if the only communication he's having these days is with very vulnerable people, people who are at their wits' end or at their, the end of grief, having lost a loved one, looking for people to bring them back to them.
We all lose loved ones, right?
There's also people on the front lines.
Isn't that where most of it occurs? People who are broke, who need a lottery ticket. Hey,
I've lost a loved one, and I've never spoken to God before. Weird.
Count yourself among the many.
Who hasn't?
If you were the creator, would you be in your creation the whole time?
Yeah.
Well, you're all powerful, so you don't have to be.
How would you
be in
appear?
it.
Would you appear as a dwarf or a giant,
You
or the
wouldn't
same
have to.
size as a human?
Why wouldn't I appear as myself? Damn it! Why?
Would you?
What am I, a trick? What am I, a trickster god?
Yeah. And then, what nationality would you choose?
What does nationality mean to the vast creator intellect of the universe?
Why would a god care about
what
that?
if the creator was quote unquote of a darker skin? Maybe some people who believe in racism, right? For whatever reason, maybe they would be offended.
Maybe he would just appear as
I
like
don't
the race that
Do you think that's possible?
he's speaking to. Like if he's talking to a black person, maybe he'll appear as a black person. I don't know. Makes sense to me.
I don't know. I don't know why all the subterfuge. You'd think creator created would be pretty straightforward, no?
My impression from the scriptures is like it's a collaborative effort. Like when I'm reading the books of the Bible where Moses parts the Red Sea, part of that is Moses's faith, but the rest of it is up to God actually doing things. So it's more like a cooperative thing where, like, when Christians describe the Holy Spirit as moving through you, the Christian submits themselves to being a vessel for God's behavior. So it's not their sinful behavior that's showing through, but God's holy behavior showing through your actions.
Yes. And Oblate, I cover this in my book. The introduction is available on my YouTube channel. So essentially, I think what's happened is a lot of people are using man-made software that has obviously backdoor, right? Zero-day exploits, vulnerabilities. And what's happened is when people allow malware onto their system and they haven't updated the person who actually installed or had the malware installed and programmed, right, and already anticipated people might remove it, so put in measures where if they attempt to delete the file, right, the executable, it will just copy itself onto the system or the hard drive. So, and then when I have malware on someone's system, I can log in remotely, right, and I can access everything, their camera, their keyboard. I can send them on the network to do attacks to other people on the network. So essentially, that's what I believe what's happening right now. And I think what people should do is try to update their operating system to something that's incorruptible.
What's that have to do with anything you were talking about?
So God
Yeah, but
can't
wait,
protect.
that's corruptible in your eyes, even. That's the
Exactly.
problem. See, you are saying that me, right, as a Christian, as someone who has grown up a Christian, and in my 43 years on this planet, I have been a Christian, okay? And you're saying that my operating system is screwed up and full of malware, but yours is perfect. And that's your problem.
Okay, well, if you want to get technical, I mean, the Bible, according to the former greatest living scholar, according to himself anyways, to the ancient Hebrew languages, or ancient languages, Dr. Michael Heiser, he stated plainly that the ancient Hebrews thought of the earth as a flat disk, and they wrote not to be misunderstood. His own words. He said everyone else is pretending to be him. I have him saying that on record. He doesn't believe that the earth is flat, but he believed that's what the ancient Hebrews believed. So technically, in the Bible, and it's been verified by scholars. So if you want to get technical,
wait, no, hold
there's
on,
going to be
hold on.
people who believe the ancient Hebrew version rather than the Vatican, who are maybe the Romans or the Italians, right? So they don't maybe have the same incentive or reason to believe what the ancient Hebrews believe because they're not Hebrew.
Right? Okay, Eden, let me give you a little history lesson. First of all, the original books of the Bible were almost certainly not written in Hebrew. They were written in Aramaic. Second, okay, what you're saying, one scholar said, you can't take just him as the preeminent scholar of Hebrew, and that's it. History.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Wait, hold on.
Are you saying?
Wait, let me finish.
Okay,
History and language are a collaborative effort. You get a bunch of scholars together, and they all look at the material and work towards what the proper translations are. Now, you believe in a firmament, correct?
Yes. Now, I'd like to ask you a question.
Wait, no. Let me just finish.
Hebrews.
Okay, let me just finish. You do realize that you have the word wrong, correct?
Exist?
Wait. You do realize you have the word wrong, right? Because rahia does not mean firmament. Rahia means expanse or beaten copper. Which, if you look at the sky and you consider the people that were writing the books, and you look at the sky when the sun is glowing and the sky is red and orange, it looks a lot like beaten copper, pal. You have to understand the people.
I just want to, let's just cut to the chase. Are you saying, because some people say that if you're going to deny that ancient Hebrews had a flat earth cosmology with a firmament, some people would consider that history denial. Do you believe there was an ancient Hebrew cosmology that had a flat, the circle of the earth with a firmament? Yes or no?
I think there were several different cosmologies. I think that ancient people didn't have television. Most of them couldn't read, so they looked at the.
That wasn't I asked for a yes or no essentially to the ancient Hebrew specifically. I'd like to ask again, please. I'll give you the opportunity. Do you believe that there was an ancient Hebrew cosmology that had a circle of the earth with a firmament? Yes or no?
No, because rahia does not mean firmament, and you're going off of one Hebrew
no, there's
scholar
a lot more
corroboration,
such as
and
the
a
Earth
bunch
being
of people
stationary,
who think
the sun and the
they
Earth.
know what they're talking about.
But it's okay. Like now, I understand where you're coming from. You don't believe that there was ancient Hebrews that actually believe this. You're entitled to that position.
I did not. Did I say that? No, I believe I said
just
that there were people. I said I believed that there were people who believe a flat Earth. There were people who believed a globe Earth.
The Hebrews?
There were Hebrew people that didn't even think about it.
Okay, hold on.
It begs the question, however, when the scripture says, it begs the question, when the scripture says the circle of earth, does that mean the equator? Does that mean the orbit? Does that mean like the circle that Earth makes as it goes around the Milky Way galaxy? It's kind of vague and ambiguous, and you're saying for certain somehow this is the circle perimeter of a disk when you don't know that to be the case.
Well, this is just I have to. This is where I refer to the experts, like the scholars. But now I've got his answer, Oblate. What about you? If you don't mind me asking, do you believe that the ancient Hebrews? Because I have a follow-up question that I was hoping to ask him, but I'd like to ask you if that's okay. Do you believe that number one? Do you believe the ancient Hebrews had a flat Earth cosmology with the sun and the moon underneath the firmament?
Who was that
sun
for?
has been described to go through doors and windows. Now, when the heavens open, the rains falls. So that logically means when I'm looking at the clouds and things falls, heaven is opening its windows. Now, that is metaphorical. It's not necessarily literal. So I can't look at the clouds that I see every day, and when the Bible describes, the gates of heaven opened up and the rain fell, I see rain falling and go, wow, what a nice poetic way to describe rainfall, like just the heavens opening up and the water coming onto
Thank you, Oblate. Okay, thank you. But that didn't actually answer my question. I'd like to ask again. Do you believe that the ancient Hebrews had a flat Earth cosmology with the firmament, with the sun and moon underneath? Yes or no?
Yeah, back in ancient Israelite days, when the Canaanites had their cuneiform language and such like that, they were in a Mesopotamian context where their local land was surrounded by a local sky. So when they were considering the Earth, it was more localized. So when they looked at the sun, their cosmology would think that the sun comes over locally and sets locally, and then apply that sometimes mistakenly to the whole world, where the entire world was in darkness during night and the whole world was in daylight during the daytime.
Okay, so wait, just to confirm, because I want to be very specific, because I have a follow-up question. I'd like you to just be very specific, yes or no.
because he
Did the
thinks he's
ancient
got a
Hebrews have a
gotcha.
flat
It's not even worth
cosmology
answering this,
with
kid.
the
It's really
firmament and the
not.
sun and the moon underneath? Because you're
He
entitled
just
to
said.
say that they didn't, but
He
I'd like to
just
know
said.
your thoughts. That's what I'm
He
asking.
just explained it. Unfortunately, you don't understand it, and that's
You're just interrupting, please. I'm asking
Basically, I
clarification.
had a long-winded no. If you didn't understand that, I'm sorry, but
Okay,
yes,
no,
it's a
that's okay. No,
long-winded
no,
no.
I would, yeah. I didn't hear
Let
the
him have
no.
his questions. Let him have his questions. Let's hear them.
Well, thank you, Astro. I appreciate you, and thank you for indulging me. I appreciate you.
The questions.
Yeah, the reason I was gonna ask is because I wanted to ask a follow-up question. If he did say yes, the ancients believe this, and then I was gonna ask him why did they believe it? Because from a Christian or their point of view, it was revealed to them from the Creator. So
But it
that's
wasn't.
my follow-up question.
But it
It's not
wasn't.
just something that they were just drawing on their own conclusion, right? There's so much that was revealed to them that
Yeah, I believe that,
scientific.
when that revelation of saying like the sun comes over us and the sky appears like copper, it's a syllogism, because when you say likeness, you're saying her neck is like bronze, her thighs are like gold. These are very descriptive and metaphoric language. I don't think there was a robot woman with literal iron neck and little bronze thighs. Like, I can't.
It's okay. Have you ever listened to the lectures by Dr. Michael Heiser? He has them on the biblical Hebrew cosmology. I can send you the links if you like, but no pressure.
Yeah, I've heard a bit from Heiser because I've watched a bit of that inspiring philosophy guy back in the day, and so his work is interesting, but I can understand that because they were surrounded by a culture that described the sun and moon in another way, that if and when God described the universe, when they say God is sitting above the circle, the meaning that God had for that and the interpretation of that may have been misaligned. And so, because these were converts and they went from having idolatry in many different symbols and different gods, and there was a moon god, they're introduced to a god that describes, well, the moon isn't a god, I made that thing. The sun isn't a god, I made that thing. Like, these are things that I instructed to be by my own divine command.
Okay, perfect. Now, I admit I'm not a scholar in the ancient Hebrew language. Are you a scholar in this area?
An amateur one. I like reading the Strong's Concordance. I enjoy, like you said, reading some of Michael Heiser's work, some of the work by other people, and it gives me a broad sense of like this was an ancient culture in change, going through a change of religion, and it's very difficult to change religion, as exampled as when the story of Christ comes in, because the Jews had a certain view of Scripture, and then Jesus comes along and says, well, I know your religion very well, and you're doing it wrong. They didn't like getting told wrong, and they persecuted him to death. Now, theologically, that didn't work. Death wasn't enough to keep God's truth dead, and Christ rose from the dead 3 days later. That's what I get from the biblical narrative. Feel free to disagree or agree.
Yeah, thank you. I think one variable that a lot of people fail to mention is Satan. So I think Satan's also a factor in this story, and that's why we're warned from Genesis throughout the Bible, in Job, I think, and then even in the the desert. So I'm not sure if you've ever researched, the paranormal extensively, or maybe demonic possession.
Yeah, and it's to be prudent to have discernment in your life. If you are a strong believer in Christianity, where the source of your information comes from, does it come from a source of being the accuser, or comes from the source that wants to better your life and the life of others? So when we're talking about charity and forgiveness and progress, these are all very good, positive things that if there's a God, that God would really provide in a real world to get humans to transition from their destructive ways to holier ways. Instead of being slaves to sin, they'd be slaves to righteousness. And what would be so wrong about being righteous to each other, treating with each other with respect? Like, if there's a future where I have to spend eternity with you, we better start learning how to get along now. Otherwise, it's going to be very unpleasant.
Absolutely. Thank you, Oblate.
Ethan, can I ask you just not a crazy question? I promise, not a gotcha. I'm curious. So, if you're saying that you continually go to this, Satan is involved. So, how are you ever going to take on board any information that doesn't conform to your narrow worldview if you can just say that anything that does that comes from Satan?
Well, I don't know if that seems like a straw man, but I get your point, what you're trying to say.
Well, no, it's just because that's what you just said. I'm not trying to argue with you. This is actually
that's not exactly what I said. I'm saying there's a factor that people are not considering, even modern day Christians, I believe. Like, a lot of the modern day Christians that I interact with don't even know the parables of Jesus. They don't know the 10 Commandments. They don't believe in creation. And essentially, it's because, in my opinion, Satan has undermined the 4 pillars or axioms or legs to the throne or the table.
Where in the Bible
and
does
that's
it
where we
tell
have
me?
modern day Christians. I think I
Where
can
in the
count on
Bible
one
does
hand
it
in the
tell
last
me
10
I
years
should
that Christians
memorize the
I interact
parables
with
of
that
Jesus?
know the 10 Commandments. Like, less than,
Where
I think it was only 5 or 6. I think Taylor was the 6th person. She knew the 10 Commandments.
Actually, God
But,
wants us to live by the 10 Commandments. Nothing says we have to memorize them and be able to recite them when someone asks us online. Ditto with the parables of Jesus. Parables are a story to teach you a lesson. That is the functional definition of that word. So I know the stories and they teach lessons, and I try to live my life by those beliefs, but I don't have to memorize them. I don't have to memorize the Bible. If every Christian had to memorize the Bible in order to be considered a Christian.
Okay, so what's repentance in your
Sounds
understanding as a Christian? What does repentance mean? And what did Jesus say? Remember when he healed the people, like Mary Magdalene? What did he say to her? And the woman that was accused of adultery, what did he say to her? And what about all the other people that he healed? And remember what he said? Sin no more. So what did the sins mean? What does sinning mean?
Repent means to be sorry for the sin that you committed.
For what?
You're going to let someone finish? Guy, listen, you are not going to get me. I know you think you're going to get some gotcha question on me about religion, and it's really not going to happen. So, like, if you want to have an adult conversation, stop trying to do the gotcha shit, and I'll have an adult conversation with you.
It's not a gotcha. Just ask a question, but go ahead.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. You're trying to. Okay?
No, I think you're the one that mentioned gotcha, so you're just projecting. So go ahead and finish, please.
I didn't ask you a gotcha question. Anyhow, repent means to be sorry for the sin that you committed and to not do it again.
Okay, what sin? What are the sins that people should be sorry for as a Christian? Please inform the non-believers here.
Oh, this is his backdoor way of trying to get me to give him the 10 Commandments. It's so cute. It's so cute. It really is.
I would say, to paraphrase Jesus, if you're loving God with all of your heart and all of your might, this is one of the first of the greatest two, and loving your neighbor as yourself. Failure to do one or the other is sin.
Yeah, great job. And Blake, remember a lawyer asked him, who's your neighbor, right? Because those lawyers were trained in the law, right? So Jesus, instead of arguing with him, he told him the parable of the Good Samaritan. I have a strong feeling you're well aware of that story.
Yeah, like I spent about from the age of about 19 to 39, I would have been involved at various levels of attending a church, and I enjoyed the friendship and the value that they placed on each other. And although there were disagreements, at the heart of the issue was like, can I be there for you? And in just gratitude, I would want to be there for them.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing. Would you ever consider going back to maybe believing in a creator if he would reveal himself to you?
I kind of more have a hope-based faith. Like, it doesn't have to happen now. It can happen later. So I'm okay with delayed gratification. Like, God isn't required to show himself in a very specific way that would satisfy me, because I might have a mustard seed, but it's not really required for me to have the full tree of knowledge myself. That might be available later. So I hold a tentative position to say, like, I'm on a journey of my own personal relationship, and if there's public demonstration of God's power near me, through others, and near others, I think that would be a great testimony to God's work in reality, instead of just saying it's a voice in my head that I think told me to do the right thing. Those two things I think are very different.
I think that's a great definition of faith.
Yes. Thank you, Blake. I really appreciate hearing that. Your feedback. Thank you. Anywho, guys, I'm gonna go jump into my other friend's channel.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll maybe join you guys again. Thank you. DM me if you have any questions. No pressure.
Stay blessed, Brother Eden.
Oh, thank you, Marty. You too.
He probably went to Earth Awakenings, I bet.
I'm banned from there.
Yay, he left. Woohoo!
Do you guys think Jesus would call everybody he disagrees with a Satanist?
No.
He did call
no one called anyone a Satanist.
Well, he calls his Satanist every day, actually.
Well, like Akna may be possessed by an entity. Is he demonic? Does he worship Baal? Does he go to satanic church every Sunday? I'm sorry, Saturdays.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, and that's what I get a bit bothered about the so-called biblical flat earthers. They sell the flat earth more than the benefits of faith, regardless of the shape.
Or is it only objectively that you need a God to have morals?
I feel like these are religious quacks always talk about they always talk about like shaming people and stuff they disagree with. They never talk about the good stuff, like like loving thy neighbor. Who's talking?
Yeah, they always try to point out everything about you that could be considered satanic to their version of the faith, and that's been my problem with the hardcore Christians all the time.
Professor Ron, it sounds like
you to what I was saying earlier too, like having a hope and a potential building kind of faith.
Professor Ron, do you love all your neighbors?
A little bit more information we received, I think, from some family members that were on scene. Again, he's
Professor Rum, you're muted. Professor Rum sounds like a guy that would love all his neighbors.
Yeah, I was muted. Did you ask me a question?
No, I was just going to say Einstein's micing a little bit, just some.
All right, let's head over to Berkeley County, South Carolina.
Bjorn, what are you watching?
You ever seen that crazy show On Patrol Live?
Say it again.
That crazy cop show On Patrol Live?
Oh, like the new cops?
Yeah, except it's supposed to be live, supposedly.
But it's not.
I sometimes find that quite entertaining, especially when the occasional sovereign citizen shows up, because I really enjoy those humans.
I've learned a lot how to talk to a cop by watching Cops, growing up and watching the TV show Cops.
Yeah, it's not hard. Like, as long as you're not a dick, you know, like
there you go.
They're usually not gonna fuck with you. Like, just don't go overboard being a dick.
Don't ask their name and badge number.
You know, the last two, I don't think I've ever asked a cop that.
No, that's a self-sit order.
Name and badge number. Can I have your supervisor?
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
I did threaten the last
I'm
time.
not driving, I'm traveling.
I'm traveling.
I was like,
how are you traveling? Sorry, how are you traveling? I'm in
he was
this
asking
car.
me a question, and I go, ask me again. And I go, I don't want to have to ask you to talk to your lieutenant. And then he's like, just let me help you out and get out of here. You can tell, like, he just wanted to get the fuck out of my house.
Hey Marty, I did the same thing. I watched loads of episodes of Cops. It was great.
Bad boy, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
Now, isn't it a bunch of like black African dudes that sing that song, right? Like,
Yes. What's the name of the band? It says it gives a credit at the end of any show. What was that called? The band's called. Anyway, but no, I thought it's good. The three most common things you'll hear from a cop in Cops are, "Let me see your hands," "Get on the ground," and what's the other one? There's another one.
proof of insurance. I was watching a TikTok short. All these insurance companies are pushing insurance. Like, if you have government food stamps, you can get $15 a month insurance. And the TikTok or the short said that the cops, the reason they ask you for proof of insurance, because they can tow your car. Now, do they get reimbursed somehow on the back end when they had 200 cars towed that day?
No, there's no money exchange. They have to tow the car to the pound, and then that's not a money making. People think there's money making going on.
Or maybe, how about this? They ask if for proof of insurance because it's illegal to not have insurance in the States.
What a concept.
Well,
that's why they ask for your license as well.
Yeah, and I don't really want to drive
There's a
around.
law that says you can't. That's
I don't really want to get in an accident with someone without insurance, so then I got to friggin' chase them down and sue them and do all that shit. No, I just want your insurance to pay me for my car.
Well, that's when you're going to pay. Right, Cloud, do you pay for uninsured motorist?
I effectively do in my insurance because it's higher because of uninsured motorists.
Here in Phoenix, Arizona, we're pretty close to the border, and I drove around for like a year without tag registration. Right?
Oh, no. Oh really?
And my dad would say, "You're driving around like a Mexican," and you see these guys; they have no insurance, no tag, nothing, and they got pallets stacked up 15 feet high on the back of their little single cab pickup truck, and they're doing their thing, and the cops don't care. The cops, they don't want to pull them over and have to tow the truck with all the pallets on it away.
Yeah, I only jumped in actually because I was listening to the conversation. I didn't want to come in while he was still in here, but the thing that Eden talks about with he's constantly talking about Hebrew cosmology. No, The Hebrews did not have a formal cosmology. They had basic ideas, but they didn't have a formal cosmology. There's no official Hebrew cosmology. That's not. No.
Where does the word cosmology come from? I think of the cosmos, right?
Yeah, exactly. Cosmology, like entomology or entheologies. But no, the Hebrews did not have a cosmology. And the other thing that I didn't want to push back on too hard because anyway, but when he says the Christian worldview is, and then no, that's not the Christian worldview.
But that's his sect of Christianity's worldview.
That's his very narrow, blinkered sectarianist view. And then he says, this is the Christian worldview. Is this? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Because the Christian worldview isn't flat Earth.
Yeah, and I would say that extends further to someone who is like Kyle, who debated Tony. Is like he's gone into Mormonism that says like we've got this new revelation in this new book, and it's like, oh, we can add this later story.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. Well, for the flat people that do believe in God or purport to, it's sort of taken hold of that belief, and then it's using that belief to promote itself. It's like a little virus that takes your computer and then uses that computer to replicate and go onto other computers. That's how computer viruses spread. So
there may even be Islamic flat earthers. I haven't heard one tell that story, but it's plausible. But like they'd have disagreements about their religious differences, like how holy or not Jesus was, or what exactly was the reason why Muhammad had a 9-year-old wife. Like these questions need to be answered.
Yeah. I don't want to get back into the whole thing. I just wanted to say that I didn't want to jump in earlier. I've been waiting about 2 hours. People were really happy he's left, because I think you're whoever it said, you're right. And the main reason I jumped is to echo that thought that when you get some of these guys come in and their intention really is to point out how evil you are and you're all satanic, and that again is not a Christian thing to do. That's just not something that Christians.
Yeah, and it correlates your understanding of a globe to satanic rejection of their interpretation of a particular scripture. Whether that interpretation is correct or not, I'm not entirely confident in.
Right, but if you have a cosmology,
he's a great guy. I love the scripture.
I just remembered who you are, Marty.
Don't ask me what book I love in the Bible, because they're all great. They're great guys.
I can do impersonations too.
J. Moose. That was really good. Marty's got the best Trump. That's the best Trump ever.
Some say Seafoam is up there, but we're gonna have a Trump versus Trump at my home server. Trump. We did it over a year ago, and we're gonna do it again. I'm sure to get you an invite, Red Cloud.
No, yeah, I want to listen to that, because did you see the Kill Tony thing where they had a Biden impersonator and they had Shane Gillis as Trump? That one, it was just. We talked about it, I think, didn't we, the other night?
Yeah, that's the only Kill Tony I like to watch, and I don't like the guy. But that's when you got Gillis up there. Was he saying he's back on his lib shit, as he puts it?
I don't know, because I don't follow him either. That's the only time. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that one. I think Kill Tony.
We need to laugh. If you be a liberal and not do a great Donald Trump impersonation and laugh, then I think that's the only thing wrong with these liberals, is not wanting to laugh.
What you want to do is, if you do an impersonation of somebody, it's generally an impersonation of somebody that you either like or respect, or at least don't despise. So when you got someone like on Saturday Night Live, what's his name, that shot the guy on the movie set, Baldwin, you get him trying to do a Trump. He hates Trump, and so the impersonation is no good. There's no heart in it.
Oh yeah, Alec Baldwin. Yeah, he was awful.
He's terrible, and he can't stand it. So I don't know, but But by the same
he's
token,
he's a good shot. I mean, he's an awful shot too.
He's just a good actor. I know whatever else. But no, just to reiterate again, sorry, that no, Hebrews did not have a cosmology in the way he's saying, and it certainly was not a flat Earth cosmology. That's just the way they viewed things. They didn't know. They were given perspectives.
I believe it's ambiguous when you say circle of Earth. It could be orbit. It could be equator. It could be like it's quite ambiguous. Even the silhouette of the sphere itself is circular. So,
exactly.
And I would think theologically, being omnipresent, if you're always above the circle, but that's spherical, you're always around it. So that could give you a theological feeling of like God's always around. He's not always like up towards Polaris, and I must only play direction.
Right. I think if to give you the real Christian worldview on that is that God created the heavens and the earth, and the universe itself speaks of God's power and the size of the universe and the fact that we don't understand most of it, and it's just too incomprehensibly massive for us to really grasp. That is a picture of God's power. That's the Christian worldview. So if you talk to people who are into cosmology, you talk to anyone who's an astronomer, professional or an amateur astronomer that's a Christian, that's their worldview. And I'm talking because I'm trying to remember the guy's name. There's a guy that comes in here sometimes. He's actually talked to Jem Panda. I can see his picture in my head. Anyway, he's a Christian and he's a astronomer, and so that's his view. And you'll find the most Christians. But I was going to say earlier that when Eden says that, I think he's sort of cherry picking one guy who says the thing he likes, and everyone else that says the stuff he doesn't like, he kind of ignores them. But it's like the scientific field is in the same way. If you have 5 scientists out of 1,000, you're going to go with what the 1,000 scientists say rather than what the 5 say. But what flat earthers end up doing is they end up just going with the 5 and saying, see, this guy over here says
and
this.
that's the downside. Like Michael Heisner, as well as he's tried to investigate history, he wasn't an ancient Israelite writing in their language, talking with people who were in a transition of their faith to go away from a moon goddess or a sun goddess to a god that would just say, these things are going to be. Like, that's a huge religious change. Whether you think it's true or not is a different question, but you can acknowledge that those ancient people were going through a change in their religious thought to go, no, the moon itself isn't a god. That's just something that exists.
Yeah, and that's what makeable. The Bible does say that people worship the creation instead of the creator, and that's you're absolutely correct on that. Danny Faulkner is the guy I was trying to remember his name. It just came to me. Danny Faulkner. He's an astronomer. He's a Christian. He's young Earth creation, but he studies the cosmos. And whether or not you agree with him on what he perceives as the age of the universe, he is studying it, and his perspective, like mine, would be that it is indicative of the power of God that created the whole universe. That's the Christian world.
But
hang on there. It's, the event of change of faith it's not evolutionary. That can hang on a single generation.
That's true.
It often does, in fact.
That transition from pre-Christian Judaism to post-Christian Judaism, you could call it Messianic Jews, for example. Like, they would believe that their Messiah was a fulfillment, and so they would say, like, thank God he's actually made his promise come true.
Well, you could say monotheism was a revolution in thinking, but how long did that last? Even the Catholics couldn't hold out until they invented every saint for everything.
They don't see those as gods, I don't think, though. Saints
yeah, really? Have you been to their households?
Yeah, it does seem like idolatry to me and you, possibly. Yeah.
A complete reversal of their previous doctrine.
Yeah, I don't agree with the way they have saints and they do all this sort of thing. I don't agree with that, but I don't think they consider them gods. I do think it's idolatry.
I'm just saying, a single God could not hold out.
Right. I get you.
I also don't see many examples in the New Testament of like a converted Jew saying, thank you, Moses, for this bread. 4 Hail Moseses. Like the whole concept of the Hail Marys just isn't
Hail
there.
Moses.
Yeah, because
No,
like a patron saint, you know. If it was to be similar, but I don't see that in the.
No, in the text, I agree. That is, yeah, I don't agree with him on that. So I try not to, get too argumentative and stuff. It's not usually beneficial. But I agree with you on that.
I actually meet all the time a group of newer Messianic Jews because Judaism has for a long time been full of groups that find their own Messiah, the Lubavitchers. That's probably not pronounced right, but they have their rabbi, and anytime you go into stores around here on certain Jewish high holy days, they're outside trying to tell you about their rabbi. I believe his name was Meir Kahane, how he's the Messiah.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, let me find a link to the name, and you can see an article about them online. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I keep seeing articles about this Jesus has come along and he's from, what was the one I saw? Some Bosnia or somewhere.
Oh, where they had him coming out from the woods.
Well, I hate to bring that up, but this happened not in my lifetime. This happened 15 years ago. This happened 10 years ago. Happened 8 years ago. Happened yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be funny. I live here in New York City. Jackson Heights is pretty much a generator for these messiahs.
Yeah, North America was a sort of hotbed of these different fringe groups that popped up.
How do you know when you're not the Messiah? When you live to be 33
How do you know when you
years
are the
old?
Messiah? That's a better question.
When you die when you're 32 and you take everyone.
Yeah, well, all we got to do is make the biggest comeback since Jesus Christ.
Yeah, all you got to do is have someone kill you and then get back up again.
Yeah, you infiltrate a religion, tell them how wrong they are about themselves, let them kill you, and through injustice against you, God will resurrect you.
Well, that's
Are you
another
willing
way.
to do that?
That's what you guys are trying to do with the flat Earth.
Unfortunately, the measurements of Earth aren't a belief.
What we're doing with flat Earth is, I don't know if anyone's really trying to understand it. I'm not sure if I'm doing that anymore, really. We're just trying to
I'm beginning to understand the spectrum, and you know who was instrumental in that? Jeranism, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I was in a conversation with him. He was among the first to proclaim flat Earth, and this was like way back in the days of Google Hangouts.
He has a lot of. I got to tell you about Jaron. I don't really appreciate some of the things that he's saying. Disagree, of course, but he has a lot of guilt. He really does, because he mentions it every time I watch the stream. He says something about it, and so I think he's got a huge amount of guilt when he's heard of people saying that they've left family members and this stuff has happened to them, and they're really glad they've left these family members because they weren't in the truth and this sort of thing. And and he sort of like is instrumental in making that happen. I think he's dealing with a huge amount of his guilty conscience is really hurting him. That's why he's sticking in it right now. He's trying to get back at it.
Yeah, because if I believed something was true and it was ultimately false, I would have realized that, over the past 20 years, I was spreading something false, and I may have led somebody else into another 12, 15 years of gaslighting yourself, questioning evidence inappropriately, not understanding that the drop from the tangent is different from a sagitta. Like, these are kinds of things that you go like, oh man, can I just take it all back and just start afresh?
Yeah, I really do feel sometimes. It occurred to me the other day. I was listening to him, and he mentioned it again. I thought, oh my, he's really hurting him. And some people are saying, good, it should, because the son of a blankety blanketing thinking, just cause a lot of people a lot of grief.
Well, I think there's a bit of shame because as he looks back, he goes, "Flat Earth is so fucking stupid." Yes. I mean, it's not like, it was you. It was a tough call. It's kind of like, what was I thinking?
Yes. It's not as if I believe that Pluto was a planet and now it turns out it isn't. No, it's
the thing is, it's not a minor misapprehension.
Yes,
it's a complete detachment from reality.
Oh, as long as heliocentric and believing in ether. Okay, ether. Yeah, okay, ether does it.
Sure.
I could forgive him that, but you can't forgive. So it's like, oh my God, who in the there? I really don't think most of the flat earthers. I don't think they're sincere. You're not going to tell me Bob Nodell didn't know the Earth, the shape of the Earth.
Throughout his career, I went back and forth. I would listen to some things he said, going, he's lying in real time, and I knew it at the time. I think it was I've quoted like, they're trying to hide God. I knew that was a lie. I knew he was telling a lie.
I think that's with most of them. I think that's most of them. Okay, I prefer to think that they're lying because they really do know the shape of the Earth, and they're lying because that's more charitable than thinking, how can they be that stupid?
Yeah, he didn't let me address Shoebill, guys, because I believe I'm the only flat earther in here. Shoebill, I sincerely believe that the only thing that excites you in your life is to put down someone, and it's not. I'm sure you've done it plenty in your life and religion-wise, But once this flat Earth thing came up, I'm sincerely believe that you get off on it.
That's not fair. That's not charitable or fair, I don't think.
Did I sound sincere? Do you believe me, Shoebill? Do you sincerely believe my sincere thoughts about you?
Hard to tell what he's saying now.
Yeah, he has 0.0 response.
So I have a question. Like, why did they go back to flat Earth? Because people knew the Earth was the globe long before they accepted the heliocentric model, right? But you don't hear people be like, the Earth is round, but like I stick with the geocentric model. Like nobody does that. They have to go all the way back to flat Earth.
There's
some geocentrists out there. Yeah, Dr. St. Janis. There's quite a few.
Day homosexuality.
There's a few. St. Janis is one. But I just want to, while he's actually in the room, talk about Shoebill. I think what his perspective is I don't think his mind can really wrap. I don't think he can really wrap his mind around the concept that somebody in this century could possibly, with a straight face, say the Earth is flat and be serious. They have to be either, bogged out, nuts, or something else, or they're just lying.
Yes, cosplay. It's got to be. They get on airplanes. They know there's nothing unknown about the Great Circle navigation. The lengths are known. Instead, you hear, like pieces of shit like Whit said, oh, the distances are alleged. Or taboo conspiracy. Oh, I know somebody who wants to be anonymous who worked in the military flying F-16s, and they know it's flat. I go, bullshit.
Yes. Yeah.
That's my favorite thing to hear Shubil cite. The Great Circle Route.
I'm sorry. With that description, I do align with Shubil, but I am beginning to detect a spectrum.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, maybe it's only 80% of the flat earthers are just in disingenuous cosplay. I just can't believe that many people really can't wrap their head around sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides, and South Pole exists.
Why are they like? I feel like all the flat earthers are kind of like assholes. Like, I've never met a nice flat earther. To be fair.
Yeah, but Bill, we said this how many years ago?
Where are the nice flat earthers at?
Yeah, but look at the result. Look at the result of the TFE Antarctic trip. Right, it just made the craziers get crazier.
Yeah,
and put more things in the they don't know column. Oh, we didn't know a lot of stuff before. We don't know anything now.
Oh, they want that's it. That's it. Because I was going to say, wait. Just before you ask that, it just came to me. There's just the one I thought I had when you were talking about. I was just talking about Eden saying everything you don't like is satanic. That is exactly what Dean Odell did when they came back from Antarctica. He said that Satan manifested himself as the sun.
Dean Odell?
Yes,
one of the biggest liars. One of the biggest liars online is Dean Odell.
Just amazing. Just sort of, That I just remember that. That's So sorry, the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that sounds like an ad hom, and it isn't. They are always lying in real time. We're listening to them lying actively.
Yeah, he asks for a manual, he asks for a land-to-land observation. You give it them, and then for some reason, mentally they have this defense mechanism to call you names, to call you a devil, instead of going, "Oh, if you made a measurement, maybe I can too," and confirm whether you're lying or telling the truth, instead of going, "Is your manual real? Is your instrument real? Did the government plan the lens on you?" It's just like, mate, if you really wanted to, you could put a lens in a tube yourself.
It's hard. It's hard to deal seriously with it, and I think that's guys like Shubil. It so screws with their mind that it's like every day they wake up thinking, how can people? That's kind of see maybe wake up in the morning. What?
I mean,
anyway, someone had a question for me. I don't want to miss the opportunity to answer a question.
The acting that I saw from Schultz and the other guy who was denying the rocket footage was just like, yeah, here's a spot when it's allegedly fake. I'm just going to discount the rest of the video now, and then go frame by frame into other sections which are automatically fake and go, see this pixelation? That looks wrong. See this object falling away from the rocket? That looks wrong. But that's like a non-argument when you said after 20 seconds, the rest of the video doesn't matter to me. So why are you analyzing every frame up? Already declared fake.
Yeah,
like
it just seems so dishonest, and that's I think where people really irks them. It's the dishonesty, the intellectual.
Well, I know not seen, madam.
Again, someone asked me a question, and I want to make sure I don't miss a question.
I hate to say it, but it doesn't seem dishonest. It's entirely dishonest.
I'm too stoned. I forgot the question.
Are you stoned again?
What if I told you?
You were stoned last time we talked.
I'm high half the time we talk.
Whenever I hear a video, what if I told you?
I don't drink anymore. I condone. Condone means I don't drink anymore, but smoke some cannabis whenever it's like in front of me. So
I know, but the hardest drug I ever did was crack.
You said that. Now, tell us again, because I know I went in and asked you, and you had done this accidentally. You had smoked crack cocaine accidentally, correct?
No. I was telling us I did do it once. I did this guy. I told you. Yeah, we told that story.
Yeah. Tell the class.
The guy I knew, his name was Angus. As in,
No. I've never met an Angus, and you've never met a Leo, right?
I've never met a what?
A Leo. Anyone named Leo?
No, I've never met a nice South African.
I've met some nice Zimbabwe, people in the last few years. So anyway, please continue.
Okay, so I had this buddy named Angus, and he was a druggie, and I didn't know that. And he says, "Hey, you want to try this? Whatever it was. I don't know what it was." So I rolled up cigarettes, and so I tried it, and put in a cigarette, smoked it, and it just made me feel like there were 20 people surrounding me, screaming at me at point blank range. And that's what it did to my head. And I sat outside on his step in his garden, just going, ah. And then he says, "You got to go. My mom's coming. My mom's coming home. She can't see you like this. You got to go." And so I only had my bicycle, so I had to ride home in that condition. It was the most nightmarish thing that ever happened to me. And after that, I was like, I will never, ever touch drugs ever again.
And the riding the bike probably got you out of psychosis, right?
Oh my word! Yeah, I think it did.
Helped.
I think it cleared my head.
Come down.
Yeah, but that
Little
was just
bike ride.
Oh, what a nightmare that was! So it was so horrible. I never want to experience whatever that was. I don't want to ever. And I told you.
I like the cardio of riding a bike. I think your brain works better when it's just, at least once a day, it's pumping 140 beats per minute.
His mother drank a 2-liter bottles of soda every day.
You said it was Mountain Dew?
And then you got to hear Dan the Waterman on the mic with his bong. And he goes, I got to go to work now. And to get to work, and of course, getting to work means he has to drive in his work van to other people's houses to install shit.
Hey, can I help you install your water filter?
Shoot, Bill, when was the last time you smoked some cannabis?
Oh, it's been a decade, 20 years.
Well, he answered that question. The last question I asked you, you didn't want to answer.
There was no point.
So the point of saying you haven't smoked weed in 20 years, and they say weed has changed dramatically in the last 20 years, and not to talk about health, but it obviously has benefits to many people, right?
Apparently does, yeah. It's seen. It would
Bill
seem
can't
so.
answer that, I guess. So
Shibbol's all right.
So,
sorry, I won't ask you a third question.
Shibble gets really insistent.
Everybody, ladies and gentlemen.
How you doing, everybody? When it comes to cannabis,
he just won't let it go.
In my case, when I used to smoke cannabis, I use it as a relaxant. Because I'm a hyperactive individual, I still am today at 63, hyperactive, full of energy. I used to use the cannabis to slow me down.
For me, I've never used cannabis.
Yeah. That's what I use.
I love how he calls it the cannabis.
One spliff a day.
Never used.
One spliff a day.
Never used the cannabis.
One spliff a day. At the weekends, it would go.
Trying to figure out when you should say the and when you shouldn't say the.
I was
really hard.
Entertaining my friends, or I might be going to my friends to be entertained.
It must be really hard because
so I used to
can't figure out exactly when it is.
Spliffs in a day.
I speak the stupid language.
Yeah, I know you can hear me. I know you can hear me speak.
Hey, Rocky, let me pull a spliff out of my
head. A new person's come in.
You're like being on the YouTube.
You let the new voice speak.
Being on the YouTube.
Usually. You know what I mean? You've been speaking about splits for a while. A new voice comes in. You say, "Welcome to CBR."
Long Way Home. I'm watching The Long Way Home right now.
You know what's the best part? Is Jin is screaming in the background and everyone's ignoring him.
Anyone else watching Long Way Home? You know what that is? Long Way Home.
Get ready for your daily fucking whipping.
Ewan McGregor, Charlie Borman.
When you are fucking ready, I'm going to whip you cunts up. So get ready.
Oh my God,
get ready. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just getting ready for my morning coffee. Nice mellow morning.
Red Cloud.
Jin
Ask,
shouting in the
Who's
background.
better
No one's
turn me
caring
down?
about
ask
him.
Jin what a spliff is.
It's about
What's in a
midnight
spliff,
almost.
Jin?
Sorry, Jin, I turned you down. What? I no idea. Jin, what's in a spliff?
Everything.
I think he rage quit. That was the
Did we run him
fastest
off?
rage quit ever.
Did everyone have him turned? Because I had him turned down. Did everyone
Just
else
you,
have him
Red
turned down?
Cloud.
No,
No.
I heard
No,
him the
yeah, I
whole
have him
time.
turned down a little bit, but he was screaming in the background.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Ladies and
Jin,
gentlemen.
we
Yeah,
hear
he
you
came
now,
back.
Jin.
He came
Please,
back.
please tell us what a spliff is
Ladies and gentlemen.
for the ladies and
say-
gentlemen.
Please
For the
say
ladies and
outgassing.
gentlemen.
I've
It's actually
I've got
funny.
Gin bingo. Has anyone else got a gin bingo card? I want to see if I can get gin bingo.
It's just 5x5 squares of
Ladies and gentlemen, and then outgassing.
Bingo!
Bingo. It was actually quite funny. I found it hilarious how he was speaking about he takes a spliff every day and it makes him mellow. But then he's talking over everyone in a very loud, obnoxious voice, which kind of makes it seem there is a dissonance there. He says that he takes a spliff that makes him mellow, but he's
He
being the
needs a
exact
smoke one.
opposite of mellow.
Yeah. What's his definition of mellow? Yeah.
What's his standard condition? You know, what's his standard behavioral condition then? Holy guacamole. If that is his mellow.
Jin, these guys don't even deserve you.
No.
I wouldn't even bother with them.
We love having you here, Jin.
Yep.
So a spliff, since Jin doesn't want to tell us, is where you put some tobacco in your cannabis, correct? And you smoke it
Tobacco
like
in your
a
what?
cigarette.
We haven't been deserving of his presence. He has graced us with us.
Oh. So
Mm.
you put tobacco in a what?
You put tobacco in your cannabis joint.
Oh, in a tobacco in a joint. In that case, that's what I had, because I had a rolled up cigarette and I put the drugs in the cigarette. So is that that's a spliff then?
You know, I don't know if this adding any drugs to a cigarette makes it a spliff or not. Maybe if Jin wants to give us the
It's
history on that. I think it comes from like a Jamaican Islander type thing. Because cannabis was around, it was around the quote unquote old world long before we discovered tobacco from the new world. If you believe we discovered the new world from Columbus or the Vikings or whatever.
The Vikings.
So I think the combination of that is something that man hasn't had together for too long. My father, he didn't tell me anything about women or, you know, anything important about them that I learned, but he said, don't take uppers and downers together. And when you smoke a cigarette, the nicotine in there, it blocks, does it give you energy, right? Or is it like caffeine, where caffeine will block your brain from accepting your body saying that you're fucking tired and you need to get rest? Your brain just won't hear it, right? Those neurons won't be firing. But with tobacco, your brain gets an upper, right? That's why they want you to have coffee breaks at work. That's why they want you to smoke cigarettes, so you're awake and alert.
It's part of their plan.
The master plan for the perfect American slave. Now we're just slaves to consumerism.
You know,
sin. Anyone
yes,
slaves to sin?
Slave to consumerism. So someone said Red Cloud.
We're Eden. We're as Christians, we're a slave to sin, right? Is that what?
Someone said my handle.
I forgot what I was going to ask you again.
No, it was you again. TCB.
Taking
So
back
who
Eden
else has
for
got
you,
that
Cloud.
personation? We got a Trump, we got a Kermit, we got a Bullwinkle. What else we got?
Let's talk about the firmament and how that's translated.
People say Jesse Path of Light sounds like Ned Flanders.
Let's talk about the firmament.
Jin CBR1, checking of the mic. Can you hear
We got
me?
you, Jin. We hear you.
Okay, good.
We
now,
have
the
a.
question was,
I have my gin
what's in
bingo
a
card right
split?
here.
Yeah, I
What's
made
in a
it
split?
for you.
Was that the
So you
question
could
from Red
put
Cloud?
all your
He's gonna,
Who's not
tokens
really
on
that
it.
he's gonna
red, but there you
focus on
go.
me
Nothing
now.
to do with the Redditians. But what's in a split? Well, it depends on what you smoke. If you're, I'm going back to the 1999 was the last split I had. So from 1999, and we go back 19 years. That was my career smoking of split. 19 years on and off. I stopped at 1999 because that's when I came to Japan in 1999. Okay, and I haven't had a split since. So that's 26 years. But during the 19 years of on and off smoking of cannabis, if you smoked Moroccan, red lead, black, sensimelia, skunk, and then other, well, they're beautiful pieces of nature, should I say. I use them as a relaxant because I'm a very energetic individual. So when I smoked spliff, it used to slow me down and bring me down. That's what I used to do. And I used to love it. Love the flavor, love the aroma. Yeah, I had a great
What
time with it.
ratio of tobacco to cannabis?
Oh, that's a very good question to ask right there. Basically, I would use half a cigarette. So you take a standard 10 packet of 10, half of that would be part of the spliff, and then the rest would be weed. And we're using a Rizzler, and we'd roll that up. I'd pop my own roach in the back, so you don't get a free meal every toke like the Jamaicans do. And I had a great time with it. Okay, so
Rizzler, by the way,
weed, you're
everyone,
looking at maybe
Rizzler is
one third.
Rizzler is a type of cigarette roll-up paper.
So half and half, Jin. Did we lose Jin again?
I usually check because I've second who I've seen I got turned down. No, he's just stopped talking. Yeah, Rizzler's a roll-up paper, and then you just wet the end. It's got a little bit of glue, little strip of glue along it, and then you just the end and then roll it up, and you got your cigarette.
I grew up watching my father use zigzags. And then as an adult, I tried to use them. I'm like, zigzags suck, and they're expensive.
Well, that's right. That's expensive, isn't it? No. I was very lucky in England. You know, the friends I had around me were dealers and that, so I didn't have a problem getting. I even used to go to All Saints Road in Nottingham. They called me, because it's full of Jamaicans, they called me the Cockney. I'm black, African, born in England, but they call me the Cockney. That's what they used to call me, the Jamaicans. And I used to get my my weed from those people as well. All
Could they see you coming?
Excuse me, do you speak jive?
I speak a little bit of patois, if you like. I speak jive, if that's what you're talking about. But you is a English man.
Oh, stewardess, I speak jive.
Yeah, oh, go ahead. Yeah, I don't speak jive at all. None of that for me. I'm a realist. Don't jive.
That's a reference. It's a reference. Airplane. Hello. No. Reference to Airplane. The movie.
Yeah, Airplane. The movie. Yeah, the movie. Yeah. With the automatic pilot.
The guy's speaking jive. the lady says.
Do you remember the autopilot was an inflatable pilot? If you remember. If anyone remembers the pilot in the aeroplane, he was an automatically inflatable pilot.
Yes, that was the Otto, the pilot, and it was just a inflatable dude.
Yeah, interesting that we hold these memories. But yeah, I used to smoke spliff. I haven't had a spliff in 26 years, but when I used to smoke them, one a day at the end of the day. So you'd 11:30 at night, it would be rolling up a spliff, smoke half of it, catching up with the news on the cable TV, cook my meal, and then smoke the other half, shower, and then go to bed. That would be my day. Yeah. So there's no addiction there at all. One spliff a day isn't addictive, is it now?
No. All right, if you say so.
Yeah.
No, my boss at Pony Express,
rolled. So
he used to call us. Oh right.
Yeah, well, me, but 3 rolled spliffs in a box of silk cut with a lighter, and that was my way of traveling on my motorbike.
Yes.
Boom, going to see my friends, ready rolled.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
Yeah,
My boss at Pony called us NCs. Do you remember? I told you that, I think, Jin. Used to call us NCs. Remember what NC meant?
Yeah, NC. Do you know, it escapes me now, so you have to remind me again.
A northern.
Oh, right, there you go. Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that had left that had gone out of my brain. But yes, now that you mention it, yeah, I was able because I was ready rolled. I was cheeky enough to smoke on the underground. If ever I took the underground and I was ready rolled, I'd smoke on the underground or even on the bus. There you go. No problems would come towards
Street.
me. Yeah, I'd get the odd wink from those who knew. I'd get the odd wink from the passenger that knew, giving me a wink because it is a different aroma from a cigarette. But what they would see me do is open a silk cut box, pull out a spliff ready rolled, tear the end off, spark up, and smoke and enjoy. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, on the train.
Well, it was all those Jamaicans. That's what started it all. I think they're probably the Jamaicans in London that started the whole drug scene.
Yeah, you probably are right. You're probably are right there. Yeah, you could say that absolutely, right? Because the only thing I used to say about my Jamaican brothers that they couldn't build a spliff properly because it would always fall apart as you're smoking it, or things are falling out. With the roach,
stuff falling out.
Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we used to call the roach Blackwall Tunnel because you could almost drive down the roach. It's so big. So we used to have competitions in building spliffs. This is how you smarten up and neaten up your spliff rolling up. And then my Jamaican friends got the idea. They started to copy. I said, yeah, because I said to them, never be in a hurry to smoke a spliff, because when you do that, this is how you have a mess and your trousers are burnt. You've got holes in your socks or holes in your shoes, burn marks on your shoes. So never be in a hurry to smoke a spliff. Relax. You know it's coming, so build it properly. Aya. That's what I used to say to them. Aya. Ladies and gentlemen. They called me the Cockney, but I used to talk to them in Jamaican style. But yes, Aya. Let me teach you how to roll a split properly, Aya. Yeah?
Pass the Dutchie on the left-hand side.
Pass the Dutchie. Musical Youth. That
there
was
you
the name
go.
of the group that
there you go.
Yeah.
That's it. Jin knows.
Yeah.
No one else knows what we're talking about, but Jin knows what we're talking about.
We're right on the, because we're talking about a lifestyle that was very rare to those who are awake at that time. Understand? Yeah. Yeah. I used to go to Notting Hill a lot.
I don't think I can get any more dumber than that.
Yeah,
and then Brixton, of course. And then Brixton. I had Jamaican friends in Brixton. I used to go and get
Brixton
my gear
was
from
tough.
as well.
Tough town.
It was easy for me. I'm a black man, remember?
Well, that's true.
Cockney as well. Cockney black. I was a novelty.
Cockney black. Do me a favour,
Cockney
Governor.
black. I was a novelty. Yeah, man.
What you talking about?
This is what they said. How come you talk so much Cockney, brother? I said, because I was born in East London. Can I help that? I was born in East London, okay? You were born in Jamaica, yeah? Okay. I was born in East London, where they speak Cockney. So, of course, I'm going to speak Cockney. I've got a lot of Cockney friends. That's what I said. Yeah.
How's the trouble and strife?
Why do you ask? Trouble and strife is okay, mate. I'll tell you that. Either my wife is okay and my life is okay. But, yeah,
Cockney rhyming slang is the only slang it takes you longer to say.
It's not this ball and chain. That's the other one.
The ball and chain. Yep.
Yeah, the wife.
It's the ball and chain, but that wasn't rhyming slang though. It was the trouble and strife was the rhyming slang. The ball and chain is just a nickname.
Yeah. Rhyming slang was the trouble and strife, of course. Yeah. And thread. All the action on the needle and thread.
That's it.
Yeah.
So then what you do is then you take that and then you shorten even more. So you just say trouble. And if you say trouble, that means trouble and strife, wife. So you say trouble, it means wife.
Yeah. How's the trouble?
How's the trouble?
Yeah. And then the other thing that my friend used to say, this Greek friend of mine, when I used to say to him, what's going down? He used to say, the wife's knickers when I get home.
Yeah.
That used to kill me. That used to kill me. What's going down? What's going down? And he goes, the wife's knickers when I get home.
I tell you what, when I it's so funny you say that. When I first got married, it was just the novelty for me of just, you know, having a wife. You know what I'm saying? You know where I'm going with that, right? It was just the novelty.
Yeah. I totally understood what you mean. You know, it's like you've locked down your woman now. I don't have to be hunting.
Yeah, you're not doing anything wrong. It's so. It was just.
You're not hunting for a woman now. That was my experience.
I would wake up.
Hunt for a woman now.
For the longest time, I remember waking up in the morning. There's this girl in my bed. I go, there's a girl in my bed. Oh no, it's my wife. Like, take me a second to realize. Okay, it's okay.
No,
it's all right.
When you're actually married, when you're actually
there's a girl
married,
in your bed. It's okay.
For me, it was, I've locked down my woman now. Good.
Yeah,
don't have to worry about woman now. Woo, bloody hell, you know? Because I wanted to settle down when I was 18. The reason I was like that was because as an African, and the lifestyle and the way I was brought up, you become a man early. You are given responsibilities early in your life, purely because of the situation of the family. Because if the parents are working, then the children must work. You see, if the parents are working,
children.
then the children have to look after the house. So that makes you responsible. That brings you to responsibility at an early age. Okay, right? I'd also joined the Army Cadets as well at this point of my life as well. Spent 3 years. That also mans you up. So by the time I got to the age of 18, I was ready to settle down easily. Get married, have children, I was ready. Not financially ready, mind you.
No.
But I was ready to work.
You never really are.
Yeah.
Well, you do get there eventually. We've got there.
So when I say to you that I was glad I got married and I'd locked down my wife, well, there you are. You know, that's one thing out of the way, kind of thing.
Yeah. It's so funny.
So yeah, that's rather late, I think.
People that aren't married. You people that aren't married.
And the only reason it wasn't for the want of trying.
You people.
The only reason it took so long for me, I think, was just because the women I met weren't ready to settle down. That was the thing.
Right.
Sorry?
You people.
Sorry?
You people.
Yeah.
No disrespect to you people.
Yeah, I think I've got a lag going on. Yeah, the only reason why I couldn't settle down in the early days, at the age of 18, well, the girls weren't ready to settle down, were they? They're teenagers. We weren't thinking on the same wavelength, not at all. No. I was a man by the time I was 18, ready to settle down and lock down the children, but I couldn't find a woman that was ready to do that. You see, that was
a better man than I gungered in. I was a complete idiot when I was 18. It took me a little bit.
Yeah, no.
Not that I'm not necessarily not still an idiot.
Yeah. You see, I was born in 61, living in the Isle of Dogs. We moved to Camden. The NASA went to the moon. Jin had gone to Nigeria on 2 occasions. So those two trips also man you up and bring you to bring some realities home. I'd learnt about slavery and everything else. So, you know, and then I had the army life for 2 years. 3 years in the Army Cadet Force, 2 years in the Royal Engineers. So this all mans you up. Literally, you know, you are, you know, ready, more than ready to live life, to be quite honest. The one good thing I could say is that I didn't end up going to any wars. But, yeah, I couldn't find a woman that wanted to settle down. Could I not find one? No. I ended up finding my wife in Japan. There you are.
Yeah, I met my wife in Japan, and I said, "What are you doing here?" Like that.
Yeah.
I met my
wife in London because I was doing the security, you know, the doors at the nightclubs and pubs and warehouses.
You bouncer.
So I actually met my wife at a nightclub. Now I've often said these two things during my life at that time. I said I could never love a woman in another country because it's too far, and you don't meet your ideal wife in a nightclub. And what do? I meet my wife in a nightclub.
I do my wife in another country.
Oh yeah,
that's good.
Total, absolutely amazing situation.
I was always told, don't marry a girl without really knowing her very, very well. Take your time, and then definitely make sure you get to know her parents really well, and it's all that sort of stuff. I did the exact opposite.
Yeah, I did the exact opposite as well. But although those are sound advice, of course,
It is still sound advice.
and it is, even though it might sound old-fashioned, it's still sound advice. Yeah, you know, that's a good way to secure a long-lasting relationship. But I mean, I've been in my relationship now 26 years, so you know, it's had its ups and downs, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So it took a while for you to get married. What, you get married in your 30s? Huh?
Yeah, 38.
There you are. Wow, that's late. I thought I was late. It was much earlier than that for me, but I thought I was late.
No, yeah, 38, you see. Like I said, I couldn't find the right woman to settle down with. And it wasn't for the want of trying. So, you know, I've had lots of good relationships. And the women that I had at the time could not complain because they got red carpet treatment from Jin, you know. But they didn't want to settle down and have children and all that, which is what I really wanted, you see. Do you know what I mean?
That's funny that you knew what you wanted. I had no idea what I wanted.
Oh yeah, I wanted to be a father. I want to be a grandfather. So much so, you know what I'm doing currently? You know what I'm doing? I'm keeping the bikes that I bought for my kids. I'm keeping them for the grandchildren now. Ha ha! Look at that.
We've got a box full of toys from my two eldest and my youngest, and we are keeping those just in case.
Yeah.
There's some, I mean, there's Brio train set. There's all sorts of different things. Those Brio train sets, I don't know if anyone else is familiar with Brio. Those last donkeys.
They last forever. If they're made of wood, because the one that I've got made of wood, that's what I've got.
That's
Wooden
it. That's it. That's what we got.
They last forever. That's the first introduction, you see, to train sets. I've also got the Tommy car, which is electric. I've got those as well, all boxed up, put away. My wife is trying to sell them. It's been a cause of some serious bust-ups because she's trying to sell it out. I said, no, you see, in England and in the West, we value this material. We don't sell or get rid of. Novelty, sentimental, and of course, it's going to grow in value. So we don't throw away or sell immediately. We don't do that. Not in the West.
Yeah. Well, the Japanese way is that you keep little things, but you don't keep lots of big things because in most instances they have little tiny apartments. They have little tiny houses. They can't keep a lot of stuff.
Right. Well,
that's the Japanese way.
Yeah, we've got 2 sheds. I've got 2 sheds to keep in.
Oh, you're Jin 2 sheds.
Yeah, Jin 2 sheds. I've got it all. And I've locked them down. And I said, no, you cannot sell these bikes. Not these. And the thing is, they're in good condition, well maintained. So, you know, they gather dust and I go in there and dust them off. So you can still see the chrome shining and everything. And I said to my children, when you have children and your son rides the bike that you were riding, that's very rare.
Yeah,
children
really
don't often say, this is what my dad used to ride, 20 years ago. Because people don't keep things like that. Okay? That's the thing. I'm trying to show them the value of keeping something over time. Okay, when you keep something over time, there's an inherent value and history in there. So do you want to throw that away? No, you don't. Exactly.
I hope everyone's enjoying this conversation. This is a good version of Jin. I like this version of Jin. This is a good one.
Yeah, it's another side of Jin that you never get to hear, of course.
Well, no, because we were in Gem Pandas when we had our good long conversation about bikes and dispatch riding and stuff, couriering. They weren't party to that. They don't know.
Well, no, some of them enjoyed it, but we don't want to bore anyone with that anyway.
No.
But it's nice to just talk about things that we value in life and how one gets through life. And at 63, I've done well, boxed it and done it with the best, still kicking ass today. 63. Not slowing down anyway at all.
So you're Jin 2 sheds. I'm 2-car garage. I don't have a shed. I've got a 2-car.
I've got 2 sheds and a garage actually as well, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Someone wanted to say something there.
Something, yeah. I just keep going until someone tells me to shut up.
Yeah, that's what I do generally. So don't be shy. If you want to take the mic, please go ahead. Otherwise, we will carry on because life in Britain when I was growing up was absolutely fantastic. Yeah,
It was
60s.
idyllic compared to now.
Yeah, great times. Imagine this as a small black boy experiencing racism, but that wasn't the be all or end all of my life. That was a small part because I could actually handle myself. I could fight and give pain. So I was lucky in that department. The thing about what really amazed me was that there were people that I never met, men and women that I never met that were doing things for me at youth clubs and play centers. And that, doing things that your parents should be doing, but because they're busy working, they can't do that. But these people are doing it for you. That was just, I will never forget that. Coming from the hippies as well, because they had all the rainbow colored clothing, flared trousers, and they looked really nice, slim,
Desert
not
Rallies.
overweight hippies in the 60s, doing for me, and making me feel comfortable and well received. I will never forget that.
Yeah, you notice that? There weren't any overweight hippies.
No, you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, look at Woodstock. Look at the footage of Woodstock.
Yeah, Woodstock, loved it.
There were no elephants. There were no
No,
elephants in there.
no, that's right. That's right. I love Woodstock. When that happened, I would have only been a kid anyway,
Yeah,
there
me
you are.
too.
Well, they were only thin because they were all druggies.
They're all druggies.
Yeah, yeah. But they were druggies with common sense, They knew that the world they were in was a little bit unfair. They knew that. And
It's
they
the new
were
weight loss
against authority.
program. The new weight loss program. Heroin.
Cocaine, heroin.
Dun, 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 dun. Don't
Yeah.
Cocaine.
Everybody was thin back then.
Yes, that's right.
What happened since then and to now? What happened? Why did people suddenly start to begin obese?
Processed food.
Yeah,
Is
processed.
that only that?
No, it's not just. There's a lot of factors.
Yeah, and then gaming is coming, polluting the area. Gaming, that's a horrible thing.
Gaming. There's lots of factors.
Yeah, gaming is lucrative to the point where it's outstripping all movie companies combined. Gaming, the revenue.
Because games are way better than movies. The stories in games are far superior than movies.
Thank you for that. There you are. Then that's
And it gives the opportunity for people who like going on adventures to be part of that story. That's part of the reason some want to play role-playing Red Dead Redemption. Like, I'm a cowboy today.
You get to hogtie the suffragette and drag her over to the creek where you can feed her to the crocodiles.
That is one option if you choose to do so. You don't have to.
I saw a video. The guy says, "I just discovered you can do this thing in this video game." That's a horrible thing to do.
Yeah, to a suffragette, a very important character in the women's life because they were fighting for the rights to vote. These suffragettes, and they finally got it when the king's horse actually ran over a suffragette on the racecourse. Yeah, that's when it changed. If you might remember, Red Cloud, do you remember that incident?
No, I don't remember that. You know what? Actually, though, it sparks the tiniest memory in my brain.
Yeah,
So
that's what happened with the suffragettes. They were fighting for the rights to vote, of course, and then the leader of the movement jumped in front of the king's horse as a protest.
Oh.
She died, of course,
Oh.
but that's what
That's
highlighted
awful.
their plight, that they needed to have the right to vote, and things changed after that. So the king's
to
race,
die.
obviously you had a jockey riding the king's horse in a
Yeah.
race, and that horse ran over the suffragette, and then after that, that's when things changed for women getting the rights to vote.
Yep,
in
she
the end.
probably just got a good kick to the head, and that would do it.
So if women never got the right to vote, we would not have obese people today?
We not have what?
Well, I'm just connecting the things that we're talking about.
Yeah, the women, trouble and strife, they really did lay their mark down. I'll
Well,
tell
they
you that.
traded the health out for convenience, you know. Instead of actually making homemade meals from the ground up, we just fucking buy some processed shit.
Yeah. I'll tell you where I disagree with women being in a certain area, and that's the military. I don't think any women should be in the theatre of war. Secretary, in the secretary office, administration, fine. But on the battlefield, no. Definitely
Well,
not.
they can be nurses.
Jin, scroll to the top. Look at the picture. Here you go.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to switch on my screen now. Hang on. I'm on an iPad here. So the iPad switches off when you don't interact with it, of course. Battery save mode. So hang on a sec.
You go.
It loads.
There you go.
And what am I looking for? Ah, yes. Yeah, thank you.
Look, Rio's from when the boys were little.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah. There you go. That's the whole bin. You got.
Hello, Thomas.
Anyway, that was all.
Yeah,
Just want to show you that.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. I've got Thomas the Tank Engine train set actually, and the storybooks as well. Storybooks as well, and some of them are read by what's his name from the Beatles, Ringo Starr.
Ringo. He was
Did
the
you know
first.
that? Did you know that Ringo Starr used to narrate the Thomas the Tank Engine stories?
Yep. And after him, he was replaced by George Carlin.
Oh, George Carlin, really?
George Carlin was second. His character is in the UK. He's called the Fat Controller, but because you don't want to say fat, they called him Mr. Conductor. That's what they called him in the States. But in the actual stories, he's called the Fat Controller.
Yeah, in the States, yeah. But Ringo Starr was the Fat Controller. You got it, yeah.
And then because the States television is all based on 30-minute time slots, the Thomas the Tank Engine series was only 5 or 10-minute slots. And so they had to, what they did is PBS, they created a show called Shining Time Station, and they had actors play these roles and stuff, and then they'd show the Thomas the Tank Engine segments, and that was live action, and they did that to pad out. They'd show about 3 episodes of the Thomas the Tank Engine show, and it would fit into the half-an-hour slot. And that was done again. Ringo Starr did it, and then George Carlin did it, live action.
So my children here in Japan, 4 boys, were born from the year 2000, and the last one born 2009. So during that 9-year period, I introduced them to Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, Joe 90, Stingray, UFO.
All the good stuff.
Yeah, man.
I did the same thing. The Wombles.
The Wombles, I couldn't do that one. Yeah, I didn't do
Mr.
that one.
Ben. We've got the
Wimbledon
Wombles
Common.
DVDs. We got Mr. Ben DVD. There's only one DVD because they didn't make many episodes of Mr. Ben.
Yeah. Ivor the Engine, I did.
Ivor the Engine. There he is, look.
Yeah, there he is. Hello, Ivor the Engine. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah.
It was great. And all the special effects, were done by a guy going, that was
yeah, it was all done by voice. Yeah, I was aware of that. Yeah. And then we had Rhubarb and Custard.
No one was murdered. Nobody was murdered. No explosions. No one was kidnapped. There were no mysteries to solve. It was just
typical.
Gentle.
I'll tell you another one that I couldn't get was the Clangers. Do you remember the Clangers?
Oh, of course.
They're out in space. The Clangers.
You won't pick up my whistling, but that's basically what they did. Is their language was whistling. They got food from in the caves. And do you remember who provided their food?
Was it a dragon of some kind?
Very good. The soup dragon.
Yeah, there you go. The soup dragon. There you are. So basically, my dad got me that. You know the whistle, the ooh, ooh. My dad actually got me one of those. You know.
Oh, really?
He actually got. Yeah, he got me one of those. I was like amazed.
Oh, so you could pretend to be a clanger.
Out of nowhere came this flute, right? And I said, "What's this thing, Daddy?" He goes, "You play it, you will know. Try it." So I blew into it and pulled the handle down, and it made that noise.
Yep.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I thought, wow, I've got one. The clangers, yeah.
So the clangers lived on this little tiny moon,
That's right.
and they had fed by this cave-dwelling dragon called the soup dragon, and then they had a little boat
Dragon,
which
yeah.
could fly, and they made it fly by picking musical notes off a tree, and then attaching it to the mast of this little flying thing, and then they could fly by playing the musical notes. It was just wonderful.
I think it was interesting because they were also introducing you to music and musical notes. It was quite an edge. You see, like you said earlier, clean. No one was getting murdered. No blood and claret. I mean, it was just clean fun. And do you remember Noddy? Remember Noddy?
Noddy and Big Ears.
Yeah, and Trumpton. And Trumpton. I introduced my kids to
Chigley.
Trumpton as well. Yeah.
That was who's the narrator on Trumpton? Remember?
Oh no, I can't remember exactly. You have to remind me.
He was in Play Away.
I remember Play Away as well. Again, you have to remind me of the name.
Brian Cant.
Oh yeah, Brian Cant. That's it. Yeah. Play Away was good.
Yeah, it was good. Tony Arthur.
Yeah.
Brian Cant.
Tony
all
Arthur,
sorts of people.
Great.
Jeremy
And then you
Irons
had
was in a
Vision.
couple of.
Do you remember the Vision On? Do you remember that program called Vision On, all about art? Vision On, Tony Hart.
Tony Hart. That's for deaf children. That's right. With Valerie
Singleton.
No, that was Blue Peter. Valerie.
Oh,
what was her name?
So,
I can't remember her name. It was Sylvester McCoy was in it, and Tony Hart.
Yeah.
That was for deaf children.
That was a great program. That was.
No, her name was Pat Kiesel.
There you go, Pat Kiesel.
That was the lady who was she was the like MC of this show, and she could sign.
Right.
Everything she said was in sign. Did signing as well.
Yeah, and if you can go back far enough, you might remember Watch with Mother. I think it was called Andy Pandy.
Andy Pandy, Watching Mother, and the Wooden Tops.
The Wooden
Bill and
Tops.
Ben, the Flower Pot Men.
Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men, all together, and then you had shortly after that, the Herbs.
Yep, the Herb
Parsley
Garden.
and chives and all that.
Parsley and chive and sage, rosemary.
Yeah, sage.
Parsley was a lion, right?
A lion.
Yeah, Parsley was the lion, and Sage was a.
Sage was the dog, was it?
Was it a dog or was it a cat? You're talking black and white. Now you're talking that stuff was some of it. The first episodes were in black and white.
Yeah.
That's not what that stuff is.
Sage was the dog. Yeah, it was a great. So when I look at the psychology of British children's education, it was really good. They really got it. It was perfect compared to today's junk. That stuff. That's what I was thinking. That when my children was growing up, I didn't want them to pick up on some of this Japanese junk and that. So I introduced them. Obviously, they had to watch the Japanese stuff because it's on TV. Some of it was good, but majority was junk, I felt. And then I introduced them to some of the British stuff because I wanted them to have the English input. Do you understand? English psychology as
That's
well.
what we did too. We did exactly the same thing. So my children's childhood consists of some of the PBS shows like Wishbone and Arthur and a few of those other things like Magic School Bus, but a lot of it is Mr. Ben, Wombles, all that sort of stuff. But I tell you what, Jin, here's what I've been doing. I've got my family members that grew up with me, my brothers and everything, and so I've started collecting all of the theme songs and done like a pop quiz, like University Challenge.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
So I have a list. I have a list of all of the shows, and there, like I said, my sons watched, the PBS shows, but there's perhaps 10, 15, perhaps they could name. Captain Planet and the G.I. Joe and Teenage Mutant.
That's right. Yeah, that's the 80s stuff. You see, I was born in the 60s.
Right.
If I had to go back, yeah.
But we have so many more. There's so many more. There's
Yeah.
there's
We were
50,
deluged.
60,
Deluged,
70
we'd have
of
to
them.
say.
Because they were instead of being 30 minutes or inexpensive, they were all, a lot of them were very inexpensive to make, and there was lots of them. And there were 5 minutes. The Magic
Yeah.
Roundabout was 5 minutes.
The Magic Roundabout, that was good.
That was
With
5 minutes.
Zebedee and what's the other one?
Florence. And
Yeah,
Dougal.
there you go. Dougal, yeah. Yeah, I used to.
And,
I actually
Brian.
collected the toys as well. I collected the toys and everything.
Did you?
That was all part of. It was all on offer. You could buy them at the toy shops. So
Who
I
was
used to
the
buy
really
them, yeah.
who was the really chillaxed dude? The really chill, druggy. What was his name?
Yeah, is it Brian or someone like that? Brian.
Brian was a snail.
Right.
Florence.
Yeah, I know the guy you was talking about, the hippie guy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
the
thought it
hippie
was
guy.
Brian.
Zebedee was the springy guy, the weird springy guy.
Yeah, the spring with the moustache.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then of course Florence, who was a sensible one,
Yeah.
because she was a girl.
Yeah. And then there was Germantrude the cow.
Ermintrude.
Germantrude, yeah.
Ermintrude, that's right.
There you are.
Oh, darlings.
And then
And
there
it
was
was all
Hector's
narrated by
house.
one guy.
My brother
There you
liked
go.
Hector's house. Do you remember Hector's house?
Yes.
Hector's house.
That was
There you go.
that was imported. Where was that imported from?
Yeah, that was really good, that was. But then we had some American input as well.
Yeah.
When I look back, the stuff that I used to watch that was American would be like Rawhide was one, for
Yeah.
sure. Right? I'm trying to think now, you know. Obviously, there was Star Trek,
course.
Sesame Street,
Right.
Street, massive impact there. Trying to think, American stuff. Because we did have a lot of
Pink-
American influence as well.
Pink Panther.
You know, Pink Panther, yeah, that was brilliant. Saturday
all of-
afternoon.
Yes. All the Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah, all of that stuff, yeah.
So,
Scooby-Doo, Hong
Scooby-Doo.
Kong Phooey,
Yeah, Hong Kong Phooey is the best.
yeah. Top Cat,
Top Cat. Yep. That was from the
really good,
19
that was
that was from the
Huckleberry Finn,
1940s, you
Huckleberry
realize,
Finn,
right?
Wacky Races,
Wacky Races, yeah. Just Dastardly, Mustard, was it Dick Dastardly?
and Muttley.
Catch the Pigeon.
Yeah.
You know that. You know Top Cat.
Pitstop,
You know
Penelope
Pitstop.
Pitstop
There you
and
go.
Hooded Claw.
Pat Pending.
Hell yeah.
Do
And
you
then
realize that?
Autocat and Motormouse. Motormouse
Right.
and Autocat. That was
Yeah.
a really good series.
Do you know
on
that
motorbikes.
Top Cat was from the 1940s?
Yeah.
That was set in the 40s, and it was only made in like the 50s.
Yeah, you know
It was-
Top Cat. Who is it? No, Officer Dibble. You know Officer
Officer
Dibble.
Dibble.
Today, you won't believe this, but today, this morning, I watched a black and white movie, and it was Officer Dibble.
Really,
Wow, this is the
that's
first
funny.
time I'm seeing him. Look, I'm 63 years of age, and I'm seeing Officer Dibble because I recognise his voice.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Black and
amazing.
white American movie.
Yeah.
Today.
I've got a list, Jin. Hold on. Let me see if I can find my list here. It's the theme songs.
Yeah, everything. Oh, my list is in my brain.
Oh
That's
no, I
the
don't
thing.
have
I
much.
Yeah, I don't have it written down anyway. It's all in my
I
brain
haven't.
at the moment.
I haven't got enough of a brain to do that, so I had to make lists.
Can you imagine that? 63 years of age, and I'm going back like it was yesterday. Yeah, man.
Let's see here.
My gigabytes.
Okay, so Daktari.
Oh, Daktari, yeah. All about safari, really.
That's
in
it.
Africa.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm
There's another one
scrolling up.
called Yao, which I'm finding hard to find.
Yao.
Yeah.
Yes.
African
Was that
boy.
African?
Yes, it was.
It was,
That
wasn't
African.
it? Yao.
Yeah, the other one you're thinking about was Boney. Boney, the Australian one.
Yes. But Yao.
Oh,
Oh my, Jin, that's amazing that you. Wow,
There you are.
there's a tiny spark in my tiny
There
brain.
you are. Yeah, I can't find the series. I've been looking for it. Yao. BBC.
How'd you spell Yao?
I think it was Y-O-W, I think it was. Yao.
Yao.
Yeah. African series for children. It was a series. And it was all about this
Yao TV
African
show?
boy. Yeah, TV show, TV series. Yeah.
That's
Yao.
going to be hard to find. 1970s.
Yeah, it was very hard to. I haven't been able to find it, and it was just before the BBC put out some more in-depth programs about slavery. Okay, so Yao came out just before that. Bonnie was already out by this time. Bonnie,
Okay.
it was called Bonnie, wasn't it? Bonnie.
Bonnie, okay.
Yeah, Bonnie. That was the
Let's
New
see.
Zealand or the Australian
I've
one.
got it.
That was really
I've
good.
got it in my browser now, so I'll search for Yao. I'll keep trying to find
Yeah, please
Yao.
search for Yao because that was a really good one. Yeah, I used to
Here we
enjoy
go.
watching that with my dad. Yeah.
Okay, here's some more. Here's some more. Do you remember Magpie?
Oh, I remember Magpie very well. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. How about How? How?
Which one? How? Yeah. It used to be part of Magpie, actually, wasn't it?
I think so. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Let me see. I'm scrolling up my list.
Yeah. And
Bewitched.
then in modern times,
That's
you got
American.
Nickelodeon, but that was a bit modern. Nickelodeon.
Yeah, that's
Modern times.
more contemporary.
Yeah.
I'm a stupid
Exactly.
flat
Let me
earther,
see here.
right?
Ooh.
And I'm just a loser.
Hold on. No. Okay. Hang on.
Yeah, because we're going back. We're going back. 1970. You got Tintin. Hergé's Adventures of
Hergé's
Tintin.
Adventures of Tintin. The crab with the golden
Yeah,
claw.
the crab with the golden claw. That's right.
There you go.
These were on series every 5 minutes every day. Do you know what I mean? You know.
Yeah.
So I introduced my children to that through Cartoon Network because they did it. They actually reintroduced it. So there you go.
Here you go. There's Ivor the Engine, the main theme.
Yeah,
which
Ivor
is
the
done
Engine.
basically in Oliver Postgate. I think he played the bassoon or something, or the oompa, whatever that instrument is.
Yes.
Brass, and it was just him in his living
Ivor the
room. It sounded
Engine.
like that's it. That's how they did it all. Was a bassoon.
It was from Wales, wasn't it? It was
Yep,
Welsh.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brilliant, that was.
And it was based on a real. There you go, Captain Pugwash. Captain Pugwash is great.
Captain Pugwash, yeah.
The only one sensible was the cabin boy. Do you remember that? He was the only sensible one on the ship.
Yeah.
The rest were all
You know, there's quite, and then Rhubarb and
heavy
Custard.
drinking.
Yeah, there were so many good programs that we used to watch. We were inundated.
Yes.
Come on, spoiled for choice, literally.
Okay, here we go. Goodies.
Oh, that's a comedy series, The Goodies.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Goodies. Yep.
Yeah.
Goody,
With,
goody,
what's his
goody,
name?
yummy.
Is it Jim Taylor or Tim Taylor or something like that?
It was so the Goodies were Bill Oddie.
Bill Oddie, that's the one. Bill Oddie.
Okay.
Jim
Tim Brooke Taylor.
Tim Brooke Taylor. That was it.
And then Graham Garden.
Graham Gardner. Yeah.
Graham Gardner. Graham Garden. I
Yeah,
think
they
it's
were all
just
very
Garden.
good. Yeah, they were very good. They were.
How about Rent a Ghost?
I remember Renting. I didn't like that with the poltergeist, and I didn't really enjoy it that much. But it was there. Yeah.
Do you remember Marine Boy?
I remember Marine Boy. I was going to say that when you Oxygum, where you eat the chewing gum and you
That's
go and
right.
they could go. Yeah. Now that was a Japanese and
That's
an
right.
American collaboration, by the way. I didn't even know that at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was very good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've got Joe 90, like you mentioned before.
Yeah, Joe 90, the boy that could do anything.
Yeah. So his
Jen, you got a
father.
good memory, brother.
He really does. So Joe 90's father invented a brain enhancing machine called the Big Rat, and
That's right.
it would enhance the boy's brain, and then he wore these special glasses that allowed him to, I don't know, do something I can't remember.
Well, it was communicating with his dad, of course.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
And then he took on the intellect of an adult. That was
That's
the
right.
other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the one episode I watched, he stole a Russian fighter.
That's right. I remember that one. Yeah. Yeah.
And it was all special agents and stuff, and that did have explosions.
Yeah. I got my children the Thunderbirds toys. Thunderbird 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
The green. What was the big fat green one? That was Thunderbird 2.
That was Thunderbird 2.
Okay.
Virgil
Okay.
used to
Yes,
fly.
that
Yeah.
was Virgil's.
That was the one that
Virgil's ship.
carried. That was the main transporter of all the hardware.
Yes, that's the one.
Thunderbird 1 was the Scout that Scott flew to get
Scott.
to the sea first and oversee, and then he would radio back the equipment that would be needed. And Thunderbird 4, yeah, go ahead.
That was a space. Thunderbird 4 was the space one, wasn't it?
No, Thunderbird 5 was the satellite. Yeah,
Satellite. Yeah, that was the satellite.
Thunderbird 4 was the sub-aqua yellow.
That's right, the underwater one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. You got it. Yeah, and Thunderbird 3 was the rocket to space.
That's right.
Which Alan flew.
That's
Tracy.
right. Alan Tracy and Virgil Tracy and Scott Tracy.
That's right. Scott Tracy, Brains.
Yeah.
And Gordon.
Gordon, and then what was the lady's name?
Oh, Penelope was Lady Penelope.
Lady Penelope. And what sort of car did he? What did Parker drive? What was she transport around in?
Rolls Royce.
That's
right
right.
in the middle. Drive right in the middle of the car. That was pink Rolls Royce.
6 wheels.
6-wheel Rolls Royce. Yeah.
That's
Brilliant
it. That's
vehicle.
right.
Yeah, it could water ski. And it had weapons galore.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We had a model of that. We had a pink, when I was a child, we had a pink Rolls Royce, and at the back, you could flip the back, or is it the front? The front headlights were popped down, and it was a rocket launcher. There was a rocket launcher out of the grill at the front.
Yeah, it was the front headlights.
Yeah.
You see, because it had a rocket launcher and machine gun.
That's it.
Yeah. That you see, that's what I'm saying. You know, I had to introduce my children to that because I felt they would be lacking had I not have done that. You know.
Yeah, they'd be missing out.
Even though I'm in Japan here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I gave them the right experience. I even introduced them to Star Wars, and then lots of Lego, of course, Lego building blocks. We did that. I did everything with the kids. Like I said, you know, when they look back at their lives, I said, if you compare your life to the average Japanese boy, you've traveled the world and you've had 2 cultures intertwined. None of the people in this area, everywhere you go, you know that you've had extra. So then don't ever let me hear you say you're bored, because that's crap.
No,
you
we
cannot
never.
be bored. Yeah.
We
They pissed me off one day. I said, Daddy, Samaranai, saying that, Daddy, I'm bored now. I said, you who have everything in the house, I don't want to hear you're bored. That's what I said. You know?
I don't allow anyone to be bored if they've got a phone.
Yeah, well, exactly. They've got games, and at that time they had a Game Boy, Nintendo Wii, blimey, a Sony PSP. They had everything. So boredom could never be mentioned. I said, I don't want to hear that. And then I said, when you compare to when I was a kid, we only had like Meccano sets, for example.
Right.
Yes, we had Lego. We had Lego, of course, but we also had Meccano, which was good. I love Meccano.
Meccano was more for engineers, wasn't it?
Well, I'm an engineer, isn't I? Look at that. There you are.
Yeah, they are.
So it goes to show, doesn't it? Because I loved Meccano. A little bit more pricey, of course, as well.
Yeah, it's real metal, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, it took a little bit longer to construct things, but that was fine. We had your spanners, screwdrivers, nuts and bolts, and you got on with it, making cranes and all sorts. I loved it. Yeah.
That was real toys for real boys.
Yeah, and then you remember Mousetrap? Do you remember Mousetrap?
Mousetrap was
construction game.
Absolutely brilliant game.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the Japanese had their version, so I got that for them as well. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mousetrap, what's that in Japanese?
Oh, mouse. Nezumi trapu.
All right. That's funny.
Nezumi means mouse. But the Japanese version, it wasn't called Mousetrap. It's a different game entirely, but you had to construct it, and you roll your ball bearings down and things happen, and that was really good. Yeah, we got that for the kids. I got that at Costco, would you believe? Yeah, I bought that at Costco with the wife. With the trouble.
There you go.
With the trouble, we bought that one. Yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoyed the children when they were at that age, and they had a brilliant time of it. They could not be saying they were bored, really. You know, they travelled around the world, and also enjoyed life in Japan. They've climbed Mount Fuji twice. Last year they did it on their own for the first time without their dad. On their own, you know, it took them longer, but there you are. Yeah, I tried to explain to them the reason why. It's because you're bigger and heavier, so it's going to take longer.
Yeah.
And then Daddy did it quicker because Daddy's a man's strength at the age of 30, 40 is different from a young man of 20. Okay, because with the 30, 40 years, there's a lot of experience. We know how to use the energy. We know what to draw to push forward. You don't have that. So it's all new experience. So the next time you do Mount Fuji, that experience you have, you will use to keep you going. That's what life teaches you. Time is a great teacher. Experience is a great teacher. You see, you know what they said? Daddy, I wish I had your brain. That's what they said. I laughed. I wished I had my brain, because the things that I know is what amazes them. You know, sometimes when we travel around now and we're listening to the music, I know every single note to every single song. But Daddy, we don't hear it in Japan. That's why. Yeah, but how can you remember it? Well, you don't forget. That's what's good about the brain. If you're healthy and you're sound, you remember everything. If you want to forget, you're going to lose it through drugs and alcohol. So good luck, yeah? That's what I said to them. You know, they've never seen me drunk. I don't drink like that. See? I value my health, and I value that time as such, you know, the moments that we're alive. So that's my strength, if you will. That's my strength, you know. And they know that. Mummy smokes, Daddy doesn't smoke. There you go. So my wife smokes, but I don't. Yeah. And they know it's a disgusting habit. They know it. I said, how are you going to do your running and your mountain climbing and your canoeing and mountain bike trekking if you're a smoker? And then I showed them an advert. A poster. The cigarette brand is called Hope. And what you have is a mountain bike rider on a yellow mountain bike in the air above snow-capped mountains. Right? And then you've got tobacco, hope. And I said to the children, do you understand that message? Look at it. What's the message there? Is there a message there? Look at the advert. What can we see? Because we've done mountain bike trekking, yeah? So what is strange about this poster, massive poster? You know the one you see when you're driving? Massive board, fucking signboard and that. Big Hope. The brand of the cigarette was called Hope. And there was two. There was the menthol and the regular all together. Mountains, snow-capped mountains, and a mountain bike rider in the middle of a jump in the air. Snapshot. And then you got your cigarette advertising. And I said, what's odd about this picture? And you know what they said? I know tobacco ahead. They said, the cigarettes. I said, what's the cigarettes? I said, that's right. What is cigarettes doing in such a beautiful shot? Can you see that? So I knew they knew that cigarettes were wrong. After that, just that alone, you know? And they would have been like maybe fourth graders in like elementary school, that age, around about that age. And yeah, you know, I made sure they got the message that cigarette smoking is for fools only. So mummy's a fool, yeah. Ruining her health. Exactly. Smoking cigarettes, ruining your health, stinking the place out. Anyway, she can't smoke in the house. That's it. And my father-in-law knew as well. He had to smoke outside. He knew it. He respected me for that. And whenever we went out for a meal, I used to say to everyone, no smoking because the children are here. If you're going to smoke, you smoke outside. Don't smoke in a restaurant. Yeah, man. That's what I was like. So they could understand the importance of one's health. Yeah. You know, I had to make sure they got that and understood it. And they did. And they don't smoke. Now, the youngest one is only 16 anyway. The oldest one is 25. So, and then you've got 23 and 20. So, you know, none of them are going to be smoking.
So I'll tell you this.
Who's 20, he doesn't drink. No alcohol intake. There you are. See?
That's good.
So it's worked.
So
I think.
I'll tell you this, Jin. My mum smoked. Do you know how she started?
How?
She was given a cigarette by when she was in the hospital by one of the nurses.
Wow, terrible place. How can
You
that
believe
be? It's the same thing with the dentists and the doctors promoting Camel cigarettes as a good
Yeah.
brand. Do you remember during the 50s?
Yep.
Yeah, that was a shock.
Yep.
Yeah, shocked.
She started smoking because of a nurse.
Terrible. What a way. Ironic. Ridiculous. Yeah, yeah. So my children know not to be smoke. I told them that I used to smoke cannabis. I said, but that's a healthy smoke. And my students as well, who expressed a little bit of surprise. But I said, well, look, the average smoker in Japan is smoking maybe 30 to 40 cigarettes a day. Okay, right? I'm smoking one spliff a day. One spliff. That means I'm only using half a cigarette. So who's healthier? The man who is smoking the weed or the man who's smoking 60 cigarettes and just destroying his health daily? Which one? And weed has health benefits. It's a healthy plant. Okay? Health for your cannabinoids. Yeah, no, yeah. So I said the government is saying this. The government says you can smoke and drink alcohol, ruin your liver, ruin your lungs, but you can't have cannabis and drink tea and smoke and enjoy your health. That's what the government is telling you.
It's a bit of a contradiction, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Exactly. And then you know what? I asked them, why don't you smoke the cannabis? They said, because it sends you crazy. That's what the government said. I said, give me the names of the people you know who have gone crazy from smoking cannabis. And they couldn't give one. Because, of course you can't give any, because they lied. They're 10,000 years, nobody has died. Every 8 seconds, somebody is dying from a tobacco-related ailment. Every 8 seconds. Okay? So there you have it. Those are the facts. And you know, they looked at me differently, man. When after I explained that, they said they knew of the experience. They knew they were lacking experience, of course. That's the difference, isn't it? A foreigner in a country like Japan can really educate a lot. You understand? The Japanese are really lacking in that kind of content because they didn't travel the world, which is why Kennedy, JFK, okay? There's a little story here, true story. Robert F. Kennedy, before he was assassinated, in 1964, he planned to come to Japan for 4 points of an agenda. Agenda number 1 was to remove all naval military personnel from Japan. He was stating that Japan is a sovereign country and the war is over and we don't want a Pax America across the world. So that was one plan. Second point of his visit was to introduce schools and colleges programs where they could swap schools and learn English and Japanese. So the Americans would go to Japan to learn Japanese, and the Japanese would go and learn English in America. Then there was the business and commerce, and then the cultural exchange as well. Okay. Now the reason he wanted to do that was because he had noticed that because of the 2 atomic bombs that Japan had been hit with, they didn't travel. The Hitachis, JVCs, Honda, Sony, Mitsubishi, those people would be traveling the world, but the people of Japan were not traveling. And when I was at school, we had Chinese, we had Greeks, Italians, French, Germans, all nationalities. We just didn't have any Japanese. So Kennedy could see that, and he wanted to offer a hand of friendship and to open up Japan to come and see the world. Okay, you know. So, and that is definitely evident when you're in Japan that, you know, because they don't travel the world as much as others around the world, they do lack in that experience of what's going on outside Japan. Do you understand? I did notice that in 1999. Yeah, it was a shock for me. Such a high-tech country and their equipment impacting the world in such a way that the Japanese didn't even know of the impact of Honda, Toyota, Mitsubishi, Hitachi, Sony, JVC, Pioneer. They didn't know the impact that these electronic goods and their vehicles and their washing machines had on the world. They didn't even know. Do you know that? Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. They didn't know that, man. They don't know that, you see. So when I explained it to them, to my students, they were always surprised. And then I'd show them through, like on the internet, videos and Google, show them the images and that, yeah. And then I showed them, hemp houses, hempcrete to build your house with, hemp food, hemp tea, hemp beer, hemp clothing, hemp car parts. And then they started to wake up. I said, this is what they're keeping from us. We are being stunted because of the intervention of government all the time. Okay? So the world is not what you think it is. And then I went on to flat earth and 9/11s. And, I am thanked greatly by my students, the parents, as well as the adults. When my brother came to Japan, okay, my second oldest brother, the first thing they said to him was, your brother, he teaches us Japanese history perfectly. That's what they said to him, which surprised me. And they were talking about Pearl Harbor in particular. Okay, that's what they were really referring to. Not the Edo period and the Meiji period, because I'm not very strong on that, although I know a lot. But I'm talking about world history, and they were like, they carried the idea that Japan was wrong in the Second World War in relation to the Pearl Harbor attack. But when I actually gave them the true story from Robert B. Stinnett, okay, that's when they really woke up and said, well, I didn't know that, because I know I've actually taught this at Pearl Harbor 2 times, 2010, 2012, speaking to the Japanese tourists, explaining to them they're not telling you the complete truth. Here it is now in Japanese. Bit broken, but at least they understood where I was coming from and gave them the links. So yeah, they told my brother that he teaches us Japanese history perfectly. There you are. So I'm always respectful to them, and they are respectful back. They know my children well. After all, they're going to Japanese schools. So there you are. One of the noisiest gaijins in Japan I am, as I am a noisy flat earther. I'm a noisy neighbor as well. Can you hear me, or have I gone?
No, I can hear you. I just can't.
Yeah. When I'm shouting,
I'm listening. Yeah.
My mother-in-law goes, Junior, urusai, you're noisy. Sorry about that. That's because I've got the windows open. I'm in the classroom, the windows are open, and the noise is just pouring out. So I shut all the windows down quickly. Yeah, I'm a noisy neighbor. Well, there you are, The truth must come out. Yes, the truth must come out. So I've enjoyed my life in Japan thus far. It's been a great experience. I'm glad I came. I became a flat earther in Japan. So that goes to show you that I used my time well. Because of the internet, it means the library is in my classroom now. I don't actually have to go to the library, book a use of the computer, because back in the day you had to book to use your computer for about an hour. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It was always fully booked, so you could never bloody get to use the damn thing. Or you go to cyber cafes. Do you remember them?
I remember those.
Yeah, right. So I was lucky. The internet was in my room. That means the library's there. Now I could get into some research. And as it is unfortunate, but the good information is being removed at breakneck speeds, unfortunately now.
I get you.
Lots of misinformation. Yeah. The internet is dying.
You think so?
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah. The algorithms are working against those who know what's going on and want the information. It's really hard to retrieve unless you know the exact video yourself. So if you're a new person coming into these conspiracies, you're going to be led down the narrative, the opposite to the truth, basically. That's what's going on. And that is a real shame. Yeah. And that's why
they don't need to do that. They don't need to throttle. They don't need to throttle information like that.
But they are doing that, though. That's the thing. But they are. Yeah. They are. They've done that to flat Earth. They're even doing that to 9/11. Yeah. I'm looking online now. The material that's out there now is totally opposite to the truth. And it's very glossy and that, and it's very annoying. Yeah. So any of the youth that were born in 9/11, I want to do the research now, are going to be misinformed unless they meet people like me. And then they're going to be well informed. And I hit them with,
so
you can't. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have like a fact that is true that still after we've gone through, you know, conversations and looking into these facts about 9/11 and flat Earth? Do you have one that's still true?
Thank you, Risky. That's a good question. Yeah. Can anybody answer that question for Risky? Anyone? Does anybody have anything to add to that? Because I know I can give you the numbers that are just completely. You're asking me, are you?
Yeah. So like the jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. That's been easily like shown to be a false claim. So do you have anything left after the amount of false claims that have been made by these conspiracy theories?
Yeah, that's not true. You see, because jet fuel cannot cut through steel. That's impossible. It cannot reach the temperatures to do that. And we know this because there's a British company called Cardington, a British steel company, back in 1995, okay, so that they could grade their steel so they could sell it on the world market. They constructed an 8-story high steel construction of different grades of steel and subjected it to 8 hours of fire, and it did not collapse. So certain bowing and buckling in places, but a sudden complete collapse into its own footprint could never happen. Never happen. Okay, that's Cardington in 1995 doing this, well before 9/11. So no.
Yeah, but that was.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was debunked years ago with the idea that it's not about melting the steel; it's about weakening its rigidity so that it causes a collapse, right? So that's been debunked. That claim.
Well, no, it doesn't. It can't. The thing is, it can't be debunked because let me tell you again. You're not listening. As an engineer and as a welder, listen to this. Steel, when it collapses, still retains 25% of its structural integrity. So you can't destroy steel to zero unless you use thermite, right? Incendiary devices.
Destroyed.
Sorry?
Who said it was destroyed to zero?
No. But you would need to, in order to initiate the collapse that we saw, you'd have to reduce it to zero. In other words, you'd have to remove 400 connections per floor per second. Okay, 400 simultaneously. The forces.
I'm not following. Why would it have to be reduced to zero?
Please allow me to speak so you understand, okay? Because you're not really listening. You're jumping all over the place. Please pay attention. These are facts now, okay? Listen up. In order to remove one girder from building number 7, you would need to.
Holy shit, Jen! You're fucking talking about 9/11 right now. You're talking about fucking Jen's gem server.
You're interrupting. You need to remove 600. So you would need 630,000 pounds of force just to remove one girder. And if you want to remove 400 connectors simultaneously, 200 million pounds of force. Okay, those are the numbers. Fire can't do that. Fire doesn't have that precision, doesn't have the capability to do that. Okay, so definitely.
I'm not following what you're saying. So you're saying you'd have to remove connectors. Yeah. Why would you have to remove them? Why wouldn't the fire just weaken them? So that the weight above where the fire is would be enough to cause a collapse. Why can't that happen?
Right. Okay, listen. No, never in the history of skyscraper buildings that have been fireproof have they collapsed due to fire. That's why we use steel. Steel retains, when you use heat, right, let's say it buckles, it still retains 25% of its.
Hell yeah, brother.
Right? So it cannot
Great, we love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but something that's only 25% of its strength, if it's made with like 50% of its strength being necessary to hold the weight above it, will collapse, right?
No, it won't collapse. That's what I'm trying to say.
Of course it will.
That it wouldn't collapse in a complete footprint at 6.5 seconds, 6.25 seconds. In order for that to happen, you've got to remove the supporting columns 400 simultaneously per second per floor. Otherwise, you can't initiate this global collapse that we witnessed. Steel doesn't
Insane.
work that way. You've got to blow it up. You've got to use incendiary devices.
Jin, you probably have been talking about 9/11 for like 5 hours
It's
now.
okay. Don't interrupt.
That's
You're
right.
interrupting. You're interrupting.
You're
If
always
you've got
talking,
nothing
Jin.
constructive to say, please shut up. Because the Australian has got a question.
You got
Yeah, he's just about to repeat the thing he said a second ago.
No, you go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. So, if you have something that has a tolerance of say 50 tons, and you remove 75% of its ability to hold weight, then you're left with it being only able to carry, like 12.5 tons, right? And if the weight above that area is more than 12.5 tons, then that thing's going to collapse. Doesn't that just logically follow?
No, unfortunately, that's your scenario, and that's a lot of ifs. Let me give you the facts, because you're still ignoring the facts. These are
Yeah,
the
you said
facts.
25%. That's including your
Listen,
fact.
you're still not fucking listening, are you? Please listen.
Oh, I did.
Bro,
You said
Jin, your
25%.
voice
I'm
is
using your
hoarse,
fact.
man.
Yeah, absolutely, you're not fucking listening. Look, the reason they use steel is because it doesn't collapse to zero. No skyscraper has ever collapsed due to fire. It's never happened because of the characteristics of steel. Now, please pay attention. You know the twin towers and building number 7. They were so strong that you could pile four twin towers, one on top of the other, and the bottom one wouldn't collapse. Such was the structural integrity. So you could have 5 building number 7s, one on top of each other, and they wouldn't collapse. That's the strength of the building. You understand?
Yeah, Gin, you're not listening to me, right? So
I'm
listen to me.
listening to you
said
completely.
steel can still have 25% of its structural integrity at high heats. Right? You said that, right?
Yes, if it were to buckle, it doesn't buckle to zero. That's the point I'm saying. It doesn't buckle to zero.
What do you mean it doesn't buckle to zero? Can you explain
what
what
I
that
mean is
means?
this. I'll explain it to you. If you put a steel beam under pressure and you heat it up, you would never snap that. You would never snap that beam. It will bend only because it still retains 25% of its structural integrity. It can't go to zero and snap. And what we witnessed with the
But is that
building
with weight
coming,
applied?
you're not listening. You're interrupting. What we witnessed was
Oh my god, bro, you're just saying that Ben doesn't steal, like you're doing the meme. You're just saying like
you're ignoring facts. Sorry,
no, my
you're ignoring
So,
facts.
Gin,
You're willfully, you're not allowing me to finish. First and foremost, because you keep interrupting in the middle of what I'm trying to tell you. Okay,
bro, but
so
you're
shut
saying the
up
same
and let
thing,
me
just like
finish
in
what
a
I've got to
really
say.
long, convoluted
Shut up,
way.
and yes, because it takes a while for you to understand. You're
How
interrupting.
long does it take?
You're interrupting me. Thank you. So let
But
me
you
finish
never
what
stop
I've got to say.
talking.
You're interrupting. I'm still hearing voices. I'm not able to speak.
Yeah, like
Can I
Let
speak
Gin
now?
finish what he's saying. He's already said it
Can
all.
I
Just
speak
wrap it
now,
up quickly,
please?
Gin, and we can move on.
I'm still hearing voices. Yeah, I'm still
And
hearing
I'm trying
voices.
to help you, dude.
I'm still hearing voices. So I want to speak. I don't want to hear your voice. Thank you. Now, with steel, the reason they use steel in skyscrapers is because they don't collapse. Not in fire. They've never done that. And if they were to buckle, they wouldn't buckle into a free fall situation. The only way.
Was he muted?
No, he cut out.
Oh.
Well, all right then.
Oh, he left. No, he didn't.
Are you there, Jin? Did you cut out for good?
How long did that go on for?
Jin, did you know that there were no planes on 9/11?
You know what's crazy? Like, I'm sure you can all hear from my voice that I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I would like to be, like, it should be known that I was at Kingsborough Community College and one of the planes literally flew right over the water right past us. So,
No,
like,
you didn't.
oh, yeah, it was a
witness testimony.
You lying piece of shit. You liar.
Your accent does not scream Brooklyn to me. I'm gonna be honest.
You lying fuck.
You just sound
Not
American.
kidding. Look up Kingsborough Community College.
I know.
Yeah.
Just because the community college is real doesn't mean you saw the plane fly over your head, you dingus.
I didn't say it flew over our head. It flew right. The second one flew right across the water, and Kingsborough was right on the water, and it flew right across the bay.
Who's paying
So
you to
it's
say that? Soros?
Okay, yeah. No, that's not
Paying you
it.
to
I'm
say
just
that.
telling you. But I mean, you don't have to believe me. I'm whatever. But I'm just saying that's what happened.
Really hoping to get to the next part of this conversation, Jin.
Waiting, man.
Because he's saying that a steel beam, when heated, will lose 75% of its structural integrity, which means that it'll warp maybe, I don't know, a little bit, but it won't collapse under its own weight. And that's different to a steel beam subjected to weight. So if you were to put a weight on top of a steel beam and it can carry maybe 100 tons, and then you heat it up and you put that 100 tons on that steel beam, it can collapse. Doesn't seem to understand that that's the difference between his carrying test and actually.
Sure, man.
Do you think there's a chance he's still
Okay, Bruce.
talking, not knowing that he can't be heard?
Oh, my hand, bro. I fucked my hand up earlier. But what were we talking about? We're talking about steel beams or something?
I don't know, buddy. You sound like you're impossible to talk to at the best of times.
Why?
Hey, first
I
of
don't
all,
know,
you
it's
piece
just
of
something
shit.
about the way you
I'm just trying to fucking hang out. All right, so answer my question, please.
No. You sound impossible to talk to, so I'm just gonna be a dick.
Dude, you're Australian.
Why you a fucking monkey? You can't answer a fucking question, you piece of shit.
Yes, I'm a monkey. Good job.
Yeah, well, fucking eat your ass then, bitch.
Thought so. Impossible to talk to. I bet people in your real life can't talk to you, like they hate talking to you.
I'd kill you in real life, bro.
Probably. I mean, most people are
I'd
murderous.
pick you up and I'd
used
pick
to
you up and
murderers.
I'd spin you around. I'd spin you around and I'd throw you 10 feet in the air and you'd fucking flop on the ground dead.
That's true.
For sure you would. 100%.
So on a Saturday night, all you really have to do is go from VC to VC to see who you can irritate and just say this shit to. Like you don't even
You're
have
acting like
a
you're acting like
community
he
of
started
interest
it.
that you like, that you can go talk to and listen to people that you actually enjoy being with and hang out with and stuff. You just have to be bold.
Sorry, I don't talk to. Sorry, I don't talk to ugly women.
Sorry, I don't talk to trolls. I don't talk to trolls. Oh, sorry, I've got no life.
Hey, bitch, I'm defending myself, you fucking kooky cunt.
You are not defending yourself. You're making yourself look like a fucking asshole, actually.
He literally is.
Like,
He is.
I was just trying to say
I need
what's
a
going
moderator
on.
for
I'm
him.
just saying, what are we going? I just asked what we're doing. We're talking about steel beams or something, and then he wanted to be bitching about it. I'm not trolling anybody.
Well, no, you started off
fucking
all this
cunt.
by just being a terrible person, and then you thought you'd redeem yourself a little bit. But once you've shown that you're a horrible person, you can't then come in and expect to
What
have a
the
rational
fuck?
conversation.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You came in
Yeah.
screaming at Jin, and then after that, you were, I don't know, bitching at someone else
Oh,
about
are you
something.
Jin? Oh, are you Jin?
You know, you're trying to have a rational conversation with other people, and it's just that's not going to work. You need to come in with a different attitude before you try to have a
Eat
rational.
my nuts, dick, cock, and ass, baby.
Oh, gee, what are you, 17, 16?
No, I'm old enough, baby.
I don't think so. Nope.
Old enough, sweetheart.
Yeah. I'm going to press X to doubt on that one based on the juvenile adolescent behavior. So tell me, at your age, you really don't have a community that you can go to where you have actual friends that you can hang out with and talk to? You don't have any video games? You're not in any servers?
It's almost 2 a.m.
Bro, Discord is all over the world, so people on Discord are in all different time zones, actually.
No, it's not.
So,
No, it's not, actually.
you know,
I don't know who
can
told you
find
that,
friends
sweetheart.
in other
Don't know who
time
told you
zones.
that, bro. Don't know.
You can find servers where they play video games if there's a game that you like to play. You can hang out with people who
I'm
play
not
that with
gaming
you.
right now, though. I'm not gaming right now, though. I'm just hanging out.
You're not hanging out. You are trying to be an edgelord, but you're a little too young to get away with it.
What are you talking about, buddy? I was just asking what happened with the steel beams. And this piece of shit was like going on about me, and I clapped back. I clapped back, and now his girlfriend is like trying to take up
We
for
were
him.
in the middle of a discussion, so
Yeah,
is there like a chance
and then I
that you're
politely
gonna
interject.
mute yourself and ask yourself?
Then I politely interjected, and
Oh,
we're trying to
honey,
hang
I
out.
heard you interjecting. It was not polite at all. And
Sweetheart,
it was on the live
it was the
stream,
most
so it's
polite
not like
thing
we
I've
don't
ever
have the
done
proof.
today.
So is there any chance that you're going to be able to mute yourself and wait your turn to talk, or do we need to get a mod in here?
What? I'm just here to hang out. If there's a discussion, please go ahead.
Well,
why don't you
we're
start
waiting for you
the
to shut
conversation?
the
Why
fuck
don't you
up
give
so
a
we can
topic
get
that we
back
should
to
talk
it.
about? What's the topic we should talk about?
I don't know. I'm not in the right. I'm not in the headspace to start a conversation. I'm in the headspace to contribute to a conversation.
Right.
I'll wait to contribute. What are you guys complaining about? I hear crickets. I hear fucking crickets. There's nothing. Hey bud, what's going on?
What's going on?
What are you hanging out? What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out doing Minecraft right now.
Yeah, what are you doing in Minecraft?
Just digging through this cave I found.
Shit. You had the word for long?
Wait, say that again? Oh yeah, about 21 days. So
For
just
long?
single player survival.
Yeah, usually when I play Minecraft, I play on a hardcore with a friend.
Oh no shit.
Multiplayer. Yeah.
Is that just like when you die, that's it?
Yeah, we gotta restart. It takes us a few
Oh.
tries in the beginning. It takes us like 3 or 4 times.
Oh shit.
Because every time you go in a cave, there's a skeleton that fucks you up, usually.
Yeah, right. Or a creeper that drops from the ceiling.
Oh my god, oh my god, creepers kill you one hit, even with like diamond armor.
Yeah,
Hardcore, it's
I'm good.
insane.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jin CBR1 is back. Just to clarify a few things, I do apologise for the shouting, but it would seem that the Australian guy didn't quite understand what I was trying to explain to him, or he was being willfully ignorant, and I got exasperated.
It probably was.
Itself.
No, I fully
Basically,
understand, Jin.
still-
I understand what you're saying.
Well, let me just make sure you do, so we don't go off on the wrong foot. I want you to understand. I'm not saying you're ignorant. I'm not saying you're a fool. I just want you to pay attention about steel and why steel is used in skyscrapers, and then you'll understand why what you're saying is impossible. Okay, here we go.
Can I give you your argument for you first, and you can tell me if I'm wrong?
Yeah, go ahead then.
Okay, your argument is that under testing, steel, when it's heated, will lose up to 75% of its structural integrity, but it'll still maintain that 25%. It will not collapse down to zero. Now, that can be true. I agree with that. That's why we make skyscrapers out of steel. Is that your argument?
Yeah, that's the argument exactly, because in order for the steel to at a certain location to weaken it. But remember this is something you've got to remember. With building number 7, the fire started from the east and worked its way to the west, okay? And it didn't last for more than 20 to 30 minutes at any one location. And that would be the 12 floors only that were on fire as it moved east to west. Now, the steel we're talking about was graded to take office fires along the horizontal beams, okay, 2 hours, and then the columns that supported the floors, 3 hours. And as the office fires only lasted 20 to 30 minutes in any one location, the steel didn't get hot at all. It was being tickled, basically. Didn't even get red hot. The fires did not get to the steel to get hot in the first place. Okay, carry on. Thank you.
So here's a few things that you're missing. So number one is that 25% number is for steel buckling under its own weight. So that's a steel beam that's been heated up and it still has 25% of its structural integrity, meaning it can hold 25% of the weight that the beam could originally have held. Now, you need to find me a number that means that a steel column or a steel horizontal would not buckle under the weight of the floors on top, not just its own weight. On top of that, this wasn't just an office fire. It was an office fire in which there was a lot of oxygen applied because the windows had been smashed open, and that there was an accelerant applied to the whole thing, and that the structure of the building itself had already been weakened by the plane hitting the building. So that means that a lot of the external structural integrity had been compromised.
Sorry to interrupt you here. We're talking about the Solomon building, building number 7, 47-story high building. It was not hit by a plane, the Solomon building. No plane hit it. Okay? So there was no jet fuel. Hang on. There was no jet fuel to consider. Secondly, you clearly didn't pay attention. Building number 7 had fires on 10 floors, scattered within the building. It's a 47-story high building. So that means that you've got 37 stories of no fire, okay, within that building. No fire at all. So that makes that building structure. The fires lasted 7 hours. And as I said, the fires moved on the floors that were on fire from east to west. Each office only lasting 20 to 30 minutes. That's an industry standard due to the fact that every building, its building codes, the furnishings must be made fire resistant as best as it can. So the standards are that an office fire only lasts 20 to 30 minutes, because by this time, anything that could be combustible has combusted and burnt out. And that's what happened. And the buildings moved, the fire moved from east to west. Okay, so the steel that we're talking about didn't even get hot. Okay, because 30 minutes is different from 3 hours and 2 hours of fireproofing. So you've got the horizontal beams that could withstand 2 hours continuously of office fires, but that didn't happen. And the columns, 3 hours, and they were not subjected to any direct fire heat. It couldn't do that. And fire can't do that. In order to heat steel so it gets red hot, you've got to focus that heat. Fire doesn't do that. It's organic. It's haphazard. It doesn't heat up steel to bend it. I'm sorry. You're losing here. You're talking to a welder / engineer / plumber / carpenter. Okay? You haven't got it, mate. You're lost. You're arguing for nothing.
So, Jen, before you do your little victory lap, do you agree that the steel losing 75% of its structural integrity just through the radiant heat of the fires in those 10 floors could mean that the weight above that steel column, was, which was the part that collapsed, could be enough to cause it to buckle? Does that not logically make sense?
Please listen clearly. If the steel was heated up...
I asked you a question.
Yeah, I'm going to answer it.
the question.
I'm going to answer it. I'm answering it. Can I answer it now, please? Listen carefully.
I don't think you're going to. You're going to ramble the same thing. Answer why 25% loss in its structural integrity can't make it fall down.
Speak. What's wrong here? I'm trying to tell you. You're interrupting me as I'm trying to tell you. Okay? If the steel was heated to the point where you're going to lose 75% of its structural integrity, it would not initiate a free fall collapse. It wouldn't collapse.
Why not?
Because
Why not?
Because the steel would buckle, not snap and collapse into its own footprint. That's why. Because of that 25%.
Yeah, the steel buckles and the weight above causes it to collapse. What's illogical about that?
It doesn't collapse.
So steel when it buckles, when it buckles, it doesn't lose further integrity.
Because I'm trying to speak. I can't hear you at all. So let me finish what I'm saying to you, because you just keep interrupting as I'm talking to you. That's not going to work. It doesn't happen because the steel retains 25%. That means it cannot collapse into its own footprint. It will have what's known as an isometric collapse. It will topple over onto another building. But what we witnessed on the day was a symmetrical, controlled demolition into its own footprint through the path of the most resistance. That's impossible. Fire can't do that. Okay?
Okay, so you agree that 25% of the structural integrity on that steel means that it could collapse if the weight above is heavy enough. So the weight could be heavy enough for it not to collapse at 100%, but at 25% it can collapse, right? You're just worried that it collapsed into its own footprint and didn't shear off sideways. Is that true?
What did I say? No, that's not true. That's not true. So let me tell you again, it's not true. It can initiate a collapse, but it won't be a free fall collapse, first and foremost. It won't be a free fall global collapse. It will be a slow isometric collapse, progressive. That's a different type of collapse, isn't it? To what we saw building number 7 actually collapse simultaneously into its own footprint at free fall 6.25 seconds. That's what we witnessed.
Okay, what part of the steel was it that collapsed in the building, supposedly?
Well, basically, in order to initiate a 6.25 second collapse of the Solomon building, you have to remove 400 connectors. That's the connections that connect the girders to the horizontal beams. Do you understand? That's the top and the bottom.
What was the question I just asked you?
No, because you're still interrupting. Okay. Now, in order to initiate that, you'd have to knock out 400 connectors simultaneously per floor per second.
What was the question I just asked you?
I'm not finished. This is the last point. It requires 200 million pounds of force to initiate that. Okay. 200 million pounds of force is going to be required to knock out 400 connectors per floor per second. Thank you.
What was the question I asked you before you just said the thing about the connectors?
Well, you're asking me what would initiate the collapse of the building, basically, is what you're asking me.
Correct. I asked which part of the building was it that the collapse happened from. I asked which part of the building was it that caused the collapse, that the collapse initiated at.
Yeah, it was the building collapsed due to thermite, and nanothermite strategically placed at the columns to knock out 400 connectors per floor per second. That's the columns where they're attached to the ceiling and the floor. Those had to be knocked out simultaneously. Okay?
So according to us, according to the people that believe it happened because of the fires, what part of the building was it that was damaged and caused the collapse?
The fires were extinguished by 3:50 p.m. and the building came down at 5:20 p.m. So there were no fires. And remember, the fires were only on 10 floors in building number 7. So in order to initiate the collapse that we witnessed, you'd have to put thermite on every column, top and bottom, top and bottom, top and bottom, and wire them all up in sequence on all the floors to bring down this free fall that we witnessed. It's known as a controlled demolition global collapse into its own footprint.
Incorrect. The answer to my question was it was a central pillar of
No,
building 7.
that's not the case. No, that's wrong.
That initiated the full
that's
collapse.
wrong.
So
That's wrong.
if you have the
That's
central
completely
pillar for a
wrong.
building
No,
no
that's
longer
completely
capable
wrong.
of holding the building
That's
up,
completely wrong.
then the building would
That's
come
completely
down
wrong,
in
sir.
a largely
That's completely wrong.
straight down
That's
thing. It
completely
wasn't one
wrong.
side that collapsed or the other
It's
side that collapsed.
completely
It was the
wrong.
central
That's
part that
completely
collapsed.
wrong. And it's not in the
Christ,
history.
dude, you're arguing with a schizophrenic. What do you think is gonna happen here? This is a cult to him. He doesn't.
It's completely wrong. That's absolutely and
He's
completely
not going
wrong.
to listen to a word
Okay?
you say.
Yeah,
Nothing.
you're absolutely incorrect in what you
This
say.
is
there.
religion to
Because
him. He doesn't care about this
that's
because of
the NIST
logic.
report. The NIST
No, of
report
course
is
not.
completely wrong. What we witnessed was a global collapse. You're ignoring the terminology and what we actually, and the facts that I'm giving you. I'm giving you the numbers. In order to initiate what we saw as a global collapse, controlled demolition, and that's what it was, okay, symmetrically and simultaneously across the building, you would require 200 million pounds of force per floor, okay? Those are the facts. I'm not making it up. I'm quoting the engineers and architects for 9/11 Truth who are bringing us this information, okay? And that's their numbers that I'm quoting you. Yeah.
So where is it incorrect that it was the central column that was the thing that was weak and that caused the
In
collapse?
order to
What's
weaken,
incorrect
in
there?
order to bring down the central column, as you put it, fire cannot initiate that. Never in the history of skyscrapers has that happened. You'd have to place, like I said, thermite, and nanothermite explosive and incendiary devices to cut through the steel to initiate that, okay? And you will remember that there were explosions heard on the day, and there are 36 videos in that regard. 36 videos, and the reporters were reporting it as explosions were being heard. So, you know, you're arguing not with me, but with the facts. You're not arguing with me, you're arguing with the facts, mate. And the facts are proving you wrong. Thermite, and nanothermite material was found and was tested by Professor Stephen Jones, a nuclear physicist at Brigham Young University. And then he put out a paper in that regard. So you're not arguing with me, you're arguing with knowledge brought to you by me, but by the experts.
By a single person.
By the experts.
By a single person, right?
Engineers and architects.
A single person,
plural,
right?
Against one silly Aussie who hasn't got a clue.
Yeah,
Still arguing with this guy. Why? I don't.
Okay, sorry, Jim. Sorry.
Hey, we got
The
to feed your
central
ego,
column,
dude.
Jim. You're denying the central column was the thing that they said collapsed.
It wasn't due to fire. You're ignoring what I'm saying.
That's fine.
You're misrepresenting
just say that
my
that's
position.
untrue. Just shut the fuck up, Jim. I let you talk just
Yeah,
then.
but
I
you're
let you talk.
No, you're
Jim, shut the
misrepresenting.
fuck up, Jim. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not going to leave you.
He's not
Let me
talking.
talk.
He hasn't once in this entire conversation.
Let me talk.
Yeah, but you're
Jim,
speaking
let me
against
fucking
what I
talk.
said.
I listen to you talk.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be nice.
Be
Let me
nice,
talk.
Don't
Right.
lie.
No.
You're
Jim,
lying.
Jim,
You're lying
be
about
quiet.
it.
Be quiet.
You're
Be quiet.
No,
Jim,
I'm
be
not going to be quiet.
Be quiet.
You're
Be quiet.
misrepresenting
Be
my
quiet.
position.
Be quiet. Be
You're
quiet. Be
misrepresenting
quiet,
my
Jim.
position.
Jim, be quiet.
You
Jim,
are
be quiet. Jim, be
misrepresenting my
quiet.
position.
Jim, be
and
quiet.
putting
Jim,
words
be
in my
quiet.
mouth.
Jim, be
You're
quiet.
putting
Quiet,
words
Jim.
in my
Jim, be
mouth.
quiet.
and
Jim.
you're
Jim, be
misrepresenting my
quiet.
position.
Jim, be quiet. Jim, be
I
quiet.
will be quiet if you
Is there a
don't
mod
lie.
in here that can just shut you up,
lie.
please?
Bro,
So
you're
I can
just
finish
as
my sentence
autistic
without
as he
interrupting.
is.
Yeah, don't lie, please.
What do you mean? You're engaging.
Okay,
this.
so Jim.
You couldn't answer that it was a central column. That shows you don't understand our version of
I
events. So,
understood the
why do
central
you
column.
believe that
I said
only
it wasn't
thermite
due
can
to
force this
fire.
thing to happen?
It wasn't due to fire, is what I said. That's what I said.
So why couldn't fire have done that? What's your argument?
Well, because the fires were not on every floor. They were only on 10 floors and not where those columns were. That's the problem.
How does that change? How does that change that? The columns went from the base to the.
It changes it. It changes it because the heat required wouldn't be sufficient, number one, as the fires only persisted for 20 to 30 minutes. So the steel didn't get hot at all. It didn't get
Wait,
hot at
I'm
all.
out. Hold on. I have to cut you off there for 1 second. Can I ask you, as a New Yorker who was there and watched them fall down, let me just have a word for a second, okay?
Yeah, go on.
So let me just say, you're saying the fires only burned for 20 to 30 minutes? Is that what I hear you saying?
What I'm saying to you is that as the fires
I just answer that one question, yes or no, please.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. I misunderstood you then. So please expound on that. Why you're saying
That's
that
what I was
these
trying to
fires
do.
only burned for 20 to 30 minutes.
I was trying to do that when you cut me off. That's what I was trying to do. I was actually answering your question correctly, but you cut me off. So listen
Quit whining and
the
explain it,
fires
Jen.
in building number 7 moved from east to west on the 10 floors that were on fire. That left 37 floors not on fire. And according to the NIST report, the fires did not last for more than 20 to 30 minutes at any one location as the fire moved east to west. That's an industry standard that office fires generally last 20 to 30 minutes because the furnishings are almost fireproof. So by 30 minutes, anything that could combust or burn would have burned out as the fires move on for something else to burn. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you mean that only in
So
terms
if you
of
have-
building 7?
Just
I'm talking about
just
building
wait for a
7,
sec, okay?
the Solomon building only at this point. That's what I'm talking about. It wasn't
Now
hit
listen
by
to
a
my
plane.
words, please, Jin.
Say that again, please.
Listen to my words. Listen, my words are very clear and very simple. If you say it's only 20
Peppers,
minutes,
I'm back.
that's the
It's me,
amount of time
Joby.
an office fire. Shut the fuck up,
3 hours.
Joby. Okay? Just shut up, okay?
My bad.
If
Still
you say it's
arguing with
20 minutes,
schizophrenic.
if you say it's 20 minutes that it can burn in any one place, the fire was across 10 different stories. So the fire obviously spread from place to place to place to place. Now,
No.
since that fire was very large from story to story, so over the course of 10 stories, it was very large. All the heat from all of that fire and all of the things smoldering underneath, even if it's not actively burning, but just smoldering, why could that heat not have risen and caused the steel structures further up in the building to be weakened by extreme heat rising up through the columns?
Okay, yeah. Again, you're putting a case, but you're putting it from lack of knowledge. And let me explain to you why. Basically, it's this: that the building number 7 fireproof grading was for across the horizontal beams 2 hours. So that means continuous fire heat, glowing red hot for 2 hours, and it wouldn't collapse, and 3 hours for the columns. And as the fires in the office didn't get to the steel because the fires moved east to west, burning the contents only, it didn't get to the under infrastructure of the building to heat the steel. That's what you don't seem to understand. And the fires were scattered in the buildings around 10 floors. Okay, so there wasn't enough heat to bring down what we witnessed as a global symmetrical collapse, controlled in 6.25 seconds. Okay, in order for that to happen, because you're still not listening, you'd have to remove 400 connectors simultaneously in 1 second per floor, and fire can't do that. That's how you bring it down. Controlled demolition.
Okay, so it seems like all you have is a repeated religious belief that it can't happen without being capable of engaging in the fact that yes, the steel beams can be weakened by the heat from a fire burning even 20 minutes, because I don't have the actual time that it started and the time
I've
the
given
collapse
you the
happened in
time.
front of me. Even the 20 minutes or 30 minutes that it was burning is more than enough to heat up steel beams,
No,
especially
it's
across
not. No, it's
10
not.
different
No, it is
floors
not.
of
I'm
that
talking as
structure
an
being
engineer.
on
Now
fire.
you're arguing with me
You
now.
have
I'm telling
absolutely
you
no
that
evidence
30 minutes
that
of
the steel
fire,
beams were
30
left
minutes
cool
of fire
enough that they
can't do
could
that.
support the weight of the
30
building.
minutes of fire cannot do that.
No.
Can.
All this is, Jin, is a religious
Fire
belief. You have
cannot
no
do that.
evidence. Good job,
Fire
yet again.
cannot do that. I say again.
Why can't fire do that?
Office fires.
Why can't fire do that?
Office fires can't
Why
do
can't
that.
fire
I
do
say
that?
again. Office fires cannot do that. Impossible. Okay.
Why
As an
can't
engineer
this wasn't
and as
just a
welder
single office
myself,
fire,
I
Jin?
tell you now that an office fire cannot weaken the steel to make it collapse at 6.25 seconds. It's an impossibility.
What about over 10
because
floors
you need to
simultaneously?
generate
Can 10 office
200
fires do it?
million pounds of force in order to
Can 10
initiate
office
this
fires
collapse
do it, Jin?
per floor per second. You're ignoring the numbers. I'll say again.
Can 10 office floors do it, Jin?
200 million pounds of force. 200
Can
million.
10 office fires do it, Jin?
200 million pounds of force. You're not listening.
Can 10 office fires do it, Jin?
200 million pounds of force per floor per
200
second.
million pounds of force. You just said that, yes, but can 10 office
That's
fires
correct.
all burning at the
Across
same time
across
create enough
each
heat to
floor
weaken the steel?
per second. Across each floor. Fire can't do
Can
that.
10 office fires
Fire
all
can't
burning
do
at the
that.
same time weaken the
Fire
steel?
cannot do that.
Why not?
Fire cannot generate 200 million pounds of force simultaneously knocking out 400 connectors. That's impossible. Fire can't
Why?
do that. Okay.
What's the heat of an office fire?
I can't give you that number exactly. Can't give you that number. Sorry. That's gone.
Okay, it's about 1,200 degrees at the ceiling.
Yeah, not enough
okay?
to
And
melt
it's collapse
steel. Not
happened.
enough to melt steel.
Shut up and listen,
Still
okay? Shut up and
3,000
listen.
degrees
Listen,
Fahrenheit.
Jin, don't interrupt me. Just listen, okay? 1,200 degrees. That's
Okay, I'm
at
back,
the
bros.
ceiling, and that's
That
for a
would be the
single office
office,
fire.
not hitting the steel.
Now, if we
Not
have
hitting
10
the steel.
offices,
It's got to hit the steel. Okay, the fire must be licking the steel, but it's not. It's licking the walls and the furnishings, and it's moving on because they only last 20 to 30 minutes. It's not getting to the steel. That's what you don't understand. Okay? You just don't get it.
why did you have to interrupt me, Jin? Why can't you just listen to what I'm
Because you're
saying?
just going down the wrong road.
Because he's
You're going
smarter
down the
than you,
wrong
that's
road. That's
why.
why. You don't seem to be listening. The fire in the office is going to burn the content and move to the next office. It's not burning the steel. It's not reaching the steel. And the steel is
There were
fireproof
10 burning
for
at the same
2
time.
hours and 3 hours respectively. 2 hours
Okay,
and 3 hours.
you need to stop talking and listen, please.
Columns, 3
You need to-
hours. Horizontal beams, 2
Can someone
hours.
mute Dogs of God?
The
He
fire's
keeps
only
interrupting.
lasted 20 to 30 minutes at any one location. So you're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're ignoring the facts. That's what you're doing.
It seems like you're scared of listening to the facts. So here's the fact,
No,
okay? And
you
standard
haven't got the
office
facts.
fire by itself,
You haven't got
can
the
get to
facts.
one. I'm
You
about to
haven't
give you the
got the
facts, okay?
facts. You
Why are
haven't
you
got the
interrupting me?
facts.
Why'd you
Because
interrupt me,
haven't
Jin?
got the
Can you answer that,
facts.
please? Can you answer
What
that,
is the
please?
question? What's the question?
Why did you just interrupt me when I was trying to talk?
Because you haven't got the facts. That's why.
And that gives you the right to interrupt me?
Absolutely correct. Yeah, as I'm the expert in this topic.
Okay,
matter,
so this is what's
it
going to
gives me
happen.
that
I'm going to
right.
locally mute you until a mod steps in, and I'm just going to talk, okay?
I couldn't give.
So,
you guys,
you
you
have
go ahead and do what you got to do, Ozzy.
200
Go ahead.
degrees.
I'm going to
Sorry.
talk right through you. You
Okay,
haven't
we're
got
not
a
gonna
clue
do
what
this.
you're talking
Hold
about.
on,
You're
Jin.
lost.
Jin.
You haven't got a
Jin.
clue, and 3,000
Jin.
people died on
Jin.
that.
Holy Jesus. Jin. Chill the fuck out. So, having the facts or not having the facts is not reason to interrupt people. That's not what any of us want to hear. There's absolute fucking chaos. So, either we're going to let people finish, both of us, or we're just not going to have this conversation. All right?
Yeah, my goal here is to finish my sentence and then have Jin finish his. So let's see
You
if we
haven't
can
got the
do
facts.
Wow. I think it was talking the whole time. Jin, I'm
think-
happy to let you engage in this conversation if you can do it like an adult. If you can't, you're gonna stay on mute.
Okay, that's fine. I don't mind. But I will do it as an adult, as I usually do. It's just that when the man hasn't got the facts and he's ignoring the numbers that I give him, what do you do with a person like that? What do you do?
You let him finish and then you correct him when it's your turn to
Okay.
speak.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, thanks. Let's try that.
So
Go
a
ahead.
standard office fire is about 1,200 degrees. Steel only has about 10% worth of its structural integrity at about 800 degrees. So it seems like, especially because there's a cumulative effect of 10 different office fires all happening at the same time, stacked on top of each other, that the heat at the very top of that 10th office fire would be well above the 800 degrees necessary to cause the collapse of the steel beams.
Have you finished completely? Because I'm going to say what I've got to say is going to be a little bit lengthy. Have you finished? Right. First and foremost, what you don't seem to understand is that the fire wasn't licking the steel. That's the first thing. The steel itself was graded to withstand office fires for 2 hours across the horizontal beams, and then the columns that support the floors, 3 hours. And as the fires within the office, burning the content of the office, didn't reach the steel didn't get compromised at all, because the fire within the office only lasted 20 to 30 minutes as it moved from east to west across the building number 7, okay? On the 10 floors that were on fire, scattered within the building, okay? So the steel in question didn't get direct heat of fire on it for it to actually feel any weakening, okay? The office content got burnt up, it moved to the next office, to the next office, to the next office. That's the industry standard. That's coming from the firefighters and the architects and engineers themselves. So you keep talking about the steel catching fire, but they didn't get fire. The fire did not hit the steel, okay? The office content got burnt up and moved on. The steel itself, remember, fireproof for 2 hours and 3 hours, didn't get affected at all. They didn't get the fire directly on it. That's what you don't seem to understand.
Doesn't
Yeah,
have
great. So
to,
I think I've found the problem here. The problem is that Jin thinks that in order for steel to be weakened by fire, the fire has to have the actual flames touching the steel, but it doesn't. Heat's radiant. It radiates. It goes from A to B across the air. It doesn't just exist within the flames themselves. That's why you can hold your hands near a fire and your hands get warmer. On top of that, fire goes up. It heats upwards. It moves upwards, right? So if you have floor after floor after floor after floor of this radiant heat, that's enough cumulative effect to degrade the steel. It doesn't have to physically be like flames licking the steel, as you literally said when you were talking to us, showing you don't understand how this works. It can be just the radiant heat of 10 different floors all burning, moving that heat upwards and degrading the steel at the very top. What's your response to that?
Yeah, my response is this: as an expert in the field, if I want to bend a 1/4-inch bar, a bar of steel, I have to heat it up at a certain point and keep the heat at that point. Then it will glow orangey red, and then I'll put it on the anvil and start to tap it, ding, 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 and bend it round. That's direct focus heat, more powerful than fire. Okay, what I'm trying to say to you is that fire did not hit the steel, first and foremost, and thermal expansion, which is what you're talking about, where the steel, the heat flows along the metal, is not enough to weaken the steel. That's why they use them in skyscrapers. And as I say again, the naked fire didn't hit the steel, and there's no way that you can tell me that I can burn my steel 6 feet long at one end, right? And then the heat will be sufficient at the other end, so I can start bending it. And no, impossible. You don't know about steel. You haven't welded steel. You haven't cut steel. You haven't heated steel. I've done these things. You haven't. You're speaking from lack of knowledge here, lack of experience. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you, and you're just ignoring exactly what I tell you. And you're looking really silly, okay? I'll say again that the fires in building number 7 of a 47-story high building, of which only 10 floors were on fire, scattered within the building, okay, were extinguished by 3:50 p.m. All fires were out by 3:50 p.m. on all the floors that were on fire. So you have 37 floors that were not on fire. And the heat could never travel all the way through all of that metal to weaken it, to bring it down at free fall speeds. It's an impossibility, because you're saying that 400 connectors can be removed simultaneously just by thermal heat. No, it cannot. You've got to blow it up. That's why you hear the number 200 million pounds of force. Only explosives can generate that heat. Fire cannot generate that power, that force. It's explosive force. To remove one girder, just one girder, is 630,000 pounds of force. Fire can't generate that. Okay, you're just talking out of no experience here. I'm sorry. You're just.
So
you're
what's the term for heat traveling along an object?
It's called thermal expansion across the horror. In metal, that's what we call it. In metal.
That's not what thermal expansion is, Jen.
It's the heat. It's the
That's
heat.
not even close to what thermal expansion is. You don't know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm
Exactly.
talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That's-
So here's the
thermal
problem,
is
Jin.
heat. Thermal is heat, and it travels along the
Jin?
beam of the metal. Where am I wrong?
So you're wrong because thermal expansion is the expansion of the metal object itself, as in it physically will expand as the molecules in it become more active, and therefore its total area will increase due to heat. That's fine. What we're talking about, Jin, be quiet. I'm not done talking yet, Jin. I'm not done talking yet, Jin. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking.
You're being
Not done talking, okay? I'm not done. I'm not done. Be quiet and listen. Be quiet and listen. Be quiet and listen. Be quiet and listen. Be quiet and
my
listen.
understanding of thermal expansion, as I've heated.
All right, we're
metal
doing the local
and
mute
checked
thing
it
again.
and
Great.
done it.
So
Sorry,
what I'm
not
talking
really
about is radiant heat. That's the idea of heat moving through space, not necessarily along an object.
Thermal
It's like
expansion. Thermal expansion, that's what it is.
the energy
Thermal expansion.
moving from
And that's
A to
what
B
Nick's
without
tried to
necessarily
use
needing either
as a
flames
phenomenon.
or needing a piece of steel to
okay.
move through. That's what I'm talking about. It's the heat from
I
A to B,
definitely know. I
not the
definitely know
expansion of the
what
metal as it
thermal
gets hot.
expansion is. I know exactly what thermal expansion is, and it's not enough to initiate a free fall of a 47-story high building. Like I said, you're going to need to generate 200 million pounds of force. Fire and heat can't do that. It cannot do that. It's impossible. Okay? Impossible.
Why can't it do it? Why?
Because it can't get to the temperatures. The steel is too strong and the heat is too weak.
Why?
Because it's
Why
too
can't it
weak.
get to those temperatures? If a standard office fire gets to 1,200 degrees, why can't building 7 have gotten to a high enough temperature to melt the steel? Is it because the flames weren't literally licking the steel?
To the steel, and the steel doesn't melt. It weeps and buckles. In order to make it run like metal, you're going to need over 3,000 degrees. And
No one said anything about running like metal.
It can't generate.
No one ever said about it turning into a liquid.
Well, like I said, you said melt. You said melt.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You did.
I said weaken. I said weaken.
Melt. You said melt. You said melt, mate.
If that's what you heard, that's fine. But right now, I'm saying weaken. And everything I've talked about has been about weaken, Jim.
And basically, like I said, the fires did not actually hit the steel.
Jin,
that's the point.
We're going to go back to an adult conversation, please. Can you do this?
Burnt, and it's in the NIST report. The National Institute for Standards and Technology, in their report, the fires did not persist or linger in any one location for more than 20 to 30 minutes, which is an industry standard. It's a standard in skyscrapers.
Okay, Jin, we're going to go back to an adult conversation, yes? Do the flames need to literally be touching the steel in order to heat up the steel?
Well, in order to heat the steel to make it weak, you have to do that, yes. If you're just holding the heat in a general area, you're not going to affect the structural integrity of steel. You're not.
That's just absolutely wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Jin, have you ever heard of an induction heating coil? Have you ever heard of that?
You're lying now. You're lying. You're lying. Okay?
Jin, how does the water in your kettle get hot if there's no fire?
You're using heated elements to heat up the steel. That's what's going on now. And
okay, so there could not be.
Look, excuse me. I'm getting offended by these basic questions that you're asking me, and then calling me wrong. Yeah. Look, you've got a gas fire. You've got a gas fire that you use, and the hob that you put your pan on, that still doesn't melt, and the fire's hitting it. Right? You've got the gas fire. So please wake up, will you? Wake up, man.
Okay, so we've established the flames don't need to literally be touching the steel in order to heat it up. Have you ever disturbed the coals of a fire the day after it was burning and there's still quite a bit of heat?
Heat that steel up at 400 connections simultaneously. You're going to have to do that.
We're having an adult conversation, Jin. You agreed to this, okay?
Yes,
now listen to
but
my
you're
question
still not,
and answer it.
you're not listening. In order to initiate what we witnessed
I'm
as
listening.
a global
I understand
collapse,
everything you said. That's what I'm
you're
talking
not
about right
listening
now.
again. You're just not listening. In order to initiate a global collapse, what we witnessed
You
on the
need to
day,
weaken 400 different connectors simultaneously.
You're
Yes, I
still
understand.
interrupting. You're still interrupting here. What we witnessed on the day of building number 7, in order to initiate that symmetrical, simultaneously removing of 400 columns per floor per second, requires 200 million pounds of force. Fire can't do that. Okay? That's what you're fighting against. You're not fighting me.
So,
you're fighting the laws of physics.
Jen,
laws
fire
of
is not a force in the first place. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're talking about the explosive power that is required to remove 400 columns connecting to the columns simultaneously. That's what we're talking about.
All right, I'm going to talk. Can I talk now, Jenny? You done? Are you ready to have an adult conversation, please?
Simultaneously per floor.
Well, you need to shut up at some point, otherwise you're just talking to yourself. So, I'm going to talk now, Jim. Okay, I understand that you're scared of having an adult conversation. You've been frightened your entire life. That's why you surround yourself with people you can dominate verbally, or you can abuse into submission. That's why you're in Japan as a tall dude from England. So, what has happened here is we've gotten to the point where I've explained radiant heat to you, thing you did not understand previously. You thought it had to do with thermal expansion for some reason. I've explained to you that things don't necessarily need to be actively on fire, as in the flames licking, the steel, in order for there to still be heat coming from that object, and for it still to be smoldering, so you can have an environment where there's very little oxygen, but it is still incredibly hot because the items within it are using the tiniest bits of oxygen, still generating heat, like coals in a fire bed that you have put sand over can still be hot enough to ignite when you take the sand off. A lot of cooking is done that way in like Southeast Asia and Hawaii and New Zealand. So I've explained these things to you, and you can't get it through your head that an office fire, which the top end of that is 1,200 degrees, stacked on top of an office fire, stacked on top of 8 other office fires, cannot be hot enough through the radiant heat, a thing I had to describe to you, to weaken the structural integrity of steel, which only takes about 800 degrees worth of heat, such that the weight on top of that steel could cause it to buckle, causing the weight, causing the steel below it, which is weakened by the fire, the radiant heat, to buckle, which is adding more weight to the next floor of weakened steel, weakened by the radiant heat, which then buckles, and so on and so forth till you get the mass amount of weight of 10 plus floors all falling down at free fall speeds, one on top of the other, hitting a floor that is also weakened by the radiant heat of the fire above it, and then that continuing downwards. You can't seem to understand that fact because, and I'm just taking a wild guess here, when you say you're an engineer, it's completely uncredited and you just call yourself that, and what you actually did was change over some parts and maybe a little bit of
it's not representative of what we saw on the day. What you're putting forward is not what happened on the day.
My guess is he talked the entire way through that.
And you're ignoring these facts. Hang on, building number 7, I'm going to carry on.
No, he can't do it, he's scared of it.
And it's
his biggest
structural
fear.
integrity that you could stand.
Like, that's why he went to Japan. I don't want to be racist or anything. Like a big black dude from England in Japan is probably the most overwhelming person.
They were only supporting 30% of their maximum load. So if you look at the columns that support the floors, they were only supporting 30% of their maximum load.
Yeah, he gets all crazy about this stuff, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. He has no idea.
Next is this.
He's not an engineer.
It offended me because he asked the other gentleman to stop talking.
Building, you'd have to generate a force of 630,000 pounds force just to knock out
Jen.
one
I've
column.
been listening to
Now,
him for
fire
years now.
cannot do that.
This is what he
okay?
does.
And in order to remove 400
I knew what was going to happen.
per second, you're going to require 200 million pounds of force.
Unavoidable when you're doing
fire
it.
can't do that. And that's what we witnessed, a global
But now, he's going to be scared of talking to me about this subject because I made him look stupid about the radiant heat.
Fire can't do that. Fire can't
He made
do
himself look stupid calling it thermal expansion. My God.
Fire can't do that. So that's
He has
the
no
point.
idea what thermal
Well, like the
Fire
idea that
can't generate the fire
Take
cannot
a wild
generate the
guess
forces
and say
to
that.
bring
Hang
down
on,
a
Jin.
steel
Jin,
building
hold on.
at free fall speeds. That is
Okay, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that people have Jin locally muted. I get it, but Jesus, I'm in the middle of making breakfast. I can't keep running back to the computer. So I don't know. Has he just been voted off the island at this point?
Pretty much.
I can't listen to that maniacal shit anymore, man. It's fucking offensive. I sat on the fucking top of the Maritime Sciences building and watched those buildings fall, and I don't want to hear this motherfucker go off on his shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the policy is about like modding one's own conversation. I'll only say I'm a blacksmith. I can attest that 90% of what Jin said is absolutely wrong. I'll only say that much. I apologize, Jin. I don't know how else to do this. You were given a chance to have an adult conversation. It seems like that's not going to happen, so I'm going to let someone else come in, and if they want to have a conversation with you, they can unmute you. I don't know. Otherwise, it's just chaos.
this is why flat Earth's dying. There's no one left to have a conversation as a flat earther.
Hang on a second, because I don't know if... Jin, are you able to type in chat?
I don't need to type it. I can type in chat, but we can just have a conversation. Why not? What's the problem? Just
problem
don't
is
mute
that-
me because I'm telling the truth. That's all
That's
that's
not
going
what...
on here.
Hold on. No. That's
No,
not
you're
what's
not
going on.
listening to
You were
anything
muted.
that I say. I'm completely
Jin,
wrong. But
this
the
is
numbers are
exactly why you were
correct, aren't
muted
they?
right here. This right here,
I'm
Jin.
just trying to tell you something.
Dude, you're talking over him when he's trying to talk to you, and he's the one with the mute button. Stop! For crying out loud. He's trying to tell you something. Listen to the man. He's the one that's got the button to can mute and unmute you. So stop, chill, and listen to the man for a minute.
Yeah, he's got a point.
I'm trying to listen to the guy. I'm listening
Right.
to the guy.
You weren't muted because you're telling truths that are difficult for people. You're muted because there was no actual conversation happening. And it seems like I'm not the only one to think you were the main cause of that. So I think if you're not able to have an adult conversation, we're just not going to have you try.
Well, I am capable, and I always generally do. What I don't like is the accusations and insinuations that I'm wrong when I'm giving you actual facts and numbers, which none of you are actually taking on board, like the number 200 million pounds of force.
But they're not obligated.
That kind of force.
Jin, they're not obligated to agree with you to have the conversation. That's not justification for you over talking and interrupting people. Is that understood?
That's understood, yeah.
Okay. So let's try that again.
Okay, to address that 2 million number, the amount of force that's required, is that cool steel or is that steel that's been heated enough that it's lost, say, 90% of its structural integrity?
Right. Steel, when heated, loses 25% of its structural integrity. Sorry, 75% of its structural integrity when it buckles. It still retains 25%. That's the characteristics of steel. So it would never collapse in a free fall situation. It will buckle and still retain 25%, still trying to support the load. Do you understand? So we won't have a free fall collapse. That's what I would say there so far. Do you understand that?
I understand. What was the question that I asked you?
The question you asked me, this is the answer that I give you. That steel doesn't buckle to zero. And fire can't generate that heat. That's what I keep telling you. You're not listening.
So at the 2 million pounds of force that you said would be required for the steel to collapse, is that at the steel at room temperature where it has the most ability to hold weight, or is that at whatever heat the fire caused?
Okay, as I keep repeating to you, fire can never generate 200 million pounds of force. Only explosives can do that. Fire can never achieve that force. And remember, that's that force across 400 connectors simultaneously in 1 second. Do you understand? Wow.
I understand. You see how I answered directly that I understand? Now, my question was a yes or no answer from you. That number, the 2 million pounds of force, is that the steel at its most load-bearing room temperature, or is that the steel after it has been heated and lost some of its ability to carry weight?
In order to bring down a building, that would be without any heat in the building at all, right? So when they do a controlled demolition, okay, they set all the explosives within the building. They don't hit the building up. They just press the button and you hear bang, 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 and then the building comes down. So clearly, it's got nothing to do with fire here now. Do you understand?
Okay, so your answer is that the amount of force required to cause the collapse is if the steel is at its best load-bearing capacity and unheated. That's your answer.
That's not my answer at all. No, that is not my answer. Because in order to bring down a building that we saw on the day, for that to be initiated, you would have to have explosives, thermites, and nanothermites placed at the joints, which would completely remove the supports to bring the building straight down. And that's what we have, okay? And that requires 200 million pounds of explosive force per floor per second. That's what you don't realize.
That's just nonsense.
Okay, so all you've said there is that if the building hadn't have been on fire, it would have required 200 million pounds of explosive force. That's what you said. Unfortunately, the building was on fire, wasn't it?
No, what I'm saying to you is this. Okay, I'll let you finish. What I'm saying to you is this. It matters not whether the building was on fire previously or not. If the building had been on fire, it would come down even quicker. Okay? Because some of the heat may have weakened the steel. That's if the fire had actually hit the steel. But as I keep telling you, these office fires were scattered on 10 floors. That leaves 37 floors that the fires never touched at all. Offices were intact. Nothing had got burnt. So the building was solidly intact because the fireproofing worked. This is what you're not listening. You're not listening to anything I've said. The fireproofing worked intact, and in order for the building to come down
Blue
into
Marble
its
hot
own
mic.
footprint, hang on a minute, because I'm still talking here, into the path of its own footprint, the path of most resistance, you have to clear away the columns. That requires 100 million pounds of force. And last point, if you just want to remove one column only, you're going to need 630,000 pounds of force just to remove one column. Fire can't do that. Can't generate that kind of explosive force. That's what you're going to need to do that. Fire can't do that. And I'm talking as a welder,
Do you
and
understand?
a carpenter, a plumber, electrician.
Do you understand that in order for me to break a stick over my knee, it requires me to exert force using my muscles and leverage, right? In order for me to break a stick using fire, it just requires temperature and then the tiniest bit of force applied to it. Is that a true statement?
It is not analogous to what we're talking about. So it's a true statement, but it's not analogous to what we're talking about, okay?
Great. So when you say, and I'm directly addressing something you said, so please stop saying I'm not addressing what you're saying. when you say 200 million pounds of force, explosive force, are required in order to cause the building to collapse, that's analogous to me using my knee. That's the force being applied by my muscles, by the energy to snap a branch, the same to break the column. It can be the case that you require only, say, the weight of one finger on the stick after it's been burnt in order to break it. In the same way, it might require only a few tons of weight above a column or beam after it's been heated up enough in order to cause it to buckle and break. How is that not analogous? Try.
It's not analogous. It's not analogous because you've got 37 floors that were not hit by any fire at all, first and foremost, solid structure there. And then the floors that were on 10 floors scattered within the building, the fires only lasted 20 to 30 minutes at any one location. So it meant that the fireproofing that was built into the building easily survived that. And the fire didn't hit the steel. And in order to initiate the collapse, as I keep repeating to you, you need 200 million pounds of instant explosive force. Bang, 200 million. And then you're clearing all that material out of the way in order to bring the building down. Fire
Yes, for unheated steel. For unheated steel, yes.
It doesn't matter whether it's heated or not heated. You're going to generate with the material they use to bring down buildings. You're going to require 200 million pounds of force. And you're ignoring the fact that there were floors that weren't on fire, not on fire at all. So
were the floors on fire above or below the fire?
Look, Ozzy, come on. This is ridiculous. You're being ridiculous.
Please don't meta. We're having an adult conversation, Jin.
Yeah,
were the 37 floors above or below the fire, the ones that weren't on fire?
Scattered within the building. The fires were scattered within the buildings. So they weren't concentrated.
So which floors directly were on fire?
There were some, listen, there were some on the 13th floor, 12th floor, and then you had some fires down on the ground floor upwards. So basically, the fires were scattered within the buildings, okay? They lasted 20 to 30 minutes in one office to the next office as the fires moved towards the west. And by 3:50 p.m., all the fires were extinguished. And then the building was brought down at 5:20 p.m., an hour and 50 minutes or so later. So come on, play the game, man. And we heard explosions. Bang, bang,
so,
bang,
Jin,
bang.
now that you've finished, are you not finished?
I'm finished. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So you're saying there was fires all the way down the ground floor, and that there were fires all the way up to the 12th floor, and it was scattered between the 13th floor, and it was scattered between those, yeah?
That's not what I'm saying. No. That's not what I'm saying. Okay? So please don't be in a hurry to misrepresent what I said. I said to you that there were fires on the 13th floor and the 12th floor. So that means the 11th floor and the 14th floor were not on fire, for example, going upwards. Then you had some scattered fires on the ground floor up to about the 8th floor. 1 or 2 floors there were on fire. Remember, scattered within the building. Okay? Blimey, what don't you understand about that?
Okay, so there was a fire at the base. Now, why are you saying that the fire, that base fire would not get hot enough to cause the entire weight of the building above it to collapse down on it? Can you explain that?
Yeah, not on the actual ground floor, yeah? Not on the actual ground floor, because the entrance to the building was, you were able to access that building in and out. So the ground floor actually wasn't on fire. So it would be above the ground floor. I can give you the 8th floor was on fire. I can't give you the exact floors, okay? But I know that there were 10 floors that were on fire, and the terminology you used, scattered within the building. Now I have images of the 12th floor and the 13th floor that you could see some fires there, okay? But by 3:50 p.m., those fires were extinguished, okay? So the fires were put out well before the building was. You're not listening to me now. The fires were already extinguished well before the building came down. All fires were out.
3:50. Were they out or had they finished burning actively? Like
completely extinguished. No fire was there at 3:50 p.m. I've been saying this all along. Now
was that because someone had come in and put the fire out? Do you believe that happened?
The fires were out because the materials that were left in the building had already burnt out. That's why. All fires were out. This is coming from the firefighters who were in that building telling us that.
Have you ever had a campfire or a bonfire?
I go camping a lot. I know about campfire. Smoldering, you're talking about. Smoldering, right. With steel doesn't smolder as such. And in this case with the building number 7 that we're talking about, the steel didn't get hot enough to be even smoldering. The contents would be smoldering, the wood and stuff. And again, it's not hot enough to heat the steel to initiate a free fall collapse. It's just not doing it.
Okay,
it's
so
not even anywhere near the
you
steel.
agree the fire wasn't out? The fire, in fact, was still smouldering within the building. So you've got to change the terminology.
No. I'm saying that the fire was out, is what I'm telling you, because that's what is in the NIST report. Fires were out.
So you've never had a campfire? You've never had a campfire?
It's not analogous to the building number 7. So it's a non sequitur, okay? Non sequitur.
So it's flammable material, including wood, very dense paper, that you say went out within, what, 20 minutes? How is that possible?
That's the industry standard. That, again, is in the NIST report. So it's not me. I'm not making it up. You keep saying I'm quoting the NIST report, Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. Those are the people that and the firefighters. They're the ones that give us the industry standards. So that's who you're talking to.
So this isn't based on real life. It's just based on a standard.
It's based on real life. This is real life. Of course, it's based on real life.
No, it's
Why
not.
would it not be based on real life? How can you make that statement? How?
It's not based on real life because you're going off what they say a typical office fire might do, which is 20 minutes worth of maybe active burning.
Not might do.
And you're attributing that to Tower 7 instead of just going to the facts of what happened at Tower 7 on that day. And how long was Tower 7 burning on the day? Can you answer that?
Right. That's a good question. And we have to go with the NIST report here. The NIST report stated that the fires that were on the floors that were on fire did not persist in any one location for more than 20 to 30 minutes. That's the industry standard. That's what they said. And the fires were about maybe 7 hours to get from east to west of that building.
Okay.
From the
so
east
you're saying
to the west side, on the floors that were on fire. That's what the report is telling us. Thank you. Go ahead.
So why do you keep saying there are only fires for 20 minutes or it was only burning for 20 minutes?
Yes, because that's what the industry standard and NIST put in their report, that the fires on the day of that building on fire, they didn't linger at any one location for more than 20 to 30 minutes. Now, that information is coming from NIST and the firefighters themselves. So you're not arguing with me, you're arguing with the firefighters and NIST, the National Institute for Standards of Technology, who are charged with giving us the report of how building number 7 came down.
Do you know what equivocation is?
Say that again?
Equivocation, that word. Do you know what it means?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
It's the equivalent to something, isn't it? Is that what you mean?
Kind of. So what you're doing is you're taking one thing and you're making it equivalent when it's not actually equivalent.
No, I'm not doing that at all. I'm giving you what the NIST report gives to the public regarding building number 7 and the architects and engineers and their knowledge and the firefighters that they're giving to the public. This is public knowledge. I'm not equivalating anything to anything. I'm giving you the facts. I'm not giving you any theories. I'm not making anything up. I'm not giving you my opinion. My opinion it's not worth tuppence. Okay? I'm giving you the facts. The numbers I give you are the facts. Okay? That's what I'm giving you. I'm not giving you any theories.
So
please don't say that.
The equivocation here is between something being on fire and something actively being aflame. So something can be on fire, particularly if there's very low oxygen because it's a very large fire. But it may not actively be flame, which means that there is still heat radiating from it, cumulative heat from all the things around it as it creates cold. And that heat, just because there's no flames, actively licking flames, doesn't mean the heat isn't happening in the fire.
Unfortunately,
when you say
it's not
the industry, I'm not done yet, Jin. I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the last thing I'm going to say, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you say that the industry standard is that a fire in an office will only last 20 minutes, what that means is that fire will only last 20 to 30 minutes of active flame. That doesn't mean it'll last 20 to 30 minutes with, after that 30 minutes, no heat being released, no smouldering, no need to go in.
I didn't put that as my case. I didn't put that as my case. What I say to you is this: as the fire is moving east to west, so the intensity of the heat begins to drop because the fire is now moving from one location to the next. So where it might be, as you put it, 1,700 degrees, once that stuff is burnt up, it starts to drop because nothing's to burn. It moves to the next office because there's material to burn there. So as it moves, this area starts to cool down. Doesn't remain intense heat. It starts to drop. You're not looking at it. You're going against natural law.
That's the opposite of what happens. That's the opposite of what happens.
It's not the opposite. Sorry, you're wrong. Starts to cool down.
So as a fire in a building moves from room to room, the entire building, the entire structure, and all the rooms contained within increase in the amount of heat. That's why so often you'll have like a building on fire, and then in one apartment and the next apartment, people have to flee, and you see them cooling down that apartment, even if it's not on fire yet. And then as you have multiple apartments on fire within a larger building, you have to evacuate everyone above them because that fire can cumulatively get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. It doesn't just get much cooler the moment the flames have died down in one area and then stay super hot
hang on a minute.
only a few meters away. That is illogical. That's not how fire works.
You're not describing what happened on the day of 9/11. You're just not.
No, your NIST report is not
I
describing.
can put up many scenarios myself. Let's stick to what happened on the day and building number 7 that wasn't hit by a building, yet it came down at 6.25 seconds free fall. It's in the NIST report, okay? And in order to initiate that, you have to remove 400 connections simultaneously per floor per second. So when you hear bang, that's 400 connectors have gone simultaneously. Fire can't do that. You're just not getting.
So I'm going to repeat something back to you, and then I'm going to add to it, and you tell me.
Why don't you acknowledge what I told you? Why are you not acknowledging?
I'm going to repeat.
You're not acknowledging.
I am.
You're not acknowledging what I'm telling you.
I'm going to.
Because if you hang on, if you acknowledge what I tell you, you wouldn't have any other question because that's free.
I'm going to acknowledge what you tell me, okay?
Sorry?
What you told me was, in order for the collapse to happen, you would have to apply 200 million pounds of explosive force to the columns and remove 400 connectors simultaneously. And now I'm going to add something to that, okay? My addition is going to be at room temperature. Is that correct?
That would, in the case of the explosives, it matters not. Listen, it matters not.
Can you answer yes or no to that?
I'm not going to answer your question because you're not letting me answer it. So let me answer it. It matters not what the temperature was in the building. Now we're talking about explosives now, okay? So it matters not the temperature. Such is the power of the explosives. Matters not whether it's boiling hot, red hot, or cold. It's going to generate 200 million pounds of force. So I'm sorry.
Okay, so in your
cartoon, you're losing this badly. You're looking bad here.
In your cartoon where you think there's explosives that were used, would it be true that those explosives would need less force if the steel that it was exploding in was very, very hot?
Right. As far as I'm concerned, you're desperately trying to hang on to your story, but it's weakening every time we speak. It's this. The actual fact is the building came down at 6.25 seconds. That cannot be initiated by fire. Material known as thermite, and nanothermite was found and examined to be so, and that's what brought down the building. Fire can't do that. Okay, so unfortunately,
Jin, I'm going to tell you something about yourself.
desperately trying to hang on to your story, but it's no good because fire has never ever brought down a fireproof skyscraper in the history of skyscrapers. They've never collapsed due to fire. They've never collapsed. Never collapsed. Fuck.
So I'm going to ask you to do a little introspection here for a second. So just, if I ask you a question and that question, the answer to it is a simple yes or no, and you give me an answer that does not provide me with a yes or no, does that not indicate to you that you're doing that manipulatively and maliciously in order to not give me any legitimacy for my argument?
No, because your argument is your line of questioning is ignoring the unsurmountable amount of facts that I give you, which you are ignoring, in order to cling on to your poor story. Okay, that's why it's not.
So
it is not a simple. It is not a simple yes and no, because fire can't generate the forces required to bring down a skyscraper. They've never done that in the history of skyscrapers. You're ignoring my knowledge, my statements, the numbers, the facts. You're not taking anything in.
Can you explain to me how I'm ignoring what you're saying while including it in my questions to you? So I included the 400 connections and the 200 million pounds of force, explosive force, that's required to take down the columns. Now, I included those two facts. I'm obviously listening to what you're saying. I'm just saying that that would be a lesser amount, so you wouldn't need the 200 million if everything was weakened by fire. What about that is incorrect?
Unfortunately, no. Again, on the day in question, the buildings were rigged to be taken down. Okay, right? And like I said, the whole building wasn't on fire. You had 37 floors that didn't have any office fires in them at all. The building was solid sound. Okay, so they had to be blown up to be.
Apologize. Will you apologize for saying that I'm not listening to you when I'm including your?
No, I'm not going to apologize at all. Why would I do that? Because you're not listening and you're not digesting and you're not acknowledging. Because if you acknowledge, your questions would cease and say, yes, indeed, if what you're telling me is true, then fire obviously can't do that, and it can't, and the buildings came down by controlled demolition. That's what it is. It's clearly.
Why would I acknowledge that if you can't acknowledge?
Because that's the truth.
Heating up steel would weaken the amount of force required to destroy it from an explosion. If you could acknowledge that, maybe I'd acknowledge one thing you say.
I don't have to acknowledge that at all. I'm only going by the facts of the day. I'm not here to pamper.
But how is that not a fact?
I'm only here to deliver the facts, and that is 9/11 was an inside job. The terrorists could not have placed the thermite, and nanothermite into these buildings to bring them down. How would they have gained access? So clearly it was an inside job there. And what we witnessed was a controlled demolition regarding building number 7. Now, the Twin Towers, by the way, this is an industry first. The buildings were not imploded, they were exploded. And they were shooting material horizontally, laterally, at 160 feet per second at 80 miles per hour. Material I-beams embedded into the Deutsche building, for example. So they give us the false numbers. So that's an industry first, because usually you implode buildings, like building number 7, but the Twin Towers were exploded, shooting material everywhere. Okay?
Why should anyone believe what you just said if you won't acknowledge that if you heat up steel and weaken it, it will need less force in order for an explosion to destroy it?
As far as I'm concerned, that's not what's in question here. That's why I'm not answering it. I'm dealing with what happened on the day. That's what we're talking about.
Jin, were you born a coward, or did you get to be a coward at 64?
And the numbers and the numbers that the architects and the engineers put forward to us is that in order to initiate a free-fall collapse, you're going to need to remove 400 columns per floor per second to generate 200 million pounds of force. That's the only way you could do that. And that's what we witnessed. That's what those explosions were. Bang, boom, bang. And there are 36 videos that I have in my possession that address that point, and you can hear the explosions. So, you know,
did you know that's an affirming the consequent fallacy?
That's not affirming the consequence fallacy at all.
Yeah, here, I'll explain it to you, okay?
I know what it is. I know
your argument is, your argument is that we know explosives were used for Tower 7 because the only way for buildings to be brought down in that way are explosives. Therefore, Tower 7 must have been brought down with explosives.
No, that's not
now, that's an affirming the
position.
consequence.
No,
it begs the question of whether that's the only way that a building like that could be brought down. So, good job. That's a fallacy. Your
no, but
entire
that's not my
argument is a fallacy
position, though.
predicated
That's
on you
not my position.
not having full understanding of radiant heat.
I'm objecting to what you say because that's not my position.
Well,
I told you.
Next time, do it when I finish speaking. Don't do it halfway through a
position.
sentence.
But that's not my position. You're misrepresenting.
Okay, give me another way of putting it. How do you put it?
I'm going to give you, as I've been saying all along, that we know that the building came down at 6.25 seconds because fire can't initiate a free fall, can't do that. We heard explosions, and then you've got material, thermite, and nanothermite. That's not an affirming the consequence fallacy. That's looking at the material.
It is. Yeah, literally is.
Not. It's not. It's not at all. It's not.
Yeah, you said fire cannot do it, therefore it must be the only thing that can do it.
Fire can't do it. Fire can't do it.
Yeah, it's affirming the consequence.
It's not affirming.
You can't give me a reason why a fire can't do it. All your reasons have been wrong so far. It's true that fire weakens steel enough at the weight of the building atop.
No, it's not, because when you
it
do
is true.
The maths,
it's a fact.
When you do
is
the
it not a
maths,
fact that fire weakens steel?
The evidence to prove
is it a
the
fact
building
that fire
came down in
weakens steel?
6.25 seconds, then there's your evidence already. Now, in order to initiate
hey,
that,
Jim, is it a fact that fire weakens steel?
You get the material, you find thermite, and nanothermite. So what are you left to conclude? It's not affirming the consequence at all. That is process of deduction. Process of deduction is what that is.
It's not deduction. You don't know that word.
No,
so,
it's process of deduction.
Does fire weaken steel, yes or no?
No, not to the point where it's going to initiate a free fall. So no.
So fire does not weaken steel. That's your position.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Have you seen
Great.
dogs?
Just a lie. I think we're done here. Anyone else want to move in with a different discussion topic?
Yeah.
Well, the thing I wanted to, because it reframes the thing, is we hadn't seen any steel frame building collapse at all. So we didn't know what to compare it to, fire or otherwise. We just never ever seen a steel frame collapse. It hadn't happened until that day, and still hadn't until like a month, 2 months ago. A building collapsed during an earthquake in China, and it was a steel frame 30-story building. And so you get an idea of how quickly it collapses and the pattern it leaves behind in the rubble.
Yeah. The thing about the Chinese building, we have to check whether or not the Chinese building were built to the standards of Britain, Australia, New Zealand, or America, or are their building standards lesser? That's what you've got to check. What are their building codes and standards like? Okay, because you know what I mean. We can build a building very well these days. So I don't know what the Chinese were up to, and how old was the building, and was it built sound and following proper stringent building codes that we have in England, for example, America, New Zealand, or Australia, or even in Africa for that matter. Okay, so I'm sorry. On the day in question, fire was not bringing down any building. Explosives were. I have 36 videos in that regard where you hear explosions going on and the reporters are reporting it as it's happening. So unfortunately, 9/11 was an inside job. Terrorists didn't bring it down, for sure. And
that's horrible. So you're saying during a building collapse there was the sound of explosions? Well, that just shakes me right to the very core.
Look, we heard explosions and then the building's collapsing. What are you going to deduce from that, ladies and gentlemen? What are you going to deduce?
When buildings collapse, things sound like explosions happen?
No, they don't.
Things rupture, mains
They
rupture.
don't sound like that. No, when buildings are collapsed,
Windows blow out.
Explosions first. You hear explosions first, then you hear the rumbling of all the buildings coming down through its own footprint neatly. That's what you generally hear. That's the characteristics of a controlled demolition.
where they are in the tower. What happens when that happened? Did the lifts drop?
You go into the building and work that out for yourself. I'm not going to answer that question. It's a foolish question.
It's an
From a desperate man.
interesting question, isn't it? What happens if you cut the cables? Do they have their own brakes?
You're asking desperate questions for a story that cannot be proven. Your story is flawed. It's debunked. It's ridiculous. It goes against the laws of physics and God's
My story
natural
is just a
law.
question
So you're
about what
just
happened
being
with the
ridiculous
lift.
now. You're being ridiculous.
What do we know? What happened with the lifts? Like, it's an interesting thought. Like, if a plane smashes through, the pulleys are usually at the
There were
top,
no
right?
planes. Yeah, there were no planes.
There were no planes. You're a no
No, there
planes
were no
guy.
planes. Yeah, because what we have here is that no plane parts
That's a
were ever
special
recovered.
level of denial.
Yeah, there were no plane parts recovered from the Boeing 757-200 American Airlines or Boeing 767-200 United Airlines. No parts
100%
were
they found
recovered.
parts of it.
And the parts
No
that
parts?
were offered up by the federal
I've seen
agents
photos of
were
jet
dismissed.
turbines lying in the
Look at that.
street of New York.
Everyone's talking now what I'm talking, you see. The parts that were offered up by the federal agents were dismissed by Pratt and Whitney representatives, stating that those parts were not manufactured by our company. Okay? So, you know, there were no parts found and not placed in a hangar.
So there were parts
so we could see
found.
them.
You're just saying some guy claims they weren't the right parts. You'd be
Some guy,
astounded
a
by that.
Pratt and Whitney engineer representative who works for the company who makes the planes. Okay? That's
No,
who
I
that
want to
dumb
see
guy
who
is.
who figured out that there was explosives on the ground. Where's that evidence?
Some weird things. Like, it all just relies on that you would know what a real attack would look like. If terrorists did slam planes into buildings, and you're saying no, it wouldn't have collapsed that way.
Yeah.
This is only indicative of an explosion. It kind of begs the question: what do you think would happen if a plane, like with a reasonable load of fuel and full of passengers, slammed into a building like that? What would you expect to happen?
Well, if you listen to the architects who built the building, the Japanese and the Americans
I'm asking
who
your
constructed, everyone's interrupting now. If you listen to their words, who actually constructed those Twin Towers, they said this, that the Twin Towers could take multiple hits of the Boeing 707 and not collapse at all, is what they said, okay? They likened it to the mosquito net, screen net that you have on your window to stop the mosquitoes getting into your apartment, yeah? When you puncture it with a pencil, the structural integrity of the net is still in place.
But what would you expect to happen?
That's what the architects and engineers said.
And you would expect a fire, right? The plane splats into the side of the building like a cartoon. You'd expect
Ignore
a
the
fire.
architects. Ignore what I just said. Why don't you just ignore what I just said?
Right, no, I asked you a
Why
really
not ignore
specific
everything
question.
I'm
What
saying?
would it look like
Ignore
if it
everything
was
that I'm
hit by a
saying.
plane?
Yeah, just ignore everything that I'm saying. Don't acknowledge.
No, I'm asking a very
anything that I'm
clear
telling
question.
You're
Or
not
anybody else can
acknowledging
answer. If,
anything
if
that I
you're
told you.
unwilling to answer, somebody else can chime in. But it's just a question
Well,
I've
I'm
never heard
answering the
asked about
question,
this
but you're not
9/11
ignoring.
thing.
You're ignoring my answers. That's the point I'm saying.
Okay, what should it look like if a plane hit the building? What do you reckon that would look like, Jin?
It wouldn't have gone through the building. It would have slammed into the building and gone straight down to the ground. It wouldn't have even entered the building. And by the way, according
An aircraft,
to hang on a minute,
Boeing would have
I've got more
bounced off the
information for
building.
you.
Are you kidding me?
Bounced off the building?
I've got
Tell
more
us about that.
information for you. I've got more
Go for
information for you. I've got more
Love it.
information for you.
So what were all the planes that countless New Yorkers saw fly into the fucking building?
Yeah, who were those countless New Yorkers?
Second, but I just
I don't
want to know
know.
what
I
you
was
mean
standing
by
on top of the
bounced off
maritime
the building.
science building at my school
Have the names of
after the
those.
first plane hit, and we fucking
you
saw
have
it.
the names
So
of those
I don't know
individuals?
what you're talking about.
It's insane to say no
They were
plane.
claiming that they were making a documentary, and they
have the
then
names
turn
of
up
those
and the plane flies right into the building.
Do you have
So
the
what
names
are
of
you
those
talking about, you
individuals?
crazy maniac?
Everybody
Come
looked
on, man.
up.
I
So many
was with
people
you on
saw
World
it.
Trade
Do you
Center
have the
7
names
because
of
you're
those
not wrong. You're not wrong on World
Do you
Trade
have
Center
the names
7.
of
There's
those
questions,
individuals?
but you're going too far now.
Do you
Exactly.
have the names of those individuals that you're talking
It's
about?
New York City. Everybody in Manhattan was
Ridiculous, though,
looking
isn't
at the
it?
building by the time the second plane hit.
Bro,
Like every
Paul,
eyeball
people
that
in
could
Brooklyn
was looking
along
at
the
that
water
building.
were standing on the buildings watching. There was thousands and thousands of people on their buildings watching. There was thousands of people looking out their windows watching. Thousands and thousands and thousands. I'm sorry, I can't name all of them.
True. Easy
It's
to
so
blurt
ridiculous,
out.
but that would be the
Very
test.
difficult
Can
to
you
prove.
name them?
So no, crisis actors in place.
What about Florence Jones? I think she's someone that
crisis actors in place.
maybe
No,
not.
I'm a
Maybe it's
crisis
just
actor 24 years
And
later.
again, ignore
24 years later, that's what you're telling me, huh?
that the buildings were built to withstand multiple hits. Multiple hits.
So what would
Wait,
that
hold
look
on.
like, though?
I'm
So
sorry.
what would it look
A
like? What
Boeing
it
767 is 412,000 pounds, and it can go at a cruising speed about 530, and it bounces off.
bounces
It would
off? Is
have
that
to
what
be
you're
like
saying?
pounds.
Listen, by the way,
It did say it
the
bounced. It did sound like it bounced off.
oh, blimey, look. Aeroplanes
Are you
can't
kidding
fly.
me? It's a fucking plane.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to have to
It's a plane.
repeat it like this then. Aeroplanes cannot fly at those speeds at low altitude. The dense air would rip the wings off, apparently.
What the hell are you
According to
talking about? They
experts in
take off over my
aviation
house
and
all
the
day
control
long.
towers
They take off
on the
over my
day,
house all day
they
long.
said
What are
that
you talking about?
aeroplanes cannot fly at that low altitude at that speed because
tell us about the
it would be
bouncing.
ripped off. So they can't fly
According
at
to
that
who?
speeds to be slammed
Tell
into
us
the
about
building.
the bouncing.
I just can't believe 412,000 pounds, and it bounces off, going 500 miles an hour.
Due to the
Breaking
structural
the window?
integrity of the building, yes. What you've got to remember is that the
How
planes
much is a Pratt
themselves
and Whitney engine?
can't maintain that speed at that altitude. They couldn't do
It
it.
doesn't matter the speed. If it's 300, 200 miles, it's not going to bounce off.
It's going to bounce off. It's not going to go into the building. It's aluminium,
Can
remember?
someone
The
help me out
aeroplane
here?
is aluminium. It's just going to crumple up and drop to the ground.
Drop to the ground.
Yes, it's not stronger
It's not
than
going to punch through like a missile. What's a missile made out
aluminium,
of?
isn't it? It's aluminium sheets.
Well, missiles
You're
are made
talking
out of
about
aluminium.
sheets of aluminium. That's all you're talking about. It's just
Have you
gonna
seen those
crumple and
missiles that
ground.
punch? Jin, have you seen those missiles that like punch into something just kinetically and then explode when they're inside? Before they explode, like when you see that missile punch in, isn't it also just sort of made out of aluminium? It's just traveling very fast.
Basically, what we're saying to you is this: that the aeroplane would crumple up, and because of the geometry of the way it's been made and that, it's not going to go into the building and enter it. It would just crumple and hit the ground. That's what will happen.
But I don't know about you, but I've seen a few videos of
no
cars
engines,
driving into buildings at
according
the base
to Pratt
floor,
and Whitney,
and they don't seem to
there's
just
never
crumple
been a
up.
case where they've never been able to recover the engines of the planes. They said they are practically
I
indestructible.
want to stay on this.
They would
What
suffer
it would look like.
cosmetic damage, but they've never been able to not recover the engines.
Yeah,
Okay,
But
so
can we
where
stay on
are
one
the
topic?
engines?
I feel like you're jumping from topic to topic, Jin. It sounds like we're all fascinated and keen to hear from you.
Planes,
If you can
aeroplanes and
describe what it would look like
aeroplanes
with
and
a,
engines. How is that jumping
what
from
was it, a
topic to
Boeing
topic?
767 or something?
Aeroplanes and engines.
It was a Boeing
Aeroplanes and engines.
767, yeah.
Where are the engines?
767.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm not jumping.
Where are
from
the
topic to topic.
engines? They're probably destroyed, I would imagine. They're
No,
nose diving at 500 miles an hour into a building. Where do you
not
think
according to
everything's
Pratt
going to
and
be
Whitney
intact?
and Rolls Royce.
One of
They
them punched
said
through and was
that they've
photographed in the street.
never lost an engine. They've always recovered the engines because they are practically indestructible. Those are their words,
God.
quote unquote. Practically
So what would-
indestructible. Okay.
So what would the engine do then if it was practically indestructible, do you reckon, Jin?
Well, it would lose cosmetic integrity, of course. So it would look really ugly, but it would be intact, and you'd be able to look at it and examine it to see what happened to the engine quite easily.
And what's the Flight 11 engine that they have in the 9/11 museum that I saw 2 years ago? Because right there, when you walk in, there's an engine, and there's a sign that says the engine from Flight 11. So what is that?
Well, okay, so that was recovered, yeah? But I'm saying to you that
But you said no engines were recovered, pal. You said no engines were
none of the
recovered.
parts from the Boeing 757 or the Boeing 767 was ever recovered and put into a hangar and reassembled, okay? And even, what's his name? What's his name now? Yes, Major General.
You know how big that
Albert
pile
Stubblebine
was?
III
Do you know how big that
the
pile was?
Pentagon, no plane hit the Pentagon, okay? That was Major General
What?
Albert
You're
Stubblebine
denying
III.
that the Pentagon was hit?
Yeah, I know this story. So it was some dude in
Yeah, that's
Hawaii
what
at
he
the
said.
time, a major general, and he just like
Yeah.
called up a news station and said, no, it didn't happen. I know it didn't happen, even though I wasn't there and haven't actually spoken to anyone else.
But
Pretty sure he was retired at the time. He said it didn't
yes, he
happen
was
because I don't
retired,
think
but
it
he did
happened
go
because
to
it
the
didn't look
site.
legitimate to
He
me.
did go to
So
the
he doesn't
site and
actually
said
have any
that that
first-hand
hole
information on any
was
of this.
too small.
It's
He
literally
said,
just the
right,
opinion
he said
of a
it was
dude
too
who was on
small.
holiday
Looking at
and
the
saw it on the
turbine,
news.
he thought it
Pathetic.
might have been a missile, but as far as he was concerned, there's no engine impact marks, and the rear tail rudder section impact marks are missing. So
Yeah, and he got that from the news, right? He wasn't there
Right, he
firsthand,
knows what
right?
it wasn't what he said.
He got it
Major
from the
General
news, right,
Albert
Jin?
Stubblebine III.
Jin, he got it from the news, right? He wasn't there, he wasn't actually there at the time. He got it from the news.
He went there afterwards and he gave an interview and he said that that hole was too small.
He didn't.
We
He
got
didn't.
him on news.
It was all
being
pictures.
reporting that. Definitely. Yeah.
It was all pictures. He didn't go there firsthand. He wasn't there for any of the investigation.
He was interviewed, and that video
From
and that
Hawaii.
news report-
From Hawaii.
I'm not lying.
No,
It's been
from
removed. That's the
Hawaii,
problem.
from
It's
the
been
island
removed.
of Hawaii.
He
was on
actually
holiday.
went
He
to
saw the
Pentagon.
pictures.
He went to the site though. He went because they were asking for his expertise.
Long after the crash investigation had finalized to do interviews because he
that's
just
not when
lied
he
to a
did
whole
it. No,
bunch
that's
of
not when he did
reporters.
it. He went there a few days afterwards.
What day?
He still
When?
went there.
2 days afterwards, you reckon?
He went there. Yeah, he definitely went there.
Nope.
Okay.
He was on vacation and he came back.
He went
a
there.
retired
He went
general
there. The cleanup campaign was still ongoing. When he went there, they interviewed him. He said that hole. The words he used was that hole was too small for a Boeing 757 to have made it. That's what he said. And then
That's
he said,
because it
"I
didn't
think
crash
was a
into the
missile,
building."
but I'm not sure yet. Judging by the turbine, I'm not sure yet, but I know what it wasn't." He said, "I know what it
Good.
wasn't." He said.
Listen to me, pal. Can I just explain something quick? It didn't crash into the building. The Pentagon, the plane crashed into the ground right before the building. It turned into a molten mass of metal from the jet fuel and shot into the building. That's why it doesn't look like a plane. That's exactly what happened.
No, that's not what happened. Unfortunately,
That
that's not
sounds
what happened
wild.
either. Because when you look at the site, the grass on the ground outside the Pentagon was so clean, Tiger Woods could play golf on it. So no, you're wrong there, sir. The plane didn't hit the ground. There was no plane. Period.
It was a colonel who actually saw it happen.
There was no plane. Period.
Oh, Blinky.
I'm
ahead, man.
stunned. I'm speechless. How do you deny it?
There was
So
no
Lieutenant
plane.
Colonel Stephen O'Brien, he's on record in the National Archives. He's a Minnesota Air National Guard member and was scheduled to ferry cargo from DC back to Minnesota. The report states that on the air, O'Brien saw Flight 77 crash and told Washington air traffic control the plane was down.
Okay.
As far as I'm
Where's that the other
concerned, that information is misinformation coming from the guy, not you, but from the guy you heard it from. And as we well know, when you look at the front of the Pentagon, there was no plane impact marks on the grass at all. Okay, and where there was a hole, you could see a table, a book that was opened unsinged. Next door, fire. So you explain to yourself how that could be. There were no
That's
planes.
what I
That's for
expect.
sure. No
Let's
plane
just
hit the Pentagon.
99% of 9/11 trutherism is just expecting the wrong thing and then being surprised by what you do find. Right? Like expecting that definitely there is 0% chance a passport can make it out of a plane when the passport's in the breast pocket of somebody who's in the cockpit of that plane. I wouldn't say that it definitely would make it out, but I wouldn't say it definitely wouldn't. Right? The 9/11 truther just makes a guess as to when steel beams should melt. Some inexpert
passports
guess at these incredibly complex
cannot
topics,
come out
and
of
it's like,
that
oh, I wouldn't expect it to go like that. Therefore, conspiracy.
unstained by the that would be an impossibility at this point. What the CIA offered up, or the federal agents offered up as a perfectly clean, untouched, unblemished passport is a laughing joke. And like I've said, at the Pentagon, right? You have no parts from the planes at all.
What do you mean? I just told you there's an engine in the 9/11 museum. I have seen it. Countless people have seen
I
it.
don't
You
care
can
what
see it
you said,
yourself.
mate.
You
As far as
can
I'm
go there
concerned,
and see
no
the engine,
parts
Jin.
from the planes were ever recovered.
It was picked
No
up off
engine
the
at all. I don't
street.
know
They
what that
reported
is,
it on the
what they
news
put in
when
the
they did.
museum, but it's BS anyway.
Okay, but and also as for papers coming out of someone's pocket, the largest air disaster ever in Japan, where a 747, the back end of it blew out, crashed into the side of a mountain, right? And you know what came out? Were notes from people who wrote a note to their loved ones and put it in their pocket.
Well, that's fine.
Because
yeah,
the
but
paper gets blown into
about
the
a
air,
plane
man.
that was engulfed in flames. There were no planes, but the CGI image that we saw the plane supposedly impacting the Twin Towers, engulfed in fumes,
I saw the
orange
actual
smoke
plane.
and that. And that initial plume was 90% of the fuel being used up. So, and that's if the planes did hit, but we know the planes didn't hit because there were no parts found that we could see that was recovered at the Ground Trade Center site, the World Trade Center site. And
Hey, Brooklyn dude, Bjorn, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure, fire away, brother.
Yeah, so I want to know if this is super insensitive or not, but I really like videos of just like innocuous news reports prior to 9/11 reporting. And it's like, oh yeah, it's just like, one is like, it's a happy singles cruise. We're all going on this single cruise together. Everything's great. And then it just suddenly switches to like, a plane just hit building one of the towers on 9/11. It switches to that, and every single time I find it way too funny. I know it's super serious and a horrible thing that happened, but is that okay to laugh at?
Yeah, I think he's trolling.
Me? No, I'm serious. Like, is it okay to laugh at that particular part of it, not all the horrible things that happened, but just like the switch from normal, it was just another Tuesday, to suddenly 9/11.
You know, like, it's not offensive, man. Like, I wouldn't be offended by that. Like, I get it. It's crazy for people who didn't live it. Like, people that lived it, it was insane. Like, any American will tell you, like, that day is just fucking insane. So, like, it's not insensitive, though, because, you know, it was kind of weird. I've laughed at the Kennedy assassination ones when they have, like, the lady doing some crazy style show from back in the 60s, and then she gets all upset suddenly, and they interrupt it with the Kennedy thing. It's like, her face is priceless. She's talking about zippers and fleas.
All right, cool. I feel better
Poe Dameron's on his knees in front of Kylo Ren and says, "So do I talk now, or do you talk now?" And I was just thinking, like, this
Marvel
humor's
humor.
too. It's humor.
Yeah.
The humor's too real, right? It's like it's not Star Wars humor,
It's
right?
not Star Wars humor.
It's
The
just
thing
awkward
about
conversations.
it is, it's
Yeah.
a very good. It's a very good point. Very, very good point. And the main point is, there's no humor in any of it. No heart. No real character to any of them. The reason you love the original characters and even in the prequels was because they had some heart. That's the thing. So you had Han Solo, who basically can't stand C-3PO, right? But it's never spoken. Why don't you like C-3PO? In the new movies, that would have been spoken. They would have said, "Oh, he doesn't like C-3PO." No, he just says it. Plug the professor into the hyperdrive, that type of thing. He just can't stand robots.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
think
never
the
said why or
sequels.
anything.
The sequels were too real, and you're not supposed to laugh at a Star Wars joke when you first hear it. You're supposed to ruminate on it like a wine. You stir it around, and you think, "Ha ha ha! That was actually funny in the end,"
Yeah. But then I think it was the first one where they go off on this side quest to go find some MacGuffin of some kind. They go to a casino and they find or something, and then they find some abandoned slave kids or something, and they leave them all behind. Anyway, and then they come back with nothing.
In episode 1?
It was a trap. I think it was one of the sequels.
Oh,
That was TLJ.
I don't know.
With the casino
Yeah,
planet.
I didn't
Completely
even see
pointless
it.
part of that movie.
Yeah. And then you see the one kid at the end of that sequence when they fly away without him, and then it looks like he's force sensitive or something like that. It was just really, it was so bad.
I mean, it felt forced amongst everything else, but yeah, it was bad.
What are the good prequel jokes? Other than the ones we've mentioned,
dude,
there's always a bigger fish, something like that,
yeah,
right?
there's always a bigger fish.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. It's been so long since it's been like 2 months since I've seen them.
They tried when they meet boss Nass. They try to use the Jedi mind tricks on him, and it doesn't work.
Mind tricks don't work on me. Only
no,
yes.
Oh, it did work. It did work really well. What was it? They tried. They tried to use the mind trick on it. It did work. It didn't work on the what's his face?
The Targaryen.
The slave master.
Targaryen, yeah. Watto, thank you.
Yeah.
It did work. Didn't work on him. It's no good out here.
I do remember liking Attack of the Clones a little bit, just because it's so off the wall stupid, like those alien animals in the Colosseum, those flying shit bugs.
Yes,
those are kind of cool.
Those are really good.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I think that's a really good scene.
People give episode 2 a hard time, but most of episode 2 is a battle of Geonosis, and that is some good fight scenes. Some great fight scenes.
The girly, she happens to get her tunic sliced in just the right way that it makes it into a top. Just happens to tear it.
Yeah.
And she gets sliced around the back to where they're showing blood, and then they never mention it again.
And she drops from a great height, and a coochie literally lands on this like bumpy rhino thing, and you think that must have hurt her coochie, but it didn't. It's weird.
No, she has a strong coochie.
She's obviously force sensitive.
Force sensitive coochie. I think I've never said the word coochie before. Now I said it 3 times, and perhaps now 4th time coochie.
And then in episode 3, I mean, this is when the fun begins. I've been looking forward to this, and then another lightsaber to my collection. Yeah, they're all good.
There you go.
So uncivilized.
Yeah.
That's a. No.
Dude, was that
the best one, dude.
where,
Here it is. Okay, you ready? I need about 5 seconds of clean air here. You ready?
Yeah.
Hello there.
Oh. Dude, no, remember when they go into that American like hamburger joint? Is that the third one? Where the fucking alien?
It's the second one.
Is this the second? Oh, they all blend together.
One.
Fuck, it's all the same shit.
The alien, alien diner with the forearm
the
guy.
guy with the ass crack. Yeah, that was great. We needed that Of all things,
That's
Star
a
Wars.
that's a Camino dot.
Yeah, they should have kept. They should have kept George Lucas. They shouldn't have got rid of him.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey man, I gotta go. It was really fun meeting you guys. I'll try to come
Yeah,
back.
you too,
My
man.
name's Bug. And
I love you.
all right. Love you guys. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy. What a git.
I just, Mez, did you watch that video I sent you from Twitter?
Yeah, I hope he dies.
Yeah, I've seen him a few times. I don't know if you guys know what's his name again. Let me
This
see.
fucking industry plant, fucking Dean or something.
Dean. He's got a bald patch at the back of his hair, by the way.
Industry plant. For what?
Do you know who Dean
what
Withers
industry?
is, Mr. Red Cloud Media?
No, I don't know who that is. Who is that?
Yeah, I'll post the Twitter link.
No,
to
that's
one
right.
of
I
his
can't read
videos.
it right now. Just give me the cliff notes on it.
Basically, like debaters, right? And these political debaters, are basically like 18-year-old Democrats, right? Who argue basic talking points. You know?
Yes. What's his name
Dean
again?
Withers.
Okay, I think
Oh,
there's
yeah.
another one.
You've probably
I
seen him.
think
It's
I know
like
who
a
you mean. They're just
They do
paid.
too.
They're just paid.
pansy.
Paid actors.
You know, Tim Pool, pretty good.
Tim Pool's good. He's a
Dude,
bit out there
what's
sometimes.
he having that the like racist kid who admits he's never had sex? So basically, he's an incel. He's an incel Nazi. He's had him on a show. No bullshit.
Oh, Harry something.
He's been seen with Kanye, maybe.
Oh no.
Yeah.
These what I've never understood, and maybe it's like my own pride here, is how these people get. Like, I mean, maybe it's because they have like I guess a technically cute-looking face to a lot of like people. But I don't get how these people become famous debaters because they're
paid.
stupid as fuck.
Yeah, they're paid.
Because they're snarky and they get clips.
There you go.
And then the clips
Yeah.
get shared around.
Oh, you know what?
And
I
they
was
can
gonna-
lose like 99% of the debate, but if they get like one snarky moment,
I'm going to mention this because I know we've got a racist in the room right now. You notice how if you look at Disney's portrayal of Little Mermaid, it hasn't changed from the original Little Mermaid, even though they did that movie with the little black mermaid. Notice
Yeah.
that?
I didn't know
And
that.
the same thing is with Snow White. They haven't changed the portrayal. Same thing with Peter Pan. They did a remake of Peter Pan. They haven't changed one jot of Peter Pan's portrayal in any of the parades that they do or the depictions online that they have. It's all the original stuff. So all these remakes aren't making a dent in the actual thing. Specifically, Little Mermaid. I was just realized that. Anyway, back to what we talked about. Sorry, political. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying that a lot of the political debaters are like, to be honest with you, I can't even say it's just because they're attractive, because you have the likes of Destiny, Vosh,
Destiny's
who
awful.
aren't even attractive, but they're still bad debaters. You get a sense that like if any of them, if like Dean Withers, the guy we were just talking about from Twitter, came into this room and debated anyone here, even 50, and 50 sounds like he's high, like 50% of
I
the
am.
time.
I'm very stoned.
Yeah, like even 50 could destroy him, and that's really that's
easily.
really saying something. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't
sound
disagree.
stupid though, do I? I just sound kind of fucked up. I
You
wouldn't
just
sound
sound
stupid.
you just sound high. No, I agree
But-
with you on that one. That's not a bad point at all. But some of
yeah.
us, they're really, really bad debaters, and the debate style basically is to call you a racist. If you don't agree, then it's because you're racist, and since you're a racist, because you're a racist, then they can just discount anything you say, and then you don't really get an opinion. They can just sideline it. Off they go with their opinion because they have the higher moral ground. You see, that's how they do it. They just say you're a bad person because you're a Republican. You're a bad person because you're pro-life. You're a bad person because you are anti-immigration.
They are the kings of virtue signaling. And that's why you have to kind of like you have to turn it off as quickly as it starts. Like if they want to, because think about Trump tards, right? If you're debating a Trump tard and you mention that you think they're racist, they'll try everything to avoid being called that, right? They'll defend themselves. They'll be on the defensive. They'll be like, no, I'm not racist. This is just like it's not racist to say this, that kind of thing. They should rather be saying, this is where where your base levels get much higher. Is that, well, I guess I'm racist.
Yep.
Anyway, let's get back to the argument.
That's
Anyway,
pretty much
someone raised-
meaningless
okay,
at this point.
so-
I mean, they use it so much it's meaningless.
But then what happens though is the claim of racism allows the person. So I'm going to have to say that is not going to work, because that allows that person to say that anything you say beyond that point then is moot. And so if you say, "Oh yeah, I'm a racist," then you basically you make them right, you make them correct in just sidelining anything you say. Whereas if you have a cogent argument, if you have an argument that uses logic and reason, and an argument that's based on reason, and then they don't have anything. So it's not necessarily racism that would say, I don't want open borders so that you can have anyone you want come over the Mexican border. That's not racism. That's pure logic. That's just every country has closed borders. That's just right. And actually, the reason they were importing so many people is because they wanted to make a bunch of Democrat voters, and they sent those people. They flew them into the country when the border got closed. They flew them into here, and then they put them in the swing states, like in Pennsylvania. And the reason they did that is so they create a supermajority, so that then no matter how many people voted for Republicans or to keep the Democrats out,
They gotta change the laws, don't they?
Yeah, they changed the laws. They'd be able to vote to the extent that the people. And you talk about the culture. Is it bad if a bunch of immigrants come to you and ruin your culture? Yes, because they'll change it beyond all recognition and make it their own. That's not fair. That's as unfair as us going to an African nation, and changing it into the image of London or whatever else. That wouldn't be fair either. That wouldn't be good either.
Yeah, but people trying to when they want to debate you on that kind of thing, what they'll try to do is break it down by saying, well, essentially they'll try and find an exception to the rule because they assume that your racism is based on principle, so like you're principally racist. But racism isn't brought about by principle. It's brought about by if most Indians are smelly poo-poo, then when you meet an Indian, you're going to anticipate smelly poo-poo. Now, that doesn't mean that Indian will necessarily be smelly poo-poo, right? They might not be. But on balance, you think that you may as well anticipate that and act accordingly, right? So, like, it's the same thing with Afghans. Afghans have a disproportionate amount of rapes, disproportionate representation in the rape statistics.
You mean
so you're
there's more of them
probably
that are
going to be
rapists?
apprehensive being near them.
Did you hear the language you just used? They're disproportionately represented. In other words, there's more of them that are rapists. Why not just say that? It's
Well, I mean, that's because if I say more of them are rapists, it might be confused with me saying most Afghans are rapists, which isn't true, obviously.
Well, right. If you have an intelligent interlocker, then that person, whoever it is, will not say those things. But so it is a good way of identifying someone who isn't paying attention or is just an idiot. If you say they have a high proportion of rapists, and then they say, "Oh, are you saying that all Afghans are rapists?" Then you're talking
Well,
an idiot.
Not necessarily, because if I mean, you could be intelligent but dishonest, and I feel like a lot of these people who are virtue signalers thrive on being disingenuous. About the
Dishonest or ideologically captured. It's probably more just ideologically.
A bit of both. A bit of both.
Ideologically captured, and that's what woke is.
The problem with virtue signalers is how quickly they'll go against their own sort of virtues. All right. Particularly left wingers, where they'll do, like, for instance, like if you're a Nazi, right? Or not Nazi. We'll say he's a bit more tame, because I think like there is some justification to be mean to Nazis sometimes. If you're like a nationalist, right, a racist or whatever, they will say horrible things to you. They'll maybe try to some will, not all of them. Some will try to dox you. Some will use slurs against you, depending on what kind of person you are. Maybe you're white, and they might talk about like white slurs or whatever. And it happens so quickly where you realize that they don't actually care about the things that they claim to care about. They have this weird mentality where they favor a minority over someone just because they're like a majority. So like, degrading being white, male, or straight is not like a. I mean, if you're trying to promote equality, doing that wouldn't help, right? It's not going. It's not in favor of your virtues to do that, but they'll do it anyway, just to, I don't know, just do back to them what they think that you're doing to other people.
That's what you do. If you don't say yes, I'm a racist, honestly, unless you are, and then in that case, that's fine. But if you want to have a good discussion, then what you want to do is you want to sort of research a good way of retorting to that charge that you're a racist, and that's why you have those opinions. You may be a racist and have those opinions, not necessarily racist and then have those opinions because of your racism. You could be a racist and be correct. That's a fact. So the things can be true and you can be a racist. The virtual signaling is that you see things that are true but deny them because you are woke and you virtue signal, so you're not allowed to say those things. And then what you can do is then you can say anyone who does point out those things is a racist. That's the problem. So I wouldn't, unless you're a racist, I wouldn't accept the charge that you're a racist. Don't accept that from people, because then it gives the other one an upper hand to say, see, I was right this whole time. Whereas then he can avoid dealing with the actual logic of the argument and just dismiss you as a mindless racist.
Yeah, they could say that you're stupid. They could say whatever. Like after you say I'm a racist, they can say like, oh, you're stupid. But you can just keep saying, but where's your argument? Where's your argument? Where's your argument? And no matter how many times they call you stupid, they'll never be able to get over that hill of the fact that they actually haven't provided an argument, and everyone can see that, right?
Yeah, that's true.
They've changed the definition of racism.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that a racism anymore. It means that basically that you have to have power to be able to oppress somebody, not that they're just you looking down.
Exactly.
It's
very well said. Yes, racism is not what the woke version of racism is. That you have historically had power.
Yeah.
And so anything you do, your entire country, your entire identity, the land you were on, is invalid, and you can be taken away at a whim because it's historically the case that you took that land from somebody else, therefore, and you're a racist. That's the definition of racism.
It's also good to say that you're a racist when accused of it, because most racists, I will fully admit this, are stupid, right? I mean, they are. The way that they argue it is very rudimentary, juvenile, and feels based. But if you say you're a racist, and you might, when being racist, you can be an intelligent racist. But if you say you're a racist, they're going to underestimate your ability, and you're going to be able to have the advantage in a debate, I think. Because of that. That's like a psychological advantage.
But the thing is that you're only talking about people who are in chats like this, who are on Discord and engaging you. We're not talking about regular people like my neighbor or someone who isn't going to be on Discord. You're talking about the type of people who are on Discord. And so the type of people on Discord and not a racist, and I'm happy to say it, generally you're probably right, they're idiots.
I wouldn't apply that in real life. Like I wouldn't to my neighbor. Like I only apply it to Discord people because that's where most debates happen. I don't debate politics in real life because there's all sorts of issues with that, right?
No, exactly. I don't either. Generally, well, sometimes depends. Depends if I know I have, if I have respect of the people I'm talking to, and or a history, or one of the two, then okay. And then if they know that I'm being honest, or they know that I'm not basically calling them, crappy names and stuff like that, then I will, and I have. So, but in here, it's very easy. If you say, for example, because I'm pro-life, you say, well, I'm pro-life. That would get you. That's like then, like I said, I know there are no hardcore lefties in here right now because that immediately get me attacked. So, but that's a particularly interesting conversation to have anyway. But yeah, anyway, we're going off on tangents. That's all right.
Yeah.
But no,
Well, we've got to keep talking about racism. So when anti-racist comes in eventually and says, "What are you guys? You guys are horrible people," that kind of thing. And then I can start.
I'm very pro-choice. Because brown people get more.
Oh gosh, that's just awful. Yeah, no, it's an interesting conversation. I tell you what, I was in Gem Panda server, and I can tell you how bad it is with the super lefties. I mean, you probably know this already, but we were talking about climate change, and I said I don't believe in anthropogenic, HEW. I don't believe in climate change. And they said, "Oh, you're a danger to humanity." So I said, "Well, hold on. I've got a gas power car at the moment, but I want to get an EV. That's my next car. I want to get an EV. And then I have an electric mower. It's a Ryobi electric mower. I have electric strimmer, electric edger, and an electric chainsaw. All those are electric. Some of them plug in, some of them battery. And then I want to get solar panels on my roof and be a little bit more independent. And all those, and I'm super, an ecologist, I'm ecologically minded. I recycle everything. Very careful about that sort of thing. So am I still a danger because I don't agree with you on AGW? And the answer was yes. Because it's an ideological position. It's not a logical position. That's what I mean by ideologically captured. You got these intelligent people who are ideologically completely captured and they're mindless in some respects. That even if you are ecologically minded and you want sustainable energy and all the rest of it, but you don't agree with them in this one point, you're just a danger to humanity.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in there a few times. They are mostly liberal boomers in there, but
yeah.
I mean, I debate them a lot, but I don't debate them on climate change because I think climate change is real. So
it's definitely real. The question is what's causing it. Right?
Well, I'd say it's man-made. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's but that's not the only question. So that's a very good question. Is we're contributing to it, but then the other question is what should we do about it? And if the answer is give the government more money and all of the rest of this sort of stuff, then that's always their answer. But the answer is never.
It needs to be cleaner.
Yeah, the answer is simple. When I talk to people like that, who are super eco, I say, well, I'm eco as well, but I can't do anything about the world. But what I can do is make sure that the big company that operates down the street, isn't putting poo in the streams, isn't putting poisonous chemicals in the streams that kills all the fish in the lake. That's what you can do locally. So that focus on that. Like Jordan Peterson said, make your bed.
There's some things I disagree with that. I think there are, like, for me, the environment is. I mean, not to sound like an eco-fascist or anything, but it's very important to me, right? Just as it was important to Tolkien, because what happened to England was we became a concrete slab. Our wilderness was taken away from us. We grew up in a world where we don't have wolves or bears or anything like that in the wilderness. We don't have like great forests or impassable sort of terrain. It's all completely marked off with human settlement. And I'd like to reverse some of that, right? I'd like to bring back forests, bring back the wildlife, but bring back bears, bring back wolves, and so on. And so there's that aspect, and there's also the aspect of, like, if you do live in a city, which I do, right? A lot of the air quality in a city is so bad that it can actually give you headaches, right? So even then, and you can't do much about that without petitioning a government to actually bother to do anything about it, so it's one of those things.
I don't mind eco-mentalists. I don't really. It's when they glue their hands to the road and spray orange paint over things, that's when I draw the line. If you want to be an eco-mentalist, that's great. If you want to wear, fair trade shoes, that's totally cool. grass. You want to have a grass-fed hat, no problem. But don't go stopping the traffic and all the rest of this sort of nonsense. Vote people in. Give people a reason to change their minds about the environment, and then enough of people do that, then they'll vote politicians in who care more about the environment. That's how you do it.
Yes. Oh, wait, so you don't. So just to be clear, you don't think climate change is man-made, or there's a large contribution from man? Yeah.
Yeah. Is it anthropogenic? And the answer is, it could be. There's no reason to think that that's not possible. I just don't think it is happening in the way that they say it is. And the other thing that is the solutions. The solutions are just stupid, because their solutions their solutions are very blanket. They don't change the fact that China is building a coal-fired power station every week. They don't change that at all. So you ban plastic straws. That's not going to change China's policies. So browbeating people and telling people they're horrible people because they drive a Hummer, then that's it's not a good thing, is it? Just do what you should do.
Yeah, I mean, at an individual level, there's your own duty, but there's also the duty of a state as well, that we'd expect that they would. I mean, we'd expect that they would transfer to greener energy, which does cost more and is less economical, right? But the price we pay in the long run is worth it, I'd say, right?
I'd say so too. Well, so what the government should be doing is they should be funding, or they should be helping to fund, or at least giving tax breaks to R&D for better batteries. That's what they should. But are they doing that? Of course not. But what they'll do is they'll have toll roads. What I mean is they'll do toll roads into London. Okay, so you've got the toll road situation in London, which I've heard about. It's just stupid. But they're not using any of the money to promote research into better batteries so that electric cars can go further. And they're not giving people solutions to the big problem, which is like 60% of the people in Britain don't have a driveway. They park the cars in the street. So how are they going to charge all their cars? You need how many power stations, power plugs? You need 1 million of them, 2 million, 3 million. How many cars are on the road? It's ridiculous. That's not possible.
Do you, do you support rewilding the UK?
Oh yeah.
Are you British, by the way? You sound British.
Yes, I'm British. I live in Atlanta.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a great word. I've never heard that word before, but I like it though. It's rewilding. Yeah, they should rewild a lot of the world. But the thing about that is there's huge swaths of land in Mongolia that are natively wilded, right? There's places in Texas that you drive for miles. There's nobody. Why is everyone crammed in one area?
I'd rather that. I'd rather being able, I'd rather. This is obviously like a meme position, so it's not real. I'd rather we bring the entire UK, the entirety of England, and move us all into the southeast and southwest, because we could all fit down there.
Yeah,
and then have the rest of the UK one great big wilderness, right?
Great big wilderness.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
Yeah, that's a. I like that idea. Yeah, have everyone live on the south of the Watford Gap, and then
we all get the sunshine on the south coast, and the rest of the UK is just forests and bears and wolves.
Or what they do is they multiply the taxes on buildings and new buildings in the north 10 times, and then reduce the taxes on building in the south by 10 times.
Yeah, everyone will have to move eventually. Obviously, you can't do that because some of the settlements in the north of England, like Scunthorpe, the ancient city of ancient town of Scunthorpe, has a long history and its own culture to the point where you couldn't obviously depopulate it on purpose.
Yeah, I mean here's the thing. So as I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking, okay, cities are horrible. They're environmental disasters. All right, but hold on. But a city, wait a minute. Let's think about this. A city actually puts people closer together, so they're closer to work and closer to each other. If you make it an eco-type city with good public transportation and cycle lanes and all the rest of the stuff, and then so everyone could live closer together, and then you could have the countryside. But what's happened is people are moving out of the cities because they hate the cities, as I do. So I'm now up in I live up at I-85 in Atlanta. So now it's an hour drive into the city. So now I'm sitting in my car in traffic. So which is better? Because I hate cities. But then if you move away from cities to get to places, you have to go into the city. It's not an easy solution.
Sorry, is there an Atlanta in the UK, or are you talking about the US?
US, Atlanta, Georgia.
I was going to say, I was like, if there's an Atlanta in the UK, I don't know why you keep saying because no one's ever heard of it, you know?
Atlanta, UK. It's near Warrington.
Okay.
It's just off the M53.
What made you move to America?
I married a hot American girl.
Right. Like what, in person? Like you met in real life, and you
I met in
married
real
her?
life in California. I met her in real life. It's
okay.
a big long story. But I met a hot American girl and got married 10 months later, and then
10 months later.
10 months.
How old are you?
I'm an age. So
yeah, I was going to say that's only something someone in their late 50s or 60s would do, right? Marry within a couple of months of meeting someone.
It was. I can tell you, I met her on a concert tour, and it's a long story, dude. It's a big long story, but basically, it was meant to be. It was one of those providential things, seriously, and it was definitely meant to be. So, yeah, there's two things, the two key things that happened that could not. Very difficult to imagine how those could have happened by chance, and so I put it down to providence. And so, yeah. Anyway, but yeah. Married a hot American girl, so I'm in America, and it's been great. I love it. You should come over here. England's rubbish. You should come to America.
England is rubbish, and I would prefer to live in America, but not everyone can, just marry an American, So not.
Well, there's always. I mean, you just come here and you'll find the American girls are brilliant. They're really great.
Yeah, I imagine.
But yeah. So anyway. Yeah, I've been reading the news and stuff. I try to follow it. I watch some of the shows like QI and Have I Got News for You and 8 out of 10 Cats and that type of stuff. I try to watch a little bit of it, but it's still rubbish. A lot of it is. But I know a lot of people. Stephen Fry obviously is a national treasure, and people like that from the old school. And I'm trying to keep up with the new people, but a lot of them are just crass and awful. So I don't bother.
Yes.
The British culture is like, I grew up in the two Ronnies era. So.
The two Ronnies. Let's see. What's that? Two.
Oh
Ronnies.
no. Okay. All right. If you don't know what that is, then I think I made my point.
Oh, so you are like my dad's age, yeah?
Yeah, I think probably am. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 26.
I've got 3 years. I've got 3 times your age. Yeah, I've got 3 sons, and 2 of them are older than you. It's funny though. You're 26. Okay, that's when I got married. So here's the thing, man. It's really weird and really strange to be in this position now. Because my mind is I'm still 26. I'm still immature, as so in my mind, I'm still 26. So it's just really weird to have children that are now older than I was when I met my wife.
Yeah,
it's very strange. It is really strange.
So what you're telling me is I'm behind. I need to marry an American within the next years.
Get on with it. Yeah. Stop.
I think honestly, get an ugly one. If I get an ugly American, then they'll probably do anything to marry me. I'll get my green card. What do I need? Like 4 years? 4 years of my green card, then I get citizenship or something like that.
It's not automatic. You have to apply.
Yeah, obviously.
It's like if you get an electric car, you don't automatically get to go in the electric car lane. You have to get the actual plate
Yeah.
So it doesn't happen automatically. You have to go apply for it. So I can tell whole stories. I just got put through the ringer for about 8 or 9 years by the USCIS, and so it's just now getting resolved. That's why I haven't talked about it.
Right. Okay.
Just my green card has been screwed up. They sent me a green card and didn't come, and then I had to apply again, and they said they sent a green card and that didn't come, and so
Well,
I had to
haven't you
get
been there long enough for citizenship there now?
So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it doesn't happen automatically. You have to. Yeah, so you can say indefinitely, not a citizen if you want to. But yeah, I've been, like I said, I've been put through the ringer by immigration. That's why my opinions on the immigration thing with people just walking over the border in Mexico is I've got very strong opinions because they've been putting me through crap. And just the idea that someone just walk over the border and get a free phone and a hotel room.
Yeah.
Like, that's just.
It's one of my life goals to end up in the United States, I think, because it's, I mean, to no offense to any Europeans listening, but Europe is shit. Everywhere in Europe is shit, and we're only getting worse. So
yeah, it's just getting worse. Yeah. So the places you want to consider, forget California, but then Arizona's too hot. Texas is hot, but it's actually a really good place to be. So Texas, or Georgia, or Tennessee, or South Carolina, or North Carolina, and maybe even Florida if you can stand the heat. It's a bit oppressive, but don't go to Alabama. Don't go to Mississippi. Louisiana, those are kind of So there are places you can go that's going to be good. If you like the British weather, go to Oregon or Washington.
Well, I mean, like this is all fun hypotheticals, but like,
of course,
it's not. It's not realistic.
That's what I thought too. Suddenly,
yeah, but you got married. You got like the easy path, right? Like getting a work visa is
it's a bugger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's weird. It's weird because a lot of people get them, and I always wonder how they do it. Because you need a lot of jobs in America require you to have a visa to start with, at least to apply, and then you wonder how are people getting sponsored by a company, right? I mean, I guess you have to have like work for an industry that's high demand or whatever, like engineering or something. But I feel like some people go to America without like those sorts of things, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, what used to happen is you could come over on a visa and then overstay. No one cares, but because 10 million people did that, suddenly now they care, and you've got ICE, and everyone knows about ICE, and so it's not a thing you can do anymore. So that's gone. So you get sponsored by a company, you come over here, and then you get an immigration lawyer, and that's what I had to do. So I know that sounds stupid. You have to get a lawyer. It is America, but if you want to do it relatively easy, just get a lawyer.
Yeah.
So I mean that's the best advice I can give based on my experience, and I also have another family member who came over, and that was his experience as well. So he did almost overstayed and then had to go home back to Blighty, and then tried to come back and couldn't come back. They wouldn't let him back. And then suddenly someone said, "Oh, just get this lawyer." So he got that lawyer, and suddenly he's back. Because they know all the loopholes. I didn't even get an appointment for the USCIS until I got the lawyer who happened to know tricks to be able to contact them, and then someone called me back, and I got the upgraded customer service. Okay, so I got taken up a tier in the customer service at USCIS. Okay, it took them 3 weeks to contact me, and that was the upgraded customer service they had. And I finally got an appointment, and finally got it. Towards now, it's heading the right direction, getting it sorted out. It's been absolutely awful.
Wait, so were you an overstayer
then? Technically, I mean, with ICE sort of going all haywire, I could have been picked off the street and put on a plane to Heathrow, but technically not, because I'd already applied. I had a valid green card. And then it only expired because they couldn't get me a replacement. That's my story right now, So I'm only talking about.
You want to be an illegal immigrant? Oh, look at you! You're a real salesman.
Yeah. No, it's not a happy life, because it wasn't that much of a problem until until November, and then Tom Holman came in on the scene, and he's the head of ICE or something. And anyway, yeah, he's no nonsense. That guy is just crazy. He's great. The lefties hate him. So, is it true that you're going to be deporting? You can have children, and their parents are going to be deported. He says, no, that's not necessarily true. The children can go with the parents.
You know what's weird? Like you need for a H-1B visa, you need an offer for a job.
That's it.
As well.
Yeah.
Like, so you need for most jobs you need a visa, and then for a visa you need a job.
Well, you need a skill. You need to identify a skill, and then what you happen to have to be able to get then is you need a company who needs to hire someone with that skill that they can't find natively, and so they look abroad. So, yeah, and that's how you do it.
Yeah.
So you fight, but having the right skills, it's important, and that's what it is now. And
Give me like 10 years. Give me like 10 years. I mean, I've got a master's degree, but
what in?
In international relations, which is like geopolitics. So it's not exactly like a skill that's like engineering, right?
No, but it's still a degree.
But if you work on the profession, you might get there.
How many languages do you speak?
That's one. I mean, that's what I need to work on.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about that for like ever since I finished my masters, or even before that, actually.
You've got a master's. You should be multilingual.
Yeah.
That's not a ding on you. I'm just bringing.
No. You're right. The thing is, like when I was doing it, it was never like they always sold it like you always think, okay, I'm going to be working somewhere in government, in the UK government, right? Like, and for that, you just need to know English. Like, you might work for the MOD, especially in geopolitics. The MOD is probably where you're going to end up working. And so English is the only
another language for that. Yeah.
But if you're working for the UN or something, you do need to be bilingual. But I was thinking now, from like I think during my master's degree to now, I've been like constantly trying. Like I start a language, I do it for like 6 months, and I give up.
Yeah,
right? It's hard to commit to it,
Yeah, well, one of the key problems is if you don't have any native speakers where you are, then you can't. Yeah, if you're just learning it on your own, say you do Japanese, you don't know any Japanese people, that's hard.
Yeah, but you're not wrong. It's not even a dig. It's if anything, it is the most real thing in the world that if you are someone who wants to migrate and work in your field, in my field particularly, or in a lot of fields, like even engineering, knowing German is helpful, right? But like in my field particularly, knowing a second language is what you have to kind of do if you want.
If you're in engineering, that type of thing, German is a really good language to learn.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you're 26, so you're relatively young enough. You're still young enough that you can pick up a language fairly quickly, particularly if you're in Blighty and you already know a lot of German words anyway.
No.
You need to find
if you
a
can
server.
get by in a cafe in Germany, then you'll be all right.
And don't focus too much on grammar in German. They don't care about it. Just learn words and you can have a conversation at least.
Are you Dutch? What, I see NL and Ukraine. I don't see.
Yes, I'm Dutch. I am Dutch, but I live in Germany.
Nurken in de Kirken. Yeah, I know a bit of Dutch.
I was at Schiphol. I was at Schiphol Airport. That was the whole story. I spent a day at Schiphol. Excuse me, alstublieft. Sorry.
But like even aside from the career and like the long term, like I want to see myself living in America by the time I'm 36, right? Definitely. But even outside of all of that, I want to learn a language because there's so many situations where being bilingual would be useful, even with AI and all that sort of stuff. Just being able to switch your language when you don't want anyone else to hear what you're saying is like a godsend, right? The amount of times I've got to walk down the street like every single day on the phone to like, let's say I'm on a Discord call, I'm like listening to a conversation. If I could just switch to like Dutch, that'd just be like a miracle. Because some of the things I'll say I couldn't say in the street,
That's funny as hell, yeah.
You know, the Dutch are the tallest average people in the world. It's probably because of all the drugs. They do a lot of drugs there. It just has to be said. I'm being funny.
Well, what do you think, out of curiosity, guys, right? And now that we're on the topic, because this is making me like, it's giving me like anxiety, so I need to talk about it. I've done a bit of German. I've done a bit of Dutch. Like, I did Dutch when I was like 15, because I had an obsession for the Dutch people when I was 15. I don't know why. I've done Dutch, German, Spanish, French. I did French at high school, but I still retain a little bit of it because I did when I was like 24, did a bit of French, and I realized like I actually remember it more than I thought I did. But like out of all those European languages, and maybe a few more that I'm not even considering, like Italian, what do you think is the best one to learn?
Spanish. That's a really hard question, but probably Spanish. If you're into engineering, anything like that, German. French is also a really good language, but the easiest for you to learn probably would either be Spanish or German. French is harder than German to learn and harder than Spanish to learn.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I remember when I did German in my third year of uni for about 8 or 9 months, and I picked up a lot really quickly. Like it's weird how comfortable you can sound speaking German over like French because the sounds you have to make are just a bit more intuitive.
Yeah, the French sounds are more difficult for the English speakers, but the German's are actually a little bit easier because it's less. It's not less nuanced. I'm just saying it's the accent is it's easy to impersonate a German. When
yeah. But it's not just that. It's also like in German and I guess in Dutch as well. I think the rule is the same in Dutch and any other Germanic language is the words in English that are 1 to 5 in length, letters in length,
right,
are more. Our English words are more like the Germanic words. So, for instance, dance and drink become trinken and transen. So all you do is change the D to a T and add en on the end, and you've unlocked so many, like hundreds of German words, right? Like and it's so much more straightforward than the French, where it's always a letter. The words that are 7 to 8 letters long. In English, that are French origin, and obviously we don't really use them as much as maybe the shorter words.
Yeah, the tricky part in German is ein, einen, and die, das. Those are the tricky parts.
Cases in grammar,
yeah. So ein, einen, die, das. Those are the hard parts. But the other one is Spanish. That's another good one, especially in America. But it depends what you want to do. I don't know.
I feel like the demand for Spanish doesn't really exist in America, though. So, like, wouldn't it be better to do, even though you could speak to more people in America with Spanish, because of how many Spanish speakers there are, wouldn't it be better to do a more marketable language?
Yeah, again, depends on your field.
Yeah, Hindu.
Well, international relations is so if I want to work, let's say you want to work for like, I don't know, let's say the UN for simplicity's sake, right? I mean,
I was actually going to mention Hindi. If you wanted to learn another language, Hindi is another language.
Well, time is of the essence of Red Cloud. We don't have we don't have 10 years to learn Hindi, right?
Then probably German.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, get one of them brown people around your house. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You have a cleaner, and you've got.
When people say black and brown people, I think they just mean brown people.
They all smell the same.
Someone's black. No one is black. Everyone, even the deepest, darkest African is brown. So everyone is. Never mind.
I've seen some black ones.
It's when someone says, "Oh, I'm bi," or "I'm with this," like, no, don't say you're bi-curious. You're just gay-curious. Just to say it as it is. I don't know where I got that from.
Bio-curious, no.
Bioluminescent. Yeah, don't take my advice on the German. Don't take it at all. I'm just.
Well, like it helps to think when people give you their input, because it's not like anyone's going to tell me anything I don't know.
Right.
But I think the wisdom. I'm going to appeal to the wisdom of the masses, almost, right? If everyone in the room was saying learn Spanish, then I would probably go ahead with Spanish.
I hate to say
if
it,
everyone
but
was if
they're
everyone in the
probably
room was saying German, then I would do German because I think it's like you say, like a collection of minds are going to be greater than just my own mind trying to weigh everything
Yeah.
up.
Each one has their own thing. There's also Italian. There's also Japanese. There's also Mandarin.
Mandarin's most probably the next biggest language.
Oh, wow.
But if you're in Formula One, learn Italian. If you're anything to do with the Formula One field or anything, motor racing, because you've got to be able to say evocative things in Italian.
Yeah.
Lamborghini, Ferrari,
Alonso,
Alfonso, Verstappen,
Tortellini,
Max Verstappen. No one follows Formula One? Okay, no one follows Formula One. All right.
No. Don't
The
care.
only downside of German is it's not one of the big 7 languages, which I think is Spanish, English, French, Russian, Mandarin, Arabic, Hindi. Yeah.
Hindi's one of the big ones because then that gives you a whole subcontinent, and everyone in that whole subcontinent speaks that one language, even though they speak multiple dialects of. And,
Everyone in that subcontinent speak English. Why would you learn it?
There you go. Yeah, that's the thing is if you're in Europe and you'll hear a Spaniard and you'll hear an Italian and Spaniard speaking to each other in English. It's just
Yeah,
or
learning
Dutch.
German's just to appease German people because they normally speak English anyway.
Yeah, it used to be that if you would say somewhere like France, they'd be offended if you didn't speak French. I think it's changed now. But
No, I don't know about that.
And the Dutch are all really good at English anyway.
Yeah, but the appeal isn't to because everyone speaks English basically. I mean, what 3 billion people speak English in the world, right? But and there's AI, which makes translators like useless. The point of it is more so that some businesses need to be able to communicate to foreign stakeholders, and they can't just depend upon AI to do that. They need people, and so even just being able to speak like Dutch is actually one of the most well-paid languages in England, right?
Yeah.
Even though like we know that Dutch people speak English, if you want to be an effective, you want to talk to external stakeholders, you're going to need to know Dutch, right? Even if Dutch people could speak English fine.
It's a hard question to answer because there are some languages you don't really need, like Portuguese, you don't need it. Danish, you don't need it. Finnish, you don't need it. You know, there's all these different languages you can rule out, but it doesn't make it any easier.
There's more places to go speaking Portuguese than there is French. I mean, not French, German for sure.
That's true. But if you
go
depends
Brazil,
on where you're going.
You go to the islands in the Caribbean, you got Portuguese. Got a lot of Africa speak Portuguese.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
you go down to, I think they speak Portuguese in Senegal and Congo and places like that.
Yeah, that's true. What do they speak
in the
Burma?
UK, German is the most well-paid, and Portuguese is second.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. See? The wisdom of the masses.
Yeah, like you don't need to know Portuguese, and there's few times like Brazilians are actually for a country of 200 million people. I see more Dutch people on Discord than I do Brazilians. I don't know where they are, don't know where they hide, but they're certainly not on Discord, right?
That's weird, isn't it? That's very interesting. Argentinians, the same thing.
Yeah, South Americans in general, they just haven't discovered it yet. Like Indians, like YouTube got bad when Indians discovered YouTube, right? And now the comment section is full of Indians, right? And it's going to happen to Discord. It's gradually happening where you see Indians like start to join servers, and you're like, holy fuck.
The other one is YouTube is Russians. There's masses of videos in Russian, masses of videos in Hindi, or whatever, Bengali, whatever it is, but lots of Bollywood videos. You know, I've seen some of these Bollywood, songs. I love them. They're so silly and camp, and they'll have 85 million views. And some artists I've never heard of. It's just all this weird stuff they have. These videos. It's about.
I think if you learn Spanish, you can understand Italian and Portuguese. Especially
That is the merit of Spanish. Yeah.
Brazilian.
And the Spanish is easier in the respect that you just have to
You can actually speak to Italians in Spanish and they still understand it.
Yeah, that's true. And then you can just any word you just add an O on the end, like the bank. In Spanish is El Banco.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Spanish is the one.
Yeah. I mean,
even French, you can, after a while, you can, if you know Spanish, you know Catalan as well, then when the French people speak, you can hear that because that's like a mix of Italian, Spanish.
If you come to America and say I speak Spanish as well, that does open up some doors.
Yeah, because they don't expect you to speak another language.
Yeah.
You become a
If you just learn Proto-Indo-European, you'll be able to sort of understand what.
Get your
I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing that we were able to discover where Indo-Europeans came from just by tracing back languages. Right? We didn't have to we didn't have to look at genetics. We didn't have to look at archaeology. We simply just did it based on language, and we figured out that they were from the steppes, right? And then we sent archaeologists there to verify it, and they were like, "Yep, that's where the original Indo-Europeans are from."
That's cool. Everyone's from somewhere. Rome sacked my country.
Well, Proto-Indo-Europeans, not Indo-Europeans.
There you go, Proto. Yeah. Are you in the north?
From Scunthorpe, yeah.
Oh, you said already, Scunthorpe.
Yeah.
You don't have that accent.
Sunny, Scunny.
Who put the cunt in Scunthorpe?
Scunthorpe is.
Who put the cunt in Scunthorpe?
We have 11 fingers and 12 toes in Scunny.
Scunthorpe. That's the epitome of the industrialized northern England, isn't it? It's that or Leeds or Leicester.
Yeah.
Or Manchester. Have you seen the state of Manchester now?
I've been there. It saddens me that if you take out London out of the UK, the rest of the UK is like as poor as Alabama.
It really is. It really is bad. Manchester's just a cesspool now. It's awful. I can't believe it wasn't very good. It was never very good. But now, I sound terrible. I sound all sort of bigoted and everything. But yeah, Manchester's Mancunians, the native Mancunians, they've gone downhill to what they used to be. Like the Liverpudlians, they've gone kind of. Liverpudlians gone up a little bit. Mancunians have gone down a little bit.
The only good thing about the UK is our universities. Everything else is just terrible.
It depends on which.
Altrincham.
Liverpool, Plymouth. Liverpool's okay.
I went to
Plymouth's good.
Lancaster.
Lancaster's good, and then of course you have, Oxbridge and everything. So
Lancaster feels cool because you're like one of two of the top 10 universities. I don't know if they're still top 10. It might be like 11 or whatever now, but one of the two at the time, one of the two top 10 universities that weren't a Russell group. And you felt when people were like, "Are you to a Russell group?" and you say no, they automatically think you're a retard, and then they find out that them going to Nottingham actually put them lower in the rankings than you, right?
That's funny. So, but you're not public school.
Yeah, well, high school. Yeah, I was public school.
Right. Okay, the classical. So you're not Eton or anything. You're not one of those.
No. If I was Eton, I'd end up in Cambridge, not
well, of course.
Lancaster.
I went on the second time I was in the States. First time I was in the States, there was a girl I was not with her, but it was like anyway, never mind. But she was she got all O levels, all A's, and then she was on the
O levels
track.
That
was back in the day. Remember those days when the exams were difficult? Then she got into Cambridge studying music. I think it was something very, very bright girl. Very bright. Yeah, she got straight A's and everything.
Well, I did really bad at my GCSEs, I wanted to be an astrophysicist when I was like 15. But
Oh.
GTA 5 came out when I was
Oh.
doing my exams, and so I was spending more time doing that than studying. But
There you go.
but doing bad in my GCSEs made me do really well in my A levels because I
A-levels
realized
good, I
like
meant, not O-levels. I meant
yeah
A-levels for this girl. She got all straight
yeah.
A's in her A's in her A-levels. Yeah, so, yeah, why aren't you pursuing that then? This,
Wait, pursuing what?
Aerospace engineering.
Oh well, because I didn't get a high enough grade in my physics paper, so I couldn't go on to do it at A level. So instead, I did law, politics, and then
You know,
two
you
other
can.
throwaway ones.
It depends on where you go, but you know, you can actually sit in on the classes. But you can go to the classes. You know that.
Well, I mean, I'm 26 now, so I feel like that time is. I mean, I've already got a master's degree. I couldn't even do a degree again if I wanted to, right? Without having to pay it for myself, right?
Yeah. No, I'm just
So
saying. Yeah, that though to be on that track at 15 to think, oh, I want to be in aerospace. That's yeah. If you've got that
yeah,
bent, you know what I mean, in your
hopes are
head
dashed.
anyway. Yeah, I'm just saying. Just putting out there for you.
Well, I mean, I think it's probably more productive to learn language and continue pursuing what I've been doing, I guess. But I mean, like, yes, at some part, I guess part of maturity is realizing that you can't get what you want because you didn't try hard enough at the time, and that makes you try hard enough, try harder the second time. Like, if it wasn't for me doing bad in my GCSEs, I may have failed my A level. But I did fail my GCSEs, but didn't fail. But I didn't get high passes in my GCSEs. And I ended up getting the highest grades in my A level. So I got to go to a top university because of it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good on you.
Yeah.
I did so bad in school it wasn't even. It was ridiculous. But because I went to grammar school, it was still better than average pupils.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess
I failed it miserably. And I still came out with. I don't know how many grammar schools are left. I think there's only like 9 left in the UK. They said they were elitist and they closed them, but they're trying to anyway. But
I don't mind closing grammar schools, although I don't know what the object of it is. Like, I don't know why we're doing it, right?
What's the point of doing that? Are they still closing them?
Well, they still exist, so I guess not. But
no, I just the one I went to is older than America. Which is I like pointing out to Americans. My high school is older than your country. I like that little bit of a flex. Yeah, it's fun. I don't want to dox myself. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I was in the north of England. There's a grammar school there. It's really quite highly regarded.
I didn't like. I mean, I don't know if you're Southern, right? But the Southerners, right, who came to Lancaster, they used to do things like they would hide their shoes because there was a house full of Northerners, and they felt like we were going to steal them.
I mean,
it's just just interesting.
That means okay. It is different culture, isn't it? It's the opposite in America. It's the opposite. So the South are all hillbillies and people, and the North are where the posher people are. So New York and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But then we have Alabama and places like that, which is basically like York, sort of. Not really. I'm just being funny. But
in Europe, the South is the civilization giving, Renaissance giving, arts giving, science giving, and the North is building mud huts with shit bricks.
Well, I mean, if you were basing it off 2,000 years ago, of an ethnicity, by the way, that no longer exists, then yeah.
Right.
But
Which ethnicity? All of Southern Europe gave civilization to the northern savages.
Not all. No, I mean Bulgarians.
Bulgarians were not alive. Bulgarians were not a thing, and they did the Slavic alphabet, which was given to the northern Slavs, and Slavic culture, which was given to the northern Slavs.
You helped, to other Slavs who are. It's like giving
shots fired.
Yeah, it's like a Nigerian giving it. It's like a Nigerian giving a
empty husks.
Ghanaian.
They have no soul, no passion. They're cold and unfeeling
industrious,
automatons. Yes, industrious from the technologies that came from the Renaissance, which came from Italy.
What? Oh
Excuse
no,
me.
we create. Look, we have
The
Isaac Newton.
the scientific
We have
method
Isaac Newton.
and
The scientific
research
method came
and
from
scientific
England.
advancement
The
came
scientific method came from
the
England.
Renaissance.
From England,
as well as
it was,
the arts you so much enjoy.
It was from England. The scientific method.
Look at the list of inventions.
The language you speak, by the way, Jace, and the alphabet you're using came from Southerners.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. You said the language, right? Our language comes from the Angles and the Saxons, who are
30% is Latin based. 30 in English.
The words themselves might have Latin origin, but that doesn't mean that the actual
alphabet,
the grammar,
is given to you by strong chat. Like Southerners, while you tiny Northerners couldn't do anything but build mud huts.
Almost all the words between 1 to 5 letters long are from a Germanic origin, and those are the words used in common parlance, right? So, you'll probably
you dream and speak in a Southern European man's language and alphabet.
Look at the Scottish inventions, the list of Scottish inventions. That's from the north. So look at the Scottish inventions. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of them.
All of European trade, all of European philosophy, which the Scottish philosophers based their philosophy on, all the European art, all the European architecture, all the European code of law by which you English still guide
where did Gothic
made
architecture come
in Southern
Where did Gothic
Europe.
architecture come from?
We are in your
Where
debt.
did Roman and Greco-Roman architecture come from?
We are in your debt. Would you like a cookie?
You are. You forever need to
we're
bow down and kiss our Southern European feet forever.
This guy's a Bulgarian, by the way. He isn't even
He doesn't
any
have any
claim
room
on
to
this.
speak. Yeah.
Oh, fucking Zoidberg.
My father is
Look at this
Thracian.
Bulgarian.
Okay.
A filthy Croatian. Okay, yeah. All right.
Thracian. Orpheus and Spartacus. Thracians.
So yeah, as the conclusion goes, Germanic Europeans are the industrial,
have no
industrious,
soul, empty
entrepreneurial, most
cold
cultured
automatons, devils.
Everything you like about Europe came from the Germanic
devils.
ethnic group.
Absolutely not. Everything you like about Europe came from Southern Europe.
Did I mention some of the issues we have in here with the hardcore lefties? Well, here it is.
Well, I'm very familiar with Zoidberg. Don't you? Zoidberg. Actually, no. To be fair to Zoidberg, he was the biggest advocate of racists. I remember Zoidberg, and he used to always back up the racist in politics.
Oh, funny.
Was I?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Every time I debate, Zoidberg would be like, "Come on, guys, let him talk. Let him talk."
He doesn't do the accent.
But that's different.
Right.
I was doing my Johnny job. What do you mean?
You need to do real Zoidberg. Dr. Zoidberg, homeowner.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Wow. Not in this crowd, maybe.
Zoidberg, what do you think about white people?
What do you think about what? Define white people.
Europeans, ethnic, indigenous Europeans.
I love Southern Europeans. I would die for Southern Europeans.
Oh, okay. Do you think you'd be happy if Italy became 100% Nigerian?
I mean, as long as our culture and language and everything is propagated, yeah, I don't care.
Even if the smell's bad?
It already smells bad here.
Oh, okay.
We have warm weather where you guys are freezing your balls off.
Yeah, you got Venice. Look, how could you comment on us when you built a city that stinks of shit, like Venice?
I'm sorry. Have you ever been to London?
I've been to London. Venice stinks
How
worse.
How does the Thames smell?
The what?
The Thames.
The Thames.
The Thames. It's not the Thames, you pig.
I said Thames. I said the Thames.
Isn't
Sorry,
the
accent.
Thames?
Okay, English is my literal fourth language.
It's the T. You don't pronounce the H.
Thames, whatever. I
You're
don't care.
uncultured swine.
You usually say the Po River, and it's not pronounced as Po River in Milan, but whatever. Right.
It's Thames.
Anyways, it smells bad, but it doesn't smell completely bad because it's cold, because your land is frozen, like your souls.
It used to be warmer.
While
you know what we
it's
discovered
warm here,
we
so
discovered
it smells more.
We discovered the other day that if you're from a warmer climate, you probably have fucked up sperm. You know, like why?
You probably have a venereal disease of some kind.
So it was basically if a male has a hot bath every day, their sperm quality goes down, and it's just because of the heat. That's why our balls are outside, like to regulate the heat. But if you're in a hot bath every day, then your sperm quality goes down. So the same thing is true for like hot climates. If you're in a hot climate like Italy, your sperm quality. That's probably why you all are so retarded. Your sperm quality is so bad.
The fact of the matter is, Jace, is that sure, maybe that's the case, but in your situation, it's so cold that your dicks are always shriveled. So therefore, they can never get erect because blood pumping through those like shrunken veins can never reach the spongious material of the penis.
It's also why that most of them are bald.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a lot of testosterone. You guys are wimpy
testosterone in the Mediterranean.
Testosterone is an indicator for male pattern baldness, or one indicator is testosterone. Abundance
Which
of testosterone.
European countries have the lowest testosterone rates in men?
this inter-European battle here.
It'd have to be California.
It's got to be
California. All right, you know what? I'm not going to read this out because
I know why you won't read this out because
it goes against my narrative.
Do you know? So, Jace, do you know why Northern Europe has to medicate itself so much, and you guys kill yourself so much? Do you know why?
You know, because of our high sperm quality. Oh, look, I lost the sperm quality. Not the testosterone. Yeah.
We're virile Southern European Roman legionnaires. Okay, you guys are wimpy, shit-building, Bodicea followers.
Come on over here to the coal mines, and we'll see how much of a man you really are.
Yeah, I will. 6'1", baby. 200 pounds.
Basically, you're all violent, incestuous maniacs.
Yeah, and we slaughtered and raped through your tiny island. Yeah. And we enriched your genes with ours. What are you going to do about it, fanboy?
Wait, let's see what Bulgaria is.
Well, I would say, like, Southern Europeans are of pure blood, Northern Europeans are rape babies.
It's so terrible. It's so terrible. Oh, it's great.
Oh wait, no. Our testosterone rates are higher than France and Spain and Italy. All right then.
All right, take that.
Everywhere's higher than France's.
I win in the end. Bulgaria is ranked 15th.
They're lazy, unprincipled, and never mind.
We work more hours than you guys on average. We have less holidays than you guys.
Only fools and horses, my friend. Only
You're a
fools
Neanderthal, Zoidberg. You're a Neanderthal. You're a Slav, right? Slavs. I mean,
I'm not a Slav.
Talking
That's
about
the problem.
Tell him, Zoidberg, you work 16 hours a day in sandals. Let's see you manage that.
Correct. I was born in Bulgaria, but I'm not Slavic, and you know this.
Well, wait, what are you? You're Jewish, right?
No, my father is Thracian, like literally Thracian.
Turkish.
He did a 23andMe. No, Thracian, ancient Thracian, like Greeks.
Ancient Thracian doesn't exist anymore. What ethnicity is your dad?
Genetics.
Sandal wears.
Thracian. That's his ethnicity. Literally Thracian.
That's not an ethnicity that exists anymore.
It's literally Thracian, recognized under the Bulgarian state as Thracian, part of the Thracian society.
So you're Bulgarian then, right?
Yeah, Bulgarians are the citizen of the country of Bulgaria. Ethnically, they can be very diverse.
Yes,
from
but
Turkic
like over the
people to Slavic people to Thracians to Greeks.
Yeah. Listen, for the last
2,000 years,
down.
Yeah, for the last 2,000 years, your father's ancestors have been copulating with Slavs. You're a Slav, dude, right?
No, really. Do you want to see my 23andMe, Joyce? Because I think I've shown it to you. I have
show me your 23andMe.
Zero Slavic in me.
Show me your
Slavic.
23andMe. Show me your 23andMe.
Yeah. Give me a second. Take more time.
Y'all put him through like 9 countries at this point.
I have 40% Sephardim genes, and then Portuguese, Greek, and Spanish, and then the rest is Thracian.
Zoidberg! Shame on the Goyim, Zoidberg!
Yeah, exactly.
So, do they wear sandals at their industrial site or in your country or not?
No, we wear cybernetic boots because we're smart like that.
Okay, I just trying to point down where you're at.
Smart and bigoted.
I'm telling you, Northern appearances come, man. We need to like take them over.
I needed that good laugh. Thanks a lot.
How are you doing, Jace?
I left
Doing
Europe
okay?
because of people like you.
People like me? What do you mean?
No, I left for the love of come on, for the love of a woman.
Well,
Where are you now, right away?
I'm in Atlanta. I'm the
Atlanta?
lost city of Atlantis.
Oh, my condolences.
The lost city of Atlanta. That was a good episode.
What's it called?
And imagine moving to a merry mud country.
It's great here. There's all sorts of people from everywhere. It's really great. There are Germans here, the Koreans here. There are all sorts of really cool people. A lot of Indians and people like that.
I just can't imagine that.
You're not selling it to me right now.
It's like lots of Jewish people here. We do a lot of mitzvahs and stuff like that.
What? How is this a good thing?
Because they're lovely people. We have a great time.
Jews?
Jews are wonderful.
Juden?
Yeah, literally.
They are really good people. So anyway, yeah. It's nice in Atlanta. You should come to Atlanta. If you're going to go to America, go to Atlanta or Austin.
You cannot make me.
Your European ancestors are weeping. I'm going to America.
I'm 49.4% Anatolian Neolithic farmer, which is basically white people, right?
White people.
Well, hold on. No, that's not true. It's Neolithic farmers plus Yamnaya people, which are Russian people.
Yeah.
I'm white people. Wait. So I'm like one of the white people?
Yamnaya are native to Russia, and they were combined with Neolithic farmers. They formed the European ethnicity. The biggest percentage of Yamnaya Neolithic farmer mix in Europe still is in Sardinia and Corsica. They're the oldest Europeans. Yamnaya are native to the Russian steppes.
I'm apparently more genetically closer to a Welsh and a Dutch person than I am to an English person.
Oh wow. The Welsh are crazy.
Yeah.
They're doomed to get out quickly. The Welsh are going off the rails, man. Get out while you can. If they turn into the ancient Welsh, you're doomed, lad. You're doomed.
I'm more Germanic than the average British person. You know, I've also got EV13 as my what's it called? As my haplogroup, and that's the same haplogroup as Adolf Hitler. So all I'm saying is,
you should see a doctor.
I'm R1B.
Well, I'm EV13, so I'm literally Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, you're inferior. I'm R1B.
Adolf Hitler and Napoleon.
Nice.
No, you're inferior. R1B is the most trad haplogroup in Europe.
I want
some sort of
Rivian.
mutt.
I want a Rivian R1T.
Oh.
Let's see. Wait, what did you say, Red Cloud?
I was just being stupid. Don't pay attention.
Einstein, Napoleon, and
Red
Hitler
Cloud, check your DMs
had
there.
EV13.
Right. Checking. Oh, cool. Cole says, "You're a get off the chat, you Mongol." What? What's that word say?
Mongoloid.
Oh, that's spelled mongoloid wrong.
Oh yeah, there you go, Cole. We were talking about before. Yes. That was so funny.
Look, all of you guys, just don't forget which group of people went to space first.
Not Ukrainians. So silence, Goyim.
Slavs.
Oh, you mean like the ethnic? Well, that's not an ethnic group, I guess. That's like a kind of like a cultural group.
What is that, Cole? Land octopus.
It's just a goofy thing on a game I was playing. I'm trying to start making videos, and I sent you one just to see what you thought.
Yeah, that's wild. That's a weird creature.
What do you think about communism, Red Cloud? Do you like communism?
No,
no. Communism is no. I'm not going to say
I'll
any more than
take
that.
incoming.
It's every communist says, but communism's never really been tried. Yeah, that's because it's never really been tried. Because they have a tendency to slaughter half the population in order to get the system to work.
That's what I'm saying. They're coping. They're coping. That's what I'm saying.
Look what China had to do to get communism to work. Air quotes.
I don't think they have communism though. They have like some sort of authoritarian dictatorship.
Every communist.
No, I'm shitting. Hold on, I shit on them all the time. I completely detest communists. I'm just saying that's not communism. That's some sort of like weird, freaky authoritarian dictatorship.
Which is communism. It's just dictatorship.
Yeah, I posted a good Chinese video in the chat there just a few minutes ago.
Man. I don't think the Chinese called us as communists. Yeah.
We should just have good world land. And every attempt at good world land that's failed just wasn't real good world land.
There you go. So name a communist country. If not China.
Let me. Yeah. I think they're still a failure, which is pretty based.
Yeah,
but the Kurds, the PKK are communists. They're true communists, and they're complete failure. They're getting exterminated by everybody.
Yeah, they're awful. No, it's communist stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Like if the PKK were capitalists, they'll probably survive. But
capitalists / libertarian type of thing, maybe libertarian.
Oh, are you one of those guys that when you hit like 6 zeros on your bank account, you penetrate your first child, libertarian, or like what do you mean?
No.
I'm just asking because like every time I talk to a libertarian, usually they tell me something of every time I hit 6 zeros in my bank account, I penetrate a child. So I'm asking, are you one of those libertarians or are you like a proper libertarian that doesn't engage in pedophilia?
What are you on about, bro?
Nagila. Who's that?
So,
not you. Not you. Oh my god.
Right,
if you want to know the most annoying person on Discord, it's this guy.
It's this guy.
Calm your racism down.
Wait, what has Don done to you guys? He's never done anything wrong to you.
Don's alright.
I have. I disagreed.
How's your GTA running, Don?
I disagreed with lots of the stuff he said.
My God, Don, you disagreed with them?
There's no viruses, and it looks like it's a real.
Whoa, Don, no medical talk.
And no one landed on the moon.
Computer.
No one landed on the moon.
Sorry.
Remember that.
Sorry
Don't
to
forget.
say the V word. Sorry.
No one landed on the moon, right, Dawn?
No malware.
We can talk about viruses when it's related to computers. Come on.
Yeah.
Malware. That's a good. So we should
just get yourself. Just watch out for McAfee customer service with Indian accents. That's all I got to say.
We were talking about diversity, multiculturalism. I went to Lidl's for my lunch, and there was people from all over the world in there. It's wonderful. So I'm happy about Britain sharing its land with the worldwide retards.
Well, they're in good company in Britain.
You're a meat-headed Slav.
We want to be a tourist
Who's that?
destination, so we allow.
Oh, your
people to
mic
come
changed.
here
Okay, who went to space first again?
Get the United Kingdom dream.
Slavs went to space. Slavs went to space.
Yeah, but you're a Ukrainian meat-headed Slav, so
half Ukrainian.
Ask Jace what kind of man he's into, and he'll say Mediterranean older man.
No, I'd say black Nigerian men.
No, you know it's Mediterraneans, and you're just coping right now because you can't admit it. But Mediterranean people in general are the most desired people in the world.
Give me a big, hot, Slavic, meaty cock.
You're not into Slavs. You don't like barn animals. Come on.
Hey, what the fuck, man? God damn. I'm just here like playing Wolf on
This is all show. This is all theatrics.
I know, but still, just hearing that thing is like.
So jokes and good nature.
So did Trump
Well,
do
I
something?
have to be able to fight my internet nemesis some way, right?
Sure. Did Trump do anything stupid?
No, didn't take long. No, it did take long. I was holding out, wondering how long it would be before we get a TDS sufferer.
Nez is here? Nez, man. I've not seen you in a while.
Who's
do you still not know the definition of a woman?
You guys
I don't.
know
I've been asking,
race
but I haven't got a
am?
clear answer for a while.
Oh, that's so tragic.
I come from Britain, and my
Can you help me out?
grandparents come from Wales.
I tried, but it just.
So
What's the
race am
definition
I?
of a woman, Beg?
I'll tell you another day.
If you say the word identifies
It
as,
sounds a lot like the flat earthers. These fucking trolls.
if you say those
Never have
two
an answer,
words-
do they?
How do I know if I'm Germanic or not?
Do an ancestry.com test.
What?
And you will know. Do an ancestry.com test,
a website
and
on
you
the
will
internet
know.
will tell you.
Do they call
What
it
you want to
Germanic
hear.
or European?
I have no idea, though.
Okay.
One thing that should be noticed is that 23andMe, which is a company that did this, they went bankrupt and they sold all their DNA data to third-party investors without people's consent. So
that's why I said ancestry.com.
Who's Dr.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a soda. Duh.
My dad wondered if his dad was half Jewish, so he did a test, and it came up with 0%.
Yeah, I just did my haplo group again to double check. I'm definitely more base than all of you.
I think my dad was disappointed, maybe.
I'd be disappointed if I was your dad.
The history of his bloodline went blurred, and he couldn't trace it to the Jews like he wanted.
Why did he want to trace it to the Jews?
I don't know, because his dad was often mentioned the Jews and was in the war and had tan skin. So my dad had this idea, perhaps he was Jewish. But I'm interested in my history, so if I'm from the UK and I'm white and I'm an atheist and my parents were atheists, when did we give up on the Scandinavian paganism, and then when did we give up on Catholicism? What happened? Why am I like this?
Why am I like this?
Where are my people? Where do I come from?
Why do you need to know that?
Which god am I supposed to worship?
Are you not an individual? Why do you need to know that?
You need God to tell you where you came from? Or
No,
are you
it's-
helpless without it?
Race is important when you're studying
who?
yourself. When
To
you're studying
some
yourself.
people it is, not to most, not to everyone.
I'm just saying you lot were bantering about it, so I'm saying these are legitimate questions I've got about my race.
Well, we're still bantering. Like,
Yeah.
we're not out of the memes yet.
I'm just adding to it. This is an area of discussion and inquiry.
I mean, the information you're gonna get is gonna be pretty much useless. And at this point in your life, I assume you're at least in your 40s. It's not gonna change much.
Yeah.
So,
But you see, like, black people, and they watch a couple of documentaries, and suddenly they think we are the Jews, we are the Egyptians, it's us. And then you see white people and they research their history and they say, we are the Aryans, it's us. I love Odin now. And I want to understand runes.
We was Vikings, man.
And shit.
And you got the Mexicans and they're like, we are the Spaniards.
Are they? They say they're the Aztecs, not the Spaniards.
Yeah, some of them, but they must have come from Spain, or maybe.
Or Aztecarian.
Why do they have the same language?
They are the Aztecarians.
And then you've got.
It's not exactly the same language. There are a lot of differences between
Native
Latin
Indians.
American Spanish and Spanish. There are even some grammatical differences.
You need to start again. Say, well, actually, and then.
How did the Indians get to the other side of America and then stay there?
They swam.
Are you asking how the Native Americans migrated to North America?
No, I'm sort of. I guess my main question is, why don't they realize they're Indian?
I mean, Romani people say they're Indian.
Well, they are, theoretically.
I was taught as a kid, like, the American Indians are different to the Indians. I don't know why I thought that.
Well, they are. Have you met them? Or have you seen them?
There are many words in the English language that have the same word but has different meanings. I don't get why you're so hung up about it.
I'm just confused about how we all became ourselves.
What would that change? Like if you I don't know, discovered that, I don't know, your dad.
So imagine imagine your dad is Alexander the Great, right? Or your great ancestors Alexander the Great. What now?
There's actually a lot of really interesting scientific evidence too that supports the migration patterns of humans, already dating back to prehistoric history. It's called the mutation of novel mRNA, the mutation of novel mitochondrial DNA. So what they did is that they looked at the DNA from mitochondria that changes, that has a very specific type of mutation that is only inherited by maternal lineage, my bad. And using those patterns, they've been able to pretty much discover with very, very good accuracy the migration patterns of humans and different haploid groups.
I still don't get it. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. That's fine. Go ahead.
Turn a good chat into something very boring.
Let's say you discover your great ancestors, Alexander the Great. What happens after that? Like, just hypothetically,
who is
please.
Alexander the Great first?
The Greek king that conquered most of the known world.
Yeah, I guess I would feel proud and
why?
Supremacist.
You're in your 40s, you have not conquered anything.
Privilege. I'd feel privileged and proud.
But these are not your accomplishments.
Yeah.
No, he's saying if it was my family.
Yeah, if it was your family, but they're not your accomplishment. Correct. What Spartacus said is.
Yeah, so I think I'd feel like I'm from good stock.
And?
That doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I share DNA with those people. Oh, okay, we also share DNA with banana. 60 we found it, right? So it was 60%.
Somehow
60%.
Spartacus specifically shares a lot of Neanderthal DNA and Cro-Magnon, right? He's
that shows. By the way, Jace, this only shows that you are not white and he's white because white people share a big percentage, about 4%. That means you were a dirty non-European.
He's a Cro-Magnon and I'm not. That's all I'm saying.
Dirty non-European.
Yeah, Jace, sit down, you brown person. Sit down.
Yeah, exactly. Fits your.
Well, I just don't get this, right? I mean, well, I kind of get this, but it's just fucking fantasy. It's like, oh, look, I share
Nothing
DNA
would change. Yeah, essentially, if you find out that your ancestor is Alexander the Great, nothing changes. Your life is still the same.
I know, right, that this might upset Zoidberg a little bit, but I know that because I'm EV13 in a haplogroup, that most likely means the most probable scenario is that a Roman soldier from the Balkans came to Britain and married a native indigenous person, fucked one
Didn't
of them
I
or
say
whatever.
that happened?
And that means that I'm actually a son of Rome, and you're not.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, Thracians were incorporated into Rome, but sure.
Well, yeah, but I am actually a son of Rome because I've got the EV13 haplogroup.
Okay. Well, sorry. In R1BR, let's do this. Haplogroups R1B distribution map.
R1B is like literally everywhere in Europe, or everywhere in Eastern Europe.
Yes, correct.
Just like your mama.
Correct.
So all I'm saying is
R1B is mostly in. By the way, unironically, mostly on the British Isles and Northern Europe.
Okay, that's fine.
And very little on the Balkans.
Yeah,
Central
look at
Europe.
EV13. Look at EV13.
Here's the map. Okay, close to the map. R1B in chat. I'm one of you, Jays. I'm actually one of you.
Well, I'm actually one of you because if you look at EV13, I'm obviously I'll DM it to you.
That shit. Why is Ireland dark?
I can't post in the server, so there you go.
I'll give you a posting.
Oh, thank you.
Is it because we
You have to post in the channel above this one, not in
we
the
move
section.
further and further west, so the most elites are in Ireland?
We have image frames now.
There we go. Sending. I'm literally Zoidberg. We've traded
I'm
positions.
literally you. Yeah, exactly. I'm not surprised Spain, because this is probably what.
I thought you'd have a
England
Jewish
and
haplogroup.
Ireland. Yeah, that would be Spain. Sephardimite mixed. No, that's right.
Oh, you're a Jew on the mum's side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be
That's
new
the
DNA.
correct side, isn't it?
No, it used to be the wrong side, and then it changed. No, it used to be by paternal lineage.
Well, they obviously got that wrong. So they tried to change it to man and then realized this is silly.
No. It was.
Let's
It
look
used to
back.
be man, and only man would be granted certain things. But a bunch of cataclysms happened, and they had to switch it to women.
I'm saying before that it would obviously be woman.
No, it was men from the beginning. If you read the Bible, you would know that
Bible
lineage
is
comes
not
from
an
men.
explanation of the beginning, is it? What the?
Yes, but it's also reflective of the culture.
Only 2,000 years ago, not 5,000.
Yeah, but it started. That's what I'm saying. It started with.
Your story's well shit.
Look at that Zoidberg.
Sure.
Weep.
You said it started because the Bible.
Read it and weep, Zoidberg.
My evidence of how things started is the Bible.
No, that's not my evidence.
Yeah, you
I'm
did,
saying
that's
is,
what you said.
Don, there's no need to be dishonest, right? What I said was the Bible is a reflection of Hebrew culture, ancient Hebrew culture. At least the Tanakh
That is not how
and the
things
book of the
started.
and the book and the books. Sure. Okay, Don, you win, man. Fine. Don't have to talk.
Makes
That's
more
why
sense.
I said. That's why I said Dawn's annoying.
That the mother carries the bloodline. It makes more sense.
Pretty evident.
Do you?
Because all the man gives is the sperm, the magic sperm. The woman gives the whole DNA environment structure.
I think Zoidberg likes racists as long as they're gay. I think they're paid off there for Zoidberg is enough.
Wow. Well, what an accusation. I do have preference because I'm very tribal. The tribe I usually serve is the LGBT community, so I do have preference for those, even if they are racist. I'll probably protect them more than I'll protect anybody else.
What about LGBT allies?
I mean, those come secondary.
Oh.
Like I've told you this before, I'm incredibly tribalistic. Like I'll protect my own, and then everybody. It's a zero-sum game to me, and everybody else. Because when they come for us, they come for us. Everybody else can fuck off.
Who is your own?
The LGBT community.
The gays.
That's not what you mean.
That's what I meant.
You know, do you like disabled people, Zoidberg?
I mean, I don't wish them harm. I don't know what you mean by like them.
I was gonna say because Spartacus has gout, right? So he might be a part of your tribe if you like those.
Sure. Crazy.
Is gout a disability?
No, it's a chronic illness. You can treat it.
Isn't a chronic illness a disability?
For like, for like 3 weeks now, my back has been murdering me. It's fucking horrible, man. Barely can stand up, sit down, and it's always painful. Anyway.
You have to start exercising to diminish that.
It just happens when yeah,
You have to start stretching and exercising.
No, it's like I have the inflammation there in the spine. Because
I hear PhD Tony wants to eradicate the white race. Something to that effect. That's what I've been told. Anyone heard about that? No? Alright. As you were.
Did he get passionate about it one time?
Heard he has.
Well, it's all good fun that we're trolling so far, but would anybody like to start a substantial topic? Continue with the trolling?
That is the topic.
I can do trolling, it's fine. It's Sunday morning, so. That was Sunday noon, I guess.
I just want Spartacus to defend Russia or something.
Go on, Spartacus.
What's wrong with Russia?
Nah.
Well, I mean, for example, Russia has the highest amount of AIDS sexually transmitted in Europe. For a very traditional Christian country, sexually transmitted, by the way, the AIDS. Russia is number one when it comes to cirrhosis of the liver because of drinking. Again, very traditional Christian habit.
That's freedom.
Russia also has incredibly low living standards. They're poor. Most people are extremely poor. They live in extreme, like...
Now you've got something, so we need to give them money rather than do anything else.
How can I say it? Disarray. They live in extreme disarray. Like, it's
so you're saying
really disgusting.
I know. Capitalism sucks.
Yeah, what else? They have no freedom of press. For some reason.
Well, they can work that out themselves.
They have huge brain drain. Their young people are running away from their country. Huge brain drain. The country is centralized as if it's like an empire from the 1700s. Like everything goes to Moscow and that's it.
It actually is.
Incredibly like inefficient. They're a low trust society. Nobody trusts the institutions or anybody else. They always think that people perceive that they're always going to get scammed.
That's they're wising up.
They have very bad public health outcomes in terms of their healthcare system.
So you need to give them some more
Their
money.
universities are terrible. They're like in the lower ranks across the best universities in the world.
Give them some money.
Their economy is as big as Italy's, and they're an oil state as well. That's not a good thing. What else?
They have the Dutch disease.
Give them some oil and money.
Zoid, you're listing facts, but yeah, I mean, don't forget, to everybody else, this is happening after quote unquote communism, socialism fell.
I think Bulgaria is doing better than after communism is doing better than Russia.
There's no communism there.
Bulgaria has like
moneyless.
I mean, I said after communism. Bulgaria after communism, or whatever you want to call that system. After the USSR, let's do USSR. Bulgaria after the USSR and the Iron Curtain and the Warsaw Pact is doing much better than Russia.
We both know
so,
that.
And Bulgaria has like a right wing government. Usually, it's right wing, conservative socially at least.
But Zoidi, both you and me know, unless you're trolling, right? Here that.
No, I'm just giving you facts. I'm not
communism.
Trolling. He wasn't even listening.
That's why I corrected myself. I avoided the word communism. I correct myself to the USSR.
Sure, right. Well, they're not
after the USSR. Sure, the USSR
is that a stateless, classless, moneyless society?
That was never said by Marx and Engels in Capital.
Yes,
it was. Okay,
not in Capital. Yes, you do. You know they wrote more things than.
Capital codifies what communism is as a philosophical and political and economic framework.
They like they scarcely mention it. The main goal of Das Kapital was to critique capitalism, describe
and
how
therefore
capitalism
codify
works.
with the critiques of capitalism what communism is. So you're not going to teach me the book I've read multiple times, including all 4 books, multiple times in 3 different languages. You're not going to do this to me. Because I'm going to destroy you. Because I'm going to take a quote from it, and we're going to talk about it.
They don't mention it there. They wrote many things. Do you know those books are
I'm aware of what they wrote. I've read the works of Marx individually. I've read the works of Engels. I've read the works of Luxemburg. I've read the works of Lassalle. Even Proudhon, Kropotkin, Bakunin, all of them. But you're not going to lecture me on the ideology I've dedicated like majority of my life.
Wait,
don't do this.
So you're claiming that they are communist, actually? That the USSR was communist?
No, I did not claim that they're communist. That's why I said the USSR. And what I said was, and I would like you to track it, is that after the USSR, Russia versus Bulgaria, it seems that Bulgaria is doing better per capita economics.
Yeah, so what?
Where's the disagreement here? Where is the symmetry breaker?
I don't know. They both suck. Yeah, after.
Bulgaria sucks less than Russia.
Sure, cool. Yeah, you have different. Yeah, sure, but it's still capitalism, right? In Russia.
I mean, that's irrelevant.
Under which this happens, right? So, well, it's not. This is exactly
it's irrelevant because we're just judging countries by material conditions at this point. If you want to talk about how one system incapacitates a country over another, sure, we can talk about that. But we're strictly talking about material conditions of Bulgaria versus Russia.
That happens, this is like pointing to, I don't know, where is Ox? Where's that city-state? Shit.
Singapore?
Yeah. Or you can point to even Korea. You can point to many other examples.
Korea is a shithole. I'm not gonna point to Korea. No, Korea is objectively worse than Bulgaria, I would say.
But Korea's GDP is really high, right? So if you're using capitalist metrics, right, it's gonna show you that these countries are like amazing.
I mean,
right? But
sure,
the reason why they usually have this like higher GDP is because they're like trade hubs within the larger capitalist system, right? Unlike Russia,
I don't know about trade hubs,
which has no fucking they are. Trade goes through them, through Singapore, through South Africa.
But that was not the argument.
Sorry, South Korea. But that's the argument I'm making, is that the comparison is still there. Capitalism seems to fuck over countries that don't have a natural advantage, a handful of them, right? Fraction of humanity under capitalism, right? If you're a country which relies on production, right, like making stuff, like Russia is.
Who is arguing holistically that Korea is a good country? Korea is a shithole country with insane amount of problems. Russia, holistically, in comparison to Bulgaria, is worse socially, economically, philosophically worse.
I
don't know.
I'm very low energy today.
And both of them are incredibly corrupt.
I could beat Zoidberg. It's alright.
Don, chill, have a Coke and a smile.
You haven't listened to any of the rebuttals. You've just been chatting shit about different countries.
No, I'm framing the conversation in the correct way because we are going out of the previous like parameters that we established
about
initially.
reading Marx.
No,
That's
Don, you have a listening problem, man.
Communism, Nad.
You have a listening problem, man.
No, you have a politics problem.
Sure. And so what, liberal?
So you can't project it onto everyone all the time.
Well, I mean, Don, I don't know you. I've spoken to Spartacus for 7, 8 years. I know him. I can have a conversation with him about this, and we know our differences. You are a newcomer into this conversation, so
not so much.
I don't know why you like try to insert yourself in my personal relationships. Are you so desperate to have a personal relationship with me? You can have one if you want. Thank you, Don.
Jewish atheist communist nerd.
Crazy. Is that what you have? Labels? Nice.
Yeah, what do you have? Korea's bad.
Korea's bad, yeah.
You ever been
Socially, Korea is terrible for
socially.
for people,
if I take your
for
opinions
kids,
on
for
what's good
anybody.
socially.
Yeah, social is terrible. Economics is terrible. Their
you on
population is aging. They have no prospects for the future. They're gonna drop from 50 million to 26 million in the next 50 years.
That's probably
It's gonna be cataclysm for them. I don't know what you mean. And the troubles, the major corporations that rule over Korea, are just sucking the lifeblood out of the Korean people. Like I don't.
Keeping your race, and lowering population is a cataclysm. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Don, you're mumbling. Can you like increase your volume? I can barely hear you.
Keeping your race and lowering population, you're saying that's a cataclysm.
The fact that Korean infrastructure right now as it stands was built for 50 million people and they're going to drop down because of birth rates to like 26 is a problem because all of that money would go to waste because they cannot support infrastructure if it's not going to be used. Therefore, the country would enter a period of decay.
If their elites chose to do it, why is that a problem?
I'm just giving you my analysis according to my moral framework, Don.
Certain facts.
Man, are we not talking about personal opinions here? Mine, yours.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, then what's the problem?
So I disagree with everything you've said.
So Don, I would ask you politely to remove the sand out of your vagina because it's irritating you, so we can have a conversation.
I guess I won that one.
Okay. Next conversation, Don?
Misgendering.
Misgender, okay. What do you feel worse if I call you she?
Against POS, and you're a mod.
Do you feel worse if I call you she? What? How did I misgender you? Well, because I said you have sand in your vagina. Oh, that's not misgendering.
You have to stick to the mod rules, but you're
I
not.
said he.
So you've taken the privilege of being a mod without taking the downsides.
Nice.
Which means you're biased.
But do you want to address what I said or no? You're quite aware that men can have vaginas, right? Therefore, misgendering does not count as an offense here.
No, that's impossible.
Trans men do have vaginas. They're men. So I did not misgender you. I just assumed that you may have a particular package of genitalia, but whatever. Maybe you don't. So assumption is not
women.
gender.
That's why they're not allowed in the men's toilet.
Oh, wait. This is against TOS, by the way. Transphobia is against TOS. Should I now moderate you down?
No, we're allowed to discuss.
No, you're not. Medical misinformation. This falls under medical misinformation. The DSM-5 in the United States and the European DSM-5 establishes that trans men are men, not women. You're engaging in medical misinformation, Don.
Nothing to do with medical.
Please stop engaging in medical misinformation. Do you want to have another topic?
Science.
I can list a number of topics which we can discuss. How about economics? Economics.
You don't know anything about economics.
Literature.
Okay.
Films.
Films.
Religion. Pick one. I'm waiting for your input.
Films or literature?
Okay. Tell me the latest film you watched and what's your analysis of it?
I watched a film called The Watchers, where there's entities that have been here before humans, and they watch us, and they want to be us, and they figure us out.
Are they aliens?
No, they're more akin to fairies, but they are extra-dimensional.
Oh, is that related to like paganism, like some esoteric,
Yeah.
like
The Watchers, there's been a few movies, documentaries about it. It's in the
Gotcha.
Bible, I think.
These fairies, you mean? They're mentioned.
No, but the name The Watchers is mentioned.
Oh, yeah. I gotta check. Where in the Bible?
So it's basically demons, and then when you do DMT, you can see them.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. What do you think about Shinto religion? Like everything has a spirit, like trees, rivers, rocks, like the Japanese Shinto. What do you think about it?
That.
You do? They engage in some sort of like naturalistic worship?
Yeah.
Interesting.
A tree has a personality and a life, history, emotions.
I mean, I might agree with you. Maybe I don't. I like these kinds of, what do you call them? Animistic? I always forget the name for it.
So the other day I saw a seagull chasing a crow, and the seagull was being a bully, and he was twice as big as the crow, but the crow was slightly better at turning in the air, so they were.
Well, in Bulgaria, there's like actually this may be interesting to you. It's called it's animism type of religion where people would. I assume you know what a chestnut is, right? Like those really smooth brown nuts. Yeah, some of them you can eat, some of them don't. But there's a thing in Bulgaria. It's a very pagan thing left over from some sort of artifact from like Turkic, Central Asian stuff, where they, and including in my family, this happens. They'll fight chestnuts, and they'll call them small gods. And so you collect a bunch of small gods, and those are usually like your relatives that have passed away, your ancestors. They're the small gods, right? So you collect them, and then you put them under your bed for health, right? Between your mattress and whatever. And they sleep with you and protect you, right? They protect your health, they protect your like dreams, mind, whatever. Or you can carry some of them in your pocket for good luck. And if
Someone would say, "Why have you got 2 nuts in your pocket?" And they'd say, "Oh, that's my grandma and that's my uncle."
Like, yeah, and ironically, that's kind of like the explanation. And like, for example, if you drop food, you shouldn't get angry. The small gods were hungry; they wanted the thing you were also eating. If you spill something liquid, like you shouldn't get angry because the small gods were just thirsty. Right? And if you try to recover it and throw it away, that's offense. You should not, because it's there for it's a sacrifice for the small gods. They need to eat too. So you shouldn't clean it immediately.
A lot of normal people find that offering a human thing to nature helps them.
I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's kind of a cute thing that people do.
But if you
it
take
just
it to
teaches
the
them not to
extreme,
be angry about like.
If you take it to the extreme, it would be like walking into the woods and leaving 100 quid there, or me putting some of my weed that I could smoke just on the floor, leaving it. So I'm not quite that into the offerings, because I know it's kind of a paradox.
Yeah, but if you drop a piece of chocolate, I think you'll be fine with it.
Want. Sorry, what?
If you drop a piece of chocolate, you wouldn't be upset, right? Because like
Exactly.
In that tradition, it will just means that the small gods saw that you're eating chocolate and their mouth watered and they wanted some chocolate too, so that's why they made you drop it for them.
But they'll know that's not something that I really treasure, and I probably bought it. I don't really like chocolate.
Well, no, whatever. I mean, could be anything, bacon or doesn't matter.
I would do it with alcohol. Instead of having one swig, I'd pour one swig on the floor. But I wouldn't do it with weed.
Or outside, yeah. I mean, it helps people, you know, like it gives them like peace, and they know that their relatives are with them at all times. I don't find that religion offensive at all.
You could do the same with a rocket, right? You could put.
Oh no, we're not. I don't want to talk about that.
You could put a little plaque on it with your grandpa's name.
But Zynak, you have to admit, Zynak is an idiot about this, right? People are not really doing this for rockets.
No, I support him. He was just crap explaining it. He wanted to vampire your energy by distracting you for hours instead of teaching you the hidden religion of the elites.
Yeah, but later on, like, he started talking about his gaping ass or something. Like, he was obviously not serious. Like, I don't know.
I don't know why he decided to just distract instead of teach.
Maybe he just lacks patience.
Have you heard of Infinite Plane Society?
No, tell me about it.
He was a guy who was trolling in Flat Earth, but he was kind of mean and aggressive, and he did the Freemason symbols, and he said, "I'm called Satan." Anyway, a girl that he was friends with made up the infinite plane idea. So instead of saying, "We know the model of the flat Earth and we know where the edge is, and that's where the dome touches down," they said it could go on forever. And then, anyway, he got into writing. IPS, he was called. He got into writing, and he wrote a book called "The Secret Religion of the Elites" about rockets. So it's not like Zynak made it up.
Oh, in that regard, yeah, sure, okay, I understand. I mean, but like, I still think that him making this universal general claim that rockets are religious to people who deploy and build them or people who watch them is just stupid. Maybe there is a freak out there that actually worships rockets, but that's not what we do.
It's not in general.
Just rockets are a tool.
Yeah, in general, we don't treat it, but it's hidden. The symbolism is hidden in it.
Maybe, I mean, but it has to be contextual. It has to be to some people. I don't like most people don't. They think, oh, that's a big tube with fuel in it, and then just when it's gonna burn, it's gonna bring the satellite up, and then I can use the satellite to access the internet and post cat memes. Right? It's just tools to them.
We're flying in space, and we are the top of the food chain. And look at that cool explosion.
Sure. I mean, it's an interesting thing to talk about, though, like idols and idol worship in terms of like religiosity. But I think he was just basically making the statement that if you believe in science, then you're like a believer in scientism, and then you're like just the same as a flat earther, essentially. Like you have a religious belief.
That's a stretch, but often it's true, partly true.
I mean, I'm not saying the flat Earth is not real. It could quite possibly be a thing, and when I get evidence enough to, in my mind, to sway my opinion, I would. But like, I wouldn't be religion. I mean, right now,
you've got Flat Man, and then you've got Rocket Man, both obsessed with rockets being fake or real.
But what do you think that is? Why do you think like people are like psychologically predisposed to do this tribal shit?
Because we're animals and we came from gods.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that. Maybe.
We're half god, half animal, so we're confused worshippers.
When you say God, do you mean like figuratively, like metaphorically, or do you mean like literally?
From alien creators, like Prometheus the movie.
I gotcha.
So we're constantly looking for a symbol to mean our deepest thoughts that we can't express.
I see. I mean, historically, at least humans have interacted with some sort of mythology or metaphysics as long as humans existed. So I think it's embedded in our experience as living things to grant certain phenomena or certain things we don't understand to the metaphysical.
Yep. But there's also like a memory of.
It is true as anything else is true, though. Like you can religion as a construct is true. Gods as constructs are true. But I think that, and nobody should be disputing this. I think what people do dispute is is that God actually having any influence or God or gods like Zeus? Is Zeus having influence on my life, or is Zeus dictating in some way how I should behave? And I think that's what
maybe the Watchers and the aliens. Maybe they guide us. And pollute our minds, depending if they're goodies or baddies.
Anyways, anybody have anything to say regards to this conversation, or me and Don can go on for hours? I think we can switch topics if you guys are bored. It's fine.
I'm just listening in.
Well, anyways, does anybody?
If rockets were real, the traveling to another world theory is like a fairy tale book.
Also, if you don't mind about the previous topic.
I mean, you can talk. We're just filling dead air right now, and I mean, it's interesting conversation for me because I like to talk about these esoteric things, but paganism. But if you want to have some,
Well, yeah, but the status class is communist part. Oh my God, status class is monolith.
Yeah. Are you gonna destroy me with a source?
Oh, I'm just I just googled this. I'm in a match right now. Quickly did a Google, and also the AI immediately said yes. This is what a communist society is.
Yeah, I don't deny that people understand it as such now. Sure.
Oh, that's Marx. Since Marx. From what I can read, this is from Marx. Are you looking into this or?
Marxist.org. That's my gateway.
I think one of the sources is Marxist.org. Yeah, he wrote this in Critique of the Gotha program.
No, I was specifically looking in Capital.
But no, it's not in Capital because again, Capital is not as much a how do you say a exploration of possible.
Yeah, I was correct. I cannot find it in any of the 4 books that I have access to. In German, English, Hebrew, or Bulgarian.
Critique of the Gotha program. I mean, there's the wiki and the AI overview. When I googled in status classes modulus,
No, I
Karl
just
Marx,
control F. I just control F the PDF.
I don't
in
know.
4 languages. I can search in Italian and Spanish if you want me to.
Well, it's in. Do you have the critique of the Gotha program?
I can get it, but
See,
like
that's
I was
the
just
source. That's
specifically searching for it in capital.
I told you.
I don't deny he probably said it. I'm saying it's in capital that's not existent.
That's so what? Then dude, the heck, man! I already told you in the beginning. You will not likely find that quote in Das Kapital, because Das Kapital is not about primarily at all.
Yeah, and then we moved on
describing
to
like a future society that humanity can move into.
Yes,
post capitalism. The goal of Das Kapital was to describe the nature of capitalism.
And then we moved on to the fact that communism is codified in capital. And stop saying it Das Kapital. You're not German.
Who is? Yes, I will. Fuck you. Das Kapital.
Not German.
It's only one word in German I know. That and
Schwanz. Scheiße.
Yeah. Because of my cousins, my younger cousins, when we were visiting them in Germany.
Schwanz, Scheiße. That's
they were like swearing in German.
Oh. So what's the disagreement? We agree that Karl Marx probably wrote those words at some point in his life in some document or work. We also agree that Capital was written by Karl Marx. We disagree that Karl Marx codifies embeds in the critique of capitalism what communism is and socialism, which he uses interchangeably. I guess this is a point of disagreement. Maybe we should discuss that if you want.
Well,
because he doesn't, and I think almost all scholars and analysts would like socialist, communist like analysts would say yes, communism is codified within the books of capitalism. All 4 of them.
No, it's not. The fuck? What idiot? Oh my god.
Okay, so that's the disagreement. Let's go.
Why? He talks about these things in all the other writings.
And present alternatives from a philosophical and economic view.
I already did. That's
and
the Wiki
those alternatives codify what communism is.
Yeah, the critique of the Gotha program. The Gotha, I don't know. Gotha program.
Gotha program.
Yeah, that's where apparently he writes it. And also in, I don't know, what's this work? Full Communism, the Ultimate Goal Economic Theories archived from the original in June. Oh, no, that's like secondary, I guess. But that's
okay,
what the... Oh, no, wait.
Okay,
well, I'm sorry. No, actually, never mind. Okay, so there are actually 4 sources. I was reading a different one.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Communism Britannica. This is.
Spartacus, I agree with you on Karl Marx writing that. Now, let's talk about the juicy thing where you disagree with me that communism is communism/socialism, because in the minds of Engels and Marx, they use interchangeably, is codified within the 4 books of Capital. Would you like to have that discussion? Because that's the case.
Why are you trying to actually
because that's the only thing we disagree on, and there is no direct quote.
No, there was the main issue was that you kind of implied that USSR, right, was like, or China, like, was communist,
and I switched. Immediately.
Cool. But no, you still then disagreed with that, right? You said, because I said
no, I don't think they're communist. No, I don't think they're communist. No, they don't follow the core tenets of. Well, I mean, the conversation was that Bulgaria, after communism, and then I realized and said after the USSR, right, is better off materially than Russia.
But I think we're boring everybody here. Several people have the thing. This is not.
Sure. Does anybody want to say something, please?
Tell me how communism. No, don't even tell me. You can talk about anything else, really.
This is what happened. I'll be right back.
Suleiman, you there?
Left lane, are you here? Right.
Two communists destroyed each other.
Good morning, everybody, on this wonderful Sunday morning. On this beautiful we live on. It's pretty dead this morning. I guess all the flat earthers must be at church this morning.
you